After a brief hesitation, Bai Dafei finally gives up Lu Yuan's current whereabouts, silently apologizing because this is one mess only Lu Yuan can handle himself. After 3 years in seclusion at Moon Mountain Pass, Lu Yuan finally steps out of his courtyard, and Su Wana rushes over in obvious relief. Seeing her again puts Lu Yuan in a good mood, and he casually pats Su Wana's head like someone soothing a clingy little fox. That small reunion eases the boredom Lu Yuan built up during his long closed-door training. Lu Yuan had actually finished condensing his heaven-pathing spiritual root half a year ago, but he stayed inside longer to master its death energy. When the Yin Foundation finally formed, Lu Yuan gained a rare bonus: 500 years of extra Yin lifespan. That surprise makes him realize ghost cultivation still is not true immortality, because Yin lifespan and Yang lifespan are probably two separate limits. With more spiritual roots, body refinement, and techniques like the green flame technique, Lu Yuan starts quietly calculating that his future lifespan may far exceed other cultivators at the same realm. He is now only 2 spiritual roots away from his 9-root perfect heaven path foundation, so in his eyes reaching core formation is mostly a matter of time. Even after success, Lu Yuan plays it safe and feeds spiritual energy back into the new Yin root until it nearly catches up with the rest. So although his realm still sits at foundation establishment level 6, Lu Yuan's total spiritual energy has become monstrously deep. By his own estimate, he now has around 6 times the energy of a normal cultivator at his level, and far more than an ordinary single-root cultivator. That leaves him quietly convinced he is unbeatable below core formation, and could even fight evenly above it. He even thinks that if the Crimson-Red deity appeared again, he could beat it cleanly this time. But confidence does not change his habits, and Lu Yuan immediately reins himself back in with the same old rule: never act like the map has no stronger boss waiting off-screen. In Lu Yuan's personal 100-year plan, he has no intention of wandering this continent before nascent soul, and even then he plans to move carefully. While Lu Yuan is still indulging Su Wana's affection, she remembers something important and tells him the sect sent a message half a month ago. She explains that because he was in seclusion, she did not disturb him and instead sealed the Enlightenment Jade safely in his study. Su Wana clearly wants praise, so Lu Yuan taps her nose, humors her, and heads inside to check the message. At the same time outside Moon Mountain Pass, Bai Dafei flies in with Meng Rian and silently panics over the trouble he is about to dump on Lu Yuan. In his head, Bai Dafei all but apologizes to Lu Yuan, blaming the whole mess on Meng Rian, forcing him to bring her along after 7 years without contact. Inside the study, Lu Yuan opens the sect message and sees it came from Bai Dafei. The first part of the message wipes the easy mood off his face, because the full Moon Mountain range is not just fog and ruins but a massive sealed land full of demons, evils, and ancient cultivator relics. Bai Dafei's warning makes it clear to Lu Yuan that the mountain range is a classic trap of huge rewards guarded by even bigger danger. What unsettles him more is that this coming tidal moon sounds abnormal even by old records, which is why the inner sect is treating the area so seriously. He relaxes only when he learns each core formation elder needs to send just one direct disciple, not all of them. For Lu Yuan, that cursed mountain range is the exact kind of isolated death zone he wants to avoid, no matter how rich the rewards are. He flatly refuses to believe a territory that huge could be free of core formation monsters or ghost cultivators. So when Bai Dafei says he volunteered to go in Lu Yuan's place, Lu Yuan immediately treats it as a major favor no matter how polished the wording sounds. The second part of the message explains that both righteous and devil sects are already gathering around the full Moon Mountain range to fight for the best entry zones before the tidal moon starts. Bai Dafei also leaves a timeline. He plans to come see Lu Yuan in about 3 months. After putting the jade away, Lu Yuan keeps things light and tells Su Wana it is only sect news, nothing urgent. Instead of dwelling on the sect, he asks Su Wana what has happened at Moon Mountain Pass during the past 3 years while he was in seclusion. Su Wana explains that despite all Lu Yuan's precautions, Moon Mountain Pass never faced the kind of special crisis that would have forced him out of seclusion. The real story was a brutal but stable 3-year siege, with Moon Mountain Pass repeatedly using its defensive array to hold off the Liang Kingdom army outside. Neither side could break the stalemate, which is exactly why Lu Yuan was left alone to cultivate the whole time. As the tidal moon approaches, Su Wana says the Devil Path has clearly lost interest in wasting strength here, because the real contest will be inside the mountain range. The invasion of mortal kingdoms was mostly a probe and a distraction, meant to pin down the 5 righteous sects and test how much strength they still have after 300 years. If the 5 sects looked weak, the devil sects were ready to launch a full war after the tidal moon and swallow their territory outright. But after this round of probing, the devil side seems satisfied enough with the answer that there is no point dragging the frontier war on. With the pass relatively stable, Lu Yuan finally turns his attention back to Su Wana herself and notices how much she has changed. Before his retreat, Su Wana was only at Foundation Establishment Level 1, but the years of defending the city have pushed her all the way to Level 3. Lu Yuan quickly figures out why. Su Wana's Blood Soul spell and Huanqi Jiao Zen made a battlefield full of blood chi and souls the perfect place for her to grow. But that fast growth came with a cost, because Lu Yuan can see her cultivation is now unstable from taking in too much divine soul blood chi. So Lu Yuan gets straight to the point and tells her to come over so he can help cleanse and regulate her divine soul. The words divine soul cleansing instantly turn Su Wana red, but she still walks toward him without hesitation. Outside the mansion at that exact moment, Bai Dafei lands with Meng Rian and nervously introduces Moon Mountain Pass as Lu Yuan's current post. Meng Rian answers in a flat voice that she wants to see what Bai Dafei's good junior brother has been doing after staying out of contact with her for 7 years. Hearing that icy line, Bai Dafei can only sweat and pray Lu Yuan is not doing anything that will make this reunion even worse. Meng Rian arrives at Lu Yuan's residence already irritated, and the guard's attempt to stop her only makes her feel like she's been shut out on purpose. When Meng Rian bluntly says she's Lu Yuan's practitioner partner and pushes forward, the guard still refuses to move. A blue electric arc crackles beside Meng Rian, but the guard holds his ground and insists no one enters without Lu Yuan's permission. Bai Dafei jumps in to calm things down and urges the guard to simply announce that he and senior sister Yi have come. Before the standoff gets worse, Lu Yuan appears silently behind the guard and tells him these visitors can come in. As the guard leaves, Lu Yuan pats his shoulder in approval, quietly rewarding that loyalty instead of blaming him. Lu Yuan greets them with an easy smile, but Meng Rian answers with a dangerous little question about whether they were somehow unwelcome. Lu Yuan instantly reads the real issue, so he puts on a guilty, sincere face and claims he stayed silent because years of cultivation and the Imperial Rebellion left him badly hurt. That excuse lands almost immediately, and Meng Rian's icy mood starts to thaw as she accepts that something really may have happened to him. Once her anger breaks, Meng Rian shows her real grievance and asks, a little sourly, why he told Mu Qiqi and not her. Seeing jealousy instead of cold fury, Lu Yuan knows he's safe enough to keep lying and doubles down that he hid everything to keep her out of danger. This time Meng Rian is completely won over, and her anger gives way to gratitude and shy happiness. Off to the side, Bai Dafei is stunned, because he saw the Imperial battle himself and knows Lu Yuan was never injured at all. Bai Dafei can only admit to himself that Lu Yuan's sweet talk explains exactly why Lu Yuan has a foundation establishment partner, while he is still single. Just when Lu Yuan thinks the crisis is over, Meng Rian's smile fades and she quietly asks whether there's a servant girl in his residence. Lu Yuan is caught off guard, because he had rushed Su Wana out of the courtyard but didn't have time to erase the traces she left behind. He still tries to bluff through it and firmly denies that he keeps any maid at all. To plug the hole, Lu Yuan quickly reframes the truth and says the only woman around him lately was Wana from the city lord's estate, who looked after him while he recovered. Meng Rian can't find a flaw in that story, so she reluctantly lets the matter drop and Lu Yuan finally escapes the trap. Lu Yuan brings Meng Rian and Bai Dafei inside, all while thinking how disastrous it would have been if Meng Rian had run into Su Wana face to face. He only pulled that off because his strengthened divine soul sensed the visit early enough to let him send Su Wana away before Meng Rian noticed. Far outside Moon Mountain Pass, cultivators from many sects gather in the middle of the full moon mountain range to wait for the tidal moon to begin. One Yuchan sect disciple feels something is off, but neither he nor his companions can tell what changed. His senior brushes it off as nerves, because the tidal moon is still a year away and no one expects the mountain fog to move before then. That confidence blinds everyone to the real threat, as the white fog quietly creeps toward them while their spiritual sense is too suppressed to catch it. At midnight the anomaly turns ugly, and the fog surges close enough to swallow the gathered cultivators before most of them can react. At the same time, the moon races toward a half-moon far faster than it should, making it clear that something in the full moon mountain range has gone terribly wrong. The spreading fog keeps rolling outward toward the nearest mortal territory, and Moon Mountain Pass is directly in its path. No one in Moon Mountain Pass understands the danger yet, and Lu Yuan is completely unprepared because he only learned about the full moon mountain range today. As strange fog quietly swallowed the full moon mountain range, the trapped cultivators could not send any warning out, and the sects remained blind to what was happening. At Moon Mountain Pass, Lu Yuan knows none of that yet and is still focused on one thing: finding a way to get Meng Rian's lightning cultivation technique. Later that night, after another private bout with Meng Rian, Lu Yuan ends up sprawled bare-chested on the bed and irritated that even with his body tempering, she still dominated him. Meng Rian teasingly asks when he started training his body, and Lu Yuan tries to answer with cultivator dignity even while feeling thoroughly outmatched. Clearly pleased, Meng Rian offers him a reward, and Lu Yuan instantly decides that after working this hard all night, asking for compensation is completely justified. So Lu Yuan stops dancing around it, and directly asks Meng Rian to teach him her lightning attribute cultivation method. Meng Rian is caught off guard, then warns him that adding thunder to the many roots he already cultivates will make his future core formation absurdly difficult. Lu Yuan answers that core formation already feels distant, so he would rather stack more spiritual roots now for extra lifespan and more ways to survive. Meng Rian does not buy that excuse at all, and with one lazy finger on his chest she points out that she knows his spiritual root talent is far better than he lets others believe. She goes further and guesses that Lu Yuan is collecting many spiritual roots because he intends to challenge the Heavenly Path version of core formation. Lu Yuan does not deny her, and instead shoots back that she has also been hiding plenty of her own cultivation. Manhwa had already suspected his talent long ago, because during their dual cultivation her demonic desire ice heart transcript let her spiritual energy directly brush against the truth of his roots. That is why Lu Yuan used to end those sessions drained and his aptitude seemed weaker for a while. His roots had been pushed to their limit and needed time to recover. Manhwa even reveals why she only called him back once a week, not kindness, but because her technique needed him to recover so both of them could keep benefiting. After that quiet round of mutual probing, Manhwa finally agrees to teach him, but warns that if he ever passes the method on, even Qingyan sect may not be able to save him. That threat tells Lu Yuan her background runs deeper than he thought, but since he never planned to spread the technique anyway, he readily agrees. Only then does Manhwa take out an enlightenment jade, and Lu Yuan lights up more over that cold piece of treasure than he did over the beauty beside him. Lu Yuan clutches the jade in secret delight, convinced once again that as long as your techniques are good enough, you never really lack top-tier methods. With the rare silence of two people sharing one bed but thinking about entirely different things, Lu Yuan starts reading the technique on the spot. The first thing that shocks him is the method itself. The extreme purple heavenly lightning art lets a cultivator draw heavenly lightning straight into the body. To Lu Yuan, this feels like turning heavenly punishment into a resource, and the stronger the lightning, the stronger the technique's ceiling becomes. He quickly realizes this is only the upper volume, yet even that alone can carry someone all the way to nascent soul. That insight immediately links to his bigger ambition, because Lu Yuan knows any truly heaven-defying perfect heavenly path core formation will trigger a test from the heavens sooner or later. He thinks of Mu Qiqi and his own progress, then decides he is already too close to the final conditions to give up on the perfect path now. But the method also gives him a practical headache, because heavenly lightning only appears under special conditions, and he is exactly the kind of heaven-favored person who almost never gets struck. Devil cultivators can attract tribulation through heavy karma, but Lu Yuan cannot rely on that, which leaves him thinking about the dangerous idea of borrowing lightning during someone else's tribulation. Even that would require careful preparation, especially if he wants others to believe he is helping instead of sabotaging the tribulation. For now, he settles on a safer long-term plan. His first real heavenly lightning should be the one that comes with his own perfect heavenly path golden core. That thought makes him review how much stronger core formation would make his whole arsenal, from the Soul Reaper rope to lightning body tempering and the body-building uses of the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique. The more he thinks about it, the more Lu Yuan reins himself in and reminds himself that foundation establishment is barely the start, so arrogance now would be fatal. While Lu Yuan plans in safety, the same unnatural fog has already reached the outer edge of the full Moon Mountain range and is surging toward Moon Mountain Pass like a white tidal wave. Less than half a day from the pass, the Lian Kingdom camp is still calm, and one cultivator in a lamplit tent studies a silent enlightenment jade instead of training. He finds it strange that the senior brothers sent into the mountain range have still sent back nothing, and the first uneasy thought that something happened finally hits him. Before he can sort out that worry, the thick fog reaches the Lian camp and swallows the entire encampment in moments. Deep in the night at Moon Mountain Pass, Lu Yuan is meditating when a heavy knock suddenly breaks the silence outside his door. The knock immediately feels wrong, because cultivators are guarding his courtyard and no one should be calling on him at this hour. When Lu Yuan spreads out his spiritual sense, his heart jolts because he is no longer in Moon Mountain Pass at all. In his spiritual perception, the room is gone, replaced by the backyard of an unfamiliar pharmacy on a market street, with the knocking coming from the shop's front door. Worse, the thing outside is completely invisible to his spiritual sense even though the knocking is real, and that loss of control puts Lu Yuan on edge. Facing a danger he cannot explain, Lu Yuan quickly wakes Manhwa and calls her over. Once she hears that they somehow woke up on an unfamiliar street, Manhwa instantly gets dressed and goes to check the situation herself. Outside, bright moonlight and thick white fog smother the courtyard, and even their senses are heavily suppressed. Lu Yuan realizes the fog is so abnormal that even his unusually strong soul can now probe only a tiny area around them. After checking the surroundings, Manhwa comes back with a grim answer. They have likely been pulled into the full Moon Mountain range. That answer hits hard, because Lu Yuan knows the mountain range is packed with demons, evil things, and bizarre dangers that should have been far from the pass. He quickly judges that anything able to move him here without warning must be terrifyingly strong, far beyond the kind of enemy he can casually account for. Even so, Lu Yuan forces himself to calm down, because panicking over something he could not possibly have predicted will only get him killed faster. He also notices Bai Dafei is nowhere nearby, which makes the teleportation feel random instead of targeted to everyone in the neighboring courtyards. When Lu Yuan asks what this place really is, Manhwa says they are probably in one of the gates of hell on the mountain range's edge. She explains that the name is not just a warning. The place is full of filthy supernatural things, and each region is ruled by a king of hell as dangerous as a core formation cultivator. That comparison makes Lu Yuan even more uneasy, because being able to fight above his realm does not mean he wants to test it against a core formation monster here. Lu Yuan presses for more details, but Manhwa admits that even the sects know very little because the 10 gates of hell all work differently. She warns that the kings of hell are really linked evildoers rather than normal ghosts, and because they are tied to these gates, they cannot truly be killed. She adds that most people who survive the gates of hell barely remember anything afterward, so almost all knowledge about them is fragmented and unreliable. According to TNG Sex records, the gates of hell are a strange projection of heaven's way that appears during the tidal moon and randomly drags cultivators into the fog. No one understands how that teleportation works, but the survivors all remember one chilling line: entering the gates of hell means life and death are left to fate. That should be terrifying, but Lu Yuan actually relaxes a little, because if heaven is deciding who lives and dies, he trusts his own absurd luck more than ever. Meanwhile, Meng Rian grows more suspicious, because this tidal moon arrived almost a year early and its reach is far larger than it should be. She realizes the strange scale may hide a huge opportunity, maybe even a path toward immortality, but Lu Yuan only cares about getting out alive. Pulling the conversation back to the immediate threat, Lu Yuan points out that the real problem is still the thing outside the door that neither of them can properly sense. Meng Rian tries sensing it for herself and gets the same result. The caller is there, but impossible to pin down. Then both of them catch a subtle but terrifying change. The knocking is speeding up. They both reach the same conclusion at once. The knocking follows some hidden rule, and if no one opens the door in time, something awful is probably coming. Trusting her strength and luck, Meng Rian steels herself and moves to open the door before the unseen rule turns worse. Lu Yuan grabs her and stops her, choosing caution over impulse because he wants someone else to trigger the trap first. He tells her to wait and watch first, planning to use his wider spiritual range to see what happens if another trapped cultivator opens their door. A moment later, his gamble pays off when the shop across from their courtyard slowly opens its door first. Hidden inside his courtyard, Lu Yuan watches the shop across the street slowly open through the strange fog of the gates of hell. A Foundation establishment cultivator from the Xiuyang sect appears at the opposite door and starts talking to something Lu Yuan still cannot see. Lu Yuan cannot hear the exchange, but the man's impatient mouth movements make it clear the conversation is going badly. The Xiuyang sect cultivator suddenly attacks first, trying to smash whatever is outside his door. One look at the result wipes out his bravado, and he bolts back inside in terror. A violent shake hits the opposite gate as if something huge, or many things at once, forced their way into the courtyard. At the same moment, the knocking at Lu Yuan's own door stops, as if his visitor has run over to join the feast across the street. Lu Yuan quietly counts the gap and notes that the thing left his door for less than 5 seconds before returning elsewhere. About a minute later, the knocking at his courtyard resumes at the same old rhythm of once every 5 breaths. That rhythm change convinces Lu Yuan even more that opening the door blindly is a terrible idea. Even through the fog and distorted view, Lu Yuan reads enough of the Xiuyang sect man's lips to catch the key phrases: "I didn't," and "go away." From that, Lu Yuan pieces together the rule: the thing outside wants something, and people who refuse or offer the wrong thing get killed. So Lu Yuan settles in and waits, letting other trapped cultivators test the danger for him first. Before long, 3 more cultivators lose patience and open their doors one after another. 2 Xiuyang sect cultivators disappear to bad ends, but one Huanxi sect monk survives the exchange. Instead of dying, the surviving Huanxi monk walks deeper into the street as if he has satisfied the thing that came for him. Watching that outcome, Lu Yuan refines his guess. If the visitor likes what you hand over, you get taken somewhere instead of attacked. He still does not know what the visitor wants, so he sends Meng Rian to search the whole courtyard for anything unusual. While she searches, Lu Yuan keeps watching the nearby courtyards and realizes he only has a small observation range and even less time than he hoped. Even with time running out, Lu Yuan refuses to panic because rushing into an unknown rule is exactly how people die here. About a minute later, Meng Rian returns with the only 2 special items she could find, matching invitations marked with the happiness character. When Meng Rian confirms the invitations are the only odd things in the whole house, Lu Yuan finally sees the pattern. To Lu Yuan, the knock now feels less like a hunt and more like a wedding summons. But he immediately suspects the invitation alone is not enough, because no one shows up to a wedding banquet empty-handed. As he struggles to choose a suitable gift, the knocking outside speeds up from every 5 breaths to 4, then 3. Meng Rian gets visibly anxious when Lu Yuan still seems lost in thought instead of rushing to the door. Only when the knocking reaches once every 2 breaths does Lu Yuan finally spark with an idea and sprint back into the house. He even releases a clone so both of them can tear through the rooms searching before the visitor loses patience. He finally reappears at the last moment, clutching a plain mortal-style money pouch as the knocks become nearly constant. Without wasting a second, Lu Yuan grabs Meng Rian and heads straight for the main gate. Just before the thing outside fully loses patience, Lu Yuan opens the door. The visitor greets them like expected guests, complaining that official Lu and Lady Meng have kept him waiting. Lu Yuan apologizes smoothly, but up close he realizes their host is not human at all, just a paper figurine servant with Foundation establishment strength. Once Lu Yuan steps outside, the fog thins enough for the truth to hit him. The whole street is crowded with paper servants knocking at doors. He also sees they are not the only guests, because some paper people are being invited too, including one in official robes with pseudocore strength. The street looks almost lively enough to be a mortal city, except every passerby is made of paper and not one living person is anywhere in sight. Their own paper servant abruptly presses for the invitations and even hints he would love an excuse to say they insulted the king of hell. Lu Yuan calmly hands over the invitations, and the servant's excitement dies on the spot. With the formalities satisfied, the servant orders them to follow quickly to the king of hell's wedding before everyone gets punished for being late. Lu Yuan and Meng Rian exchange a quick look and follow, because at this point the banquet is the only road left open. As they walk, Lu Yuan studies the street and notices a rule in the lantern colors: red outside cultivators' courtyards, white outside the paper residents' homes. He also realizes the servant's white paper lamp is what pushes back the fog, and stepping beyond that pale circle probably means trouble. Meng Rian finally voices the bigger fear, warning that a king of hell can be even worse than an ordinary core formation cultivator once they enter his palace. Lu Yuan answers with quiet confidence that the gates of hell works like a rule-bound projection, so following its laws should keep them alive. Meng Rian cannot tell whether Lu Yuan is brilliantly composed or dangerously underestimating this place, but she has no better option than to keep going. Then Lu Yuan does something that shocks her even more and casually walks up beside the paper servant like an old acquaintance. To Lu Yuan, being steady never meant doing nothing, only acting when he sees a move that is worth the risk. His real move is simple. Lu Yuan slips a copper coin from the money pouch into the servant's hand. The paper servant instantly warms to him and lets slip a useful warning: the king of hell does not seem to like outsiders very much. As Lu Yuan heads deeper into the gates of hell, the paper servant's vague warning that the king of hell dislikes outsiders keeps nagging at him. He cannot come up with a clean answer yet, so he decides to keep watching first and judge the mansion after he sees it himself. Along the way, Lu Yuan notices many other cultivators following their own paper servants, but nobody dares to strike up a conversation in this place. Seeing roughly 20 cultivators on the street, Lu Yuan realizes far more people found the invitation than he expected. That number bothers him because most people should not have been able to sense past the courtyard fog the way he could. Lu Yuan concludes the others either knew the trick in advance or had been warned by their sect elders to search the room before opening the door. He also becomes more certain that anyone who opened the door without an invitation was walking straight into a trap. 5 minutes later, the paper servant leads Lu Yuan and Meng Rian to a massive official residence that feels far more dangerous than the street outside. At the mansion gate, Lu Yuan sees even more paper people gathered there, organized like a full ghost city court. Using his system, Lu Yuan discovers the paper men's strength rises with their status, from servants to officials to terrifying higher-ranked figures. What unsettles him most is that without the system, even he would have mistaken these paper men for harmless ordinary people. That insight lets Lu Yuan picture the first trap clearly: a reckless outsider attacks a weak-looking paper servant, and the stronger paper men swarm in to butcher them. He decides the mangled Xueyang sect cultivator he saw earlier probably died exactly that way, which makes his own caution feel very justified. At the entrance, the paper servant politely ends its job and tells Lu Yuan and Meng Rian they can go in on their own. Meng Rian is ready to step inside immediately, but Lu Yuan catches her and stops her cold. Instead of entering blind, Lu Yuan pulls her to a pillar by the gate so they can watch first and move later. But the best hiding spot is already occupied by another cautious cultivator who clearly had the same idea. The stranger recognizes their Qingyan sect robes and bluntly tries to chase them away before they can share his vantage point. Lu Yuan calmly refuses and reminds the stranger that starting a fight here might bring every paper man in the area down on them. The threat works, and the stranger grudgingly shifts aside to let them share the pillar. Now the three of them lean out together and spy on the mansion in awkward, perfect sync. When the paper men ignore their obvious peeking, Lu Yuan confirms they only react when a specific rule or trigger is met. That makes the ghost city feel even stranger to him, with every paper person acting like it only moves when a set rule allows it. Even without speaking, Lu Yuan and the stranger quickly recognize the same careful temperament in each other. Eventually the stranger breaks the silence and asks for their names, testing the waters without lowering his guard. Lu Yuan answers instantly with a fake name, introducing himself as Qingyan sect disciple Qingyan. Meng Rian gives her real name right after him, and the tiny shift in her eyes makes the lie even more obvious to anyone paying attention. When Lu Yuan asks for his name in return, the stranger lies just as smoothly and claims he is Xueyang sect disciple Li Yueru. The air turns quietly absurd, because both men know at once that the other is lying. Inwardly, the stranger pegs Lu Yuan as a crafty fraud who borrowed another Qingyan disciple's name the moment Meng Rian's eyes shifted. Lu Yuan reacts even more sharply, because he personally killed the real Li Yueru before, so this fake identity instantly tells him the man beside him is lying. With his system, Lu Yuan checks the stranger directly and learns his real name, cultivation, and spiritual roots. The readout shocks Lu Yuan again when he sees the stranger carries the Blood Soul spell and a luck value high enough to nearly rival Meng Rian's. Even after seeing through him, Lu Yuan keeps the secret to himself because getting through the gates of hell matters more than exposing lies right now. As they keep watching the front entrance, Lu Yuan notices every entrant first hands over the same black bead to the paperman butler. A quick system check tells Lu Yuan the bead is a ghost pearl, a black core condensed from a 100-year hungry ghost and packed with ghost chi. That finally gives Lu Yuan the entry rule. The mansion expects a congratulatory gift, and the proper one is most likely a ghost pearl. He briefly thinks back to the room he searched earlier, and realizes why the little bag of copper coins was the only useful thing he found there. The earlier bribe also comes back to him, because the paper servant's warning that the King of Hell dislikes outsiders now feels less like idle chatter and more like a hidden rule. Before they move, another impatient cultivator finally walks up to the butler and tests the mansion's terms in front of everyone. The paperman butler refuses the cultivator at first, forcing him to make a painful decision on the spot. In the end, the cultivator plucks out a strand of his own hair and offers it up instead. The butler accepts the hair and returns a note, proving there is a second way in if someone can stomach the price. Once the first person shows it can be done safely, the crowd's hesitation breaks and more cultivators rush to make the same exchange. Most of them hand over hair for notes, but 2 lucky cultivators present actual items and are invited inside directly. After watching enough, Lu Yuan, Meng Rian, and the stranger all pull back from the pillar at the same time. The stranger starts the real conversation by asking Lu Yuan what he noticed, still probing before he gives anything away. Lu Yuan refuses to show his hand first and tosses the question back, turning the exchange into a quiet contest of caution. The two trade fake smiles for a beat before the stranger finally gives in and reveals the key cost of the hair exchange. He explains that the hair is not just hair at all, but lifespan, and the butler is trading information for years of life. Lu Yuan had already suspected that much, so he answers with his own piece of the puzzle instead of acting surprised. Lu Yuan answers with his own clue, telling the stranger that the proper entry gift is a ghost pearl, the core of a ghost. The moment their clues connect, Lu Yuan and the stranger reach the same answer and propose cooperation at the exact same time. Meng Rian does not fully understand the sudden brotherhood, but after the invitation incident she has learned that following Lu Yuan's judgment is usually the safest option here. For Lu Yuan, the choice is simple. Getting a ghost pearl probably means fighting dangerous ghosts, and extra help is worth more than temporary mistrust. There is another reason too. The stranger's absurd luck makes him exactly the kind of person Lu Yuan wants nearby in a deadly place like this. With their temporary alliance set, Lu Yuan, Meng Rian, and the stranger finally leave the pillar and walk straight toward the King of Hell's residence. At the door, the paperman butler asks the key question outright. Have they prepared congratulatory gifts for the King of Hell? Lu Yuan and the stranger can only admit they have nothing ready, stepping directly into the mansion's next test. The butler says that is acceptable, because if they can offer him something satisfying instead, he will tell them where to find a gift fit for the King of Hell. Then the paperman butler breaks into a flat, terrifying smile, making it clear this bargain will not be cheap either. After leaving the King of Hell's residence through a side door, Lu Yuan, Meng Rian, and Zhuan Yanbing step into a street that looks like a battlefield after the fire died down. The real danger comes into focus when they spot more than a dozen wandering ghost warriors on the street, each one strong enough to make a direct rush look reckless. Lu Yuan quietly weighs the situation and decides this is no time to expose his full strength when nobody knows what is waiting deeper inside the gates of hell. When Lu Yuan asks for ideas, Zhuan Yanbing says their note points to this street and suggests the safest plan is to hold back instead of charging the ghosts first. Lu Yuan instantly agrees, pleased to find someone just as steady as he is, and the two men silently settle on using the other cultivators as pathfinders. Around them, several other cultivators are already lingering near the street, but nobody wants to be the first fool to draw all the ghost warriors. Lu Yuan tells his companions to stand close, but the moment they do, Meng Rian notices both men are still secretly guarding against each other. Reading the tension instantly, Meng Rian shifts closer to Lu Yuan and turns the balance into an obvious 2-against-1 warning for Zhuan Yanbing. With that fragile trust in place, Lu Yuan pulls out an ordinary-looking geometric compass and reveals he is about to solve the stalemate with an array. The compass spins, a concealment array wraps around the trio, and under everyone else's eyes they simply vanish. Their disappearance rattles the waiting cultivators, because an unseen group nearby now feels more dangerous than the ghosts in front of them. Pressed by the 7-day deadline to escape the gates of hell, the other cultivators finally lose patience and begin moving into the street. Inside the hidden array, Meng Rian asks how Lu Yuan knew this would work, and Zhuan Yanbing coldly explains that no cultivator would tolerate unknown enemies lurking at their side. Lu Yuan agrees and warns they still cannot relax, because everyone here is watching for a chance to turn on someone else. A moment later the street erupts, as ghost warriors smell living blood chi and swarm the cultivators who stepped forward. Once the ghosts scatter to attack the new targets, Lu Yuan decides the opening is finally here and leads his team deeper down the street. As they walk unseen through the middle of the ghost crowd, the unidentified male companion realizes Lu Yuan's array is far stronger than simple camouflage. The hidden route takes them straight to their destination, and intact and standing unnervingly untouched in the middle of all the ruin. At Fortune Inn, the unidentified male companion openly praises Lu Yuan's array skill, and Lu Yuan answers with a modest line that sounds much too smooth to be believed. Nobody rushes inside, because the spotless inn and the total absence of nearby ghost warriors make the place feel even more dangerous. Lu Yuan checks for formation traces, finds none, and quietly narrows the answer down to the worst possibility. A powerful ghost is occupying the inn. Trying to prove his worth without risking his real body, the unidentified male companion volunteers to enter first while Lu Yuan and Meng Rian watch to see what he can really do. Blood pours from the unidentified male companion into a puppet, and the doll quickly reshapes itself into his duplicate, while Lu Yuan and Meng Rian watch closely. Using the substitute puppet like a second body, the unidentified male companion sends it into the inn, while his real body stays outside under Lu Yuan and Meng Rian's watch. Inside, the puppet finds a dead still inn hall covered in dust, with empty tables and no sign yet of what is hiding deeper inside. Then a chopping sound draws the puppet deeper toward the backyard kitchen, where something much worse is waiting. In the kitchen, a towering horse-headed ghost is butchering a ghost warrior on a chopping board with a blood-soaked machete. Even through the puppet, the sight is bad enough to make the scout back away instead of testing that monster head-on. But when the puppet turns around, the horse-headed ghost is suddenly already behind it, filling the corridor with a huge shadow. Outside the inn, the puppet's backlash hits hard enough to make the unidentified male companion cough blood and turn pale. Still pale, the unidentified male companion reports that a huge horse-headed ghost inside the inn is around Foundation Establishment level 8 or 9, then pointedly says Lu Yuan and Meng Rian should be able to handle it. He doubles down on the act by coughing more blood and claiming his soul was too badly injured to help any further. Lu Yuan sees through the performance at once, because Zhuan Yangbing is hurt but nowhere near as crippled as he wants them to believe. Before the unidentified male companion can slip away to recover, Lu Yuan catches his wrist and refuses to let him bow out so easily. Wearing a perfectly sincere face, Lu Yuan says he also knows a thing or two about pills and offers to treat the unidentified male companion's injuries on the spot. When the companion insists the injury is to his divine soul, Lu Yuan immediately brightens and produces soul-nourishing pills that fit the excuse perfectly. When Zhuan Yangbing claims his blood qi is depleted too, Lu Yuan calmly answers that he has pills for that as well. Zhuan Yangbing reaches for a third excuse about damaged spiritual energy and roots, and Lu Yuan immediately counters with even more matching pills. In the end, Lu Yuan stuffs several bottles into the companion's hands and neatly wipes out every excuse he had prepared. Forced to give up the act, the companion can only praise Lu Yuan's pill skill, and Lu Yuan humbly repeats that he only knows a thing or two. Lu Yuan seals the trap by sweetly saying he and Meng Rian can wait for the companion to recover before they all go in together, making the threat impossible to miss. Lu Yuan refuses to let Zhuan Yangbing leave, because in a place this dangerous, even a slippery ally is still better than fewer hands. Zhuan Yangbing plays up his injuries and looks for a chance to split off, because Lu Yuan is the one person here he truly cannot read. He figures Lu Yuan is either hiding a strong cultivation or some rare concealment method, and that uncertainty makes him even more cautious. So Zhuan Yangbing decides to use the ghost in the inn as a test, while hiding one ugly truth from the others. A ghost with a ghost pearl can already be pseudo-core stage. With no way to slip away under Lu Yuan's watch, Zhuan Yangbing pretends he has recovered and follows the other two into the inn. The moment they enter, Lu Yuan catches the stink of rot and blood, and the inn feels less like lodging than a slaughterhouse. While the others stay focused on the path ahead, Lu Yuan quietly flicks array stones onto the ground and starts laying a trap as he walks. At the backyard door, the steady sound of meat being chopped makes all three tense up and draw their weapons. Lu Yuan gives Zhuan Yangbing's bow a suspicious look, because that weapon choice screams staying in the back and running if things go bad. Zhuan Yangbing shamelessly insists that a cultivator can know archery just like Lu Yuan knows arrays and pills, using the excuse to sound perfectly normal. Lu Yuan sees right through the act, but he cannot call it out too loudly when he has been hiding behind the harmless support role story himself. That leaves Meng Rian as the only straightforward one here, while Lu Yuan and Zhuan Yangbing both know exactly what kind of rascal the other is. For all their scheming, the goal is the same now: kill the horse-headed ghost, claim the congratulatory gift, and earn a way into the King of Hell's residence. Tired of waiting on two cautious men, Meng Rian steps up and declares that she will take the lead herself. Lu Yuan and Zhuan Yangbing silently agree, very happy to let someone else charge in first. Meng Rian pushes open the backyard door, and the horse-headed ghost finally comes into view. Lu Yuan checks the ghost's strength and is briefly relieved, because it shows up as Foundation Establishment Level 9 instead of Pseudo-Core. The horse-headed ghost lets out a violent neigh, and a swarm of hungry ghosts suddenly floods into the yard to back it up. Meng Rian stays calm and sends the smaller ghosts to Lu Yuan and Zhuan Yangbing, keeping the horse-headed ghost for herself. As she advances, lightning starts crawling over Meng Rian's body, making it clear she plans to hit first and hit hard. Meng Rian opens the fight with lightning palm, blasting a thick bolt straight into the horse-headed ghost before it can dodge. The lightning makes it scream, but the hit is only a probe and nowhere near enough to put it down. Enraged, the horse-headed ghost starts forward with earth-shaking steps, and its hungry ghosts rush in with it. The team splits cleanly. Meng Rian takes the horse-headed ghost, Lu Yuan peels 6 hungry ghosts to the right, and Zhuan Yangbing draws 7 to the left. Because the heavy fog suppresses spiritual energy here, Lu Yuan stays on foot and runs for a wall instead of trying to fly on a sword. He spins the compass and triggers the array he planted earlier, spreading a 5-element field around the 6 hungry ghosts. The trapped hungry ghosts immediately lose track of Lu Yuan and start tearing into each other inside the array. Zhuan Yangbing catches that display from the corner of his eye and is genuinely shaken by how polished Lu Yuan's array control is. He starts doubting his own guesswork, because Lu Yuan's array skill looks too real to belong to someone merely pretending at support work. Then Zhuan Yangbing finally shows a little of his own hand, condensing 5 blood-red arrows on the bow in one smooth motion. His volley kills 2 hungry ghosts with clean headshots, but 3 arrows land off the vital points just enough to show he is still holding back. Lu Yuan instantly sees through that fake effort, and the funny part is that he is doing the exact same thing on his own side. Unlike the 2 men, Meng Rian is not acting at all, and she keeps pressing the horse-headed ghost with real killing intent. The ghost swings are heavy enough to shake the yard, but Meng Rian is faster, slipping past its attacks before the blade can land. Once she has tested its strength, Meng Rian settles in and starts cutting through its armor and ghost chi with ease. Wound after wound opens across the horse-headed ghost's body, and its aura finally starts to drop. Seeing it weaken, Meng Rian readies a final blow. Instead of meeting that final hit, the horse-headed ghost suddenly breaks away and lunges for the dead hungry ghosts on the ground. Meng Rian senses something is wrong and immediately calls down 5 thunders of yang to stop it. A black ghost pearl bursts from the horse-headed ghost's mouth and barely forms a death aura barrier in time to block the thunder strike. Shielded for a moment, the horse-headed ghost grabs the fallen hungry ghosts and starts devouring them on the spot. As it finishes eating, the horse-headed ghost starts rotting and warping in front of them, turning a bad fight into something far worse. Its right cheek rots open to bare white bone, and a human face pushes out from the split in its stomach. Lu Yuan checks again and confirms the worst part. The creature has completely fallen into the Preda path and jumped to pseudo-core stage. Even Meng Rian loses her earlier ease, because the ghost's new aura is clearly on another level. She answers by summoning a scorched peachwood sword, switching to a weapon better suited for a ghost this dangerous. Lu Yuan decides he cannot stay on the sidelines any longer, because even if Meng Rian wins, this monster could still leave her badly hurt. And when it comes to trust, Lu Yuan would still rather back Meng Rian than the smiling schemer with the bow. So while the others focus on the mutated ghost, Lu Yuan finally brings out the mountain river painting. The painting spreads across the ground and turns the yard itself into Lu Yuan's real move, the deceiving ghost eye array. Before the fight peaked, Lu Yuan quietly left his deceiving ghost eye array dormant, saving it for the one instant when a wrong step would decide everything. He keeps even Meng Rian at arm's length, because Lu Yuan still refuses to show all his cards to a temporary ally. Meng Rian also stops holding back and draws her real anti-ghost trump card, a peachwood sword struck by heavenly lightning. As she pours power into the sword, dark clouds gather overhead, and the horse-headed ghost finally shows real fear. Feeling the threat of heavenly lightning, the ghost lunges first, trying to crush her before the spell fully lands. Meng Rian answers with Amethyst Thunder Sword, calling a purple bolt straight down into the peachwood blade. The horse-headed ghost throws up its machete and frantically drinks in death aura, building a stronger black barrier with its pseudo-core strength. In a flash, Meng Rian appears above it and drives the Thunder Sword down with both hands. The pseudo-core barrier starts cracking almost instantly, and even Lu Yuan and Zhuan Yangbing are jolted by how brutal her strike is. She breaks through, but after burning so much power on the shield, her killing thrust slows just enough for the ghost to try dodging backward. That is the moment Lu Yuan has been waiting for, and he quietly triggers the array with a tiny hand sign. Instead of escaping, the confused ghost pitches its own head forward as if it is volunteering for the blade. Meng Rian does not hesitate and slashes straight through its head with heavenly thunder. The lightning floods its body and burns away death aura like lifeblood draining out of a living cultivator. To finish it, Meng Rian slams a lightning palm into the sword hilt and sends a second burst of thunder deep into its body. That extra hit breaks the last of the ghost's resistance, and the horse-headed monster crashes down dead. At the same time, Lu Yuan and Zhuan Yangbing clean up the hungry ghosts that had been tying them down. When the dust settles, Meng Rian frowns at the corpse because the kill was too easy for a pseudo-core enemy. She cannot shake the last image of the ghost leaning into her blade, and the whole thing feels wrong. Zhuan Yangbing walks over praising her strength, convinced she must have used some hidden method to lock the ghost down. Meng Rian gives him nothing, simply putting the peachwood sword away and keeping her doubts to herself. Lu Yuan comes over after quietly hiding the mountain river painting, making sure no one connects him to the strange finish. At Lu Yuan's prompt, Meng Rian draws the ghost pearl out of the horse-headed ghost's ashes while the other two watch. After a brief look, Meng Rian surprises Lu Yuan by handing him the ghost pearl instead of keeping it herself. She explains without sentiment that Lu Yuan's cultivation is the lowest, so the ghost pearl should go to him first to secure entry into the King of Hell's residence. Lu Yuan hesitates, then accepts her goodwill and puts the ghost pearl away. After they leave the inn, Lu Yuan asks what comes next, and Meng Rian says she will move alone for now and meet them at the official residence in 3 days. Zhuan Yangbing immediately says he will also split off, which earns him matching eye rolls from the other two. Before they part, Lu Yuan gives each of them a bottle of chi extinguishing pills to help hide from ghosts that track people by blood chi. Meng Rian accepts without suspicion, but Zhuan Yangbing smoothly refuses because he clearly does not trust Lu Yuan's medicine. Zhuan Yangbing's caution is justified, because Lu Yuan really had slipped something extra into those pills. After escorting Lu Yuan to the King of Hell's residence, the three finally break apart for real. The separation is a relief, because all three had been holding back in battle while watching each other as much as the enemy. Meng Rian has her own reason for hiding things, since showing too many non-Jinyan techniques could expose her real identity. She knows Lu Yuan has probably already seen through her cover, but both of them are smart enough to leave that truth unspoken. Lu Yuan is doing the same, because even after his rapid growth, he now sees that this world is far bigger and more dangerous than he first assumed. He reflects that nascent soul might rule this demonic kingdom, but outside the mountain range even that level may not be enough. Somewhere in those depths lies the celestial ascension staircase, the rumored road to the world of celestials. But that dream can wait, because Lu Yuan has not even cleared the first trial yet, surviving the gates of hell. Since everyone trapped in the tidal moon must remain in the mountain range until it ends, Lu Yuan decides to use this long cycle to push for Heaven Path core formation. What makes that possible is his pharmacist skill, because the full moon demonic kingdom is full of rare treasures other cultivators cannot properly use. The first pill on his mind is the flame merging pill, which could let his green flame technique absorb and fuse stronger heavenly flames. He wants that upgrade because his current flame technique is solid now, but it will not stay enough once he reaches core formation. To make the flame merging pill, he will need a heavenly flame and the rare origin fire orchid that only grows in extreme heat inside this mountain range. The second pill matters even more to him, the golden core creation pill that can raise his chance of forming a core. If he can gather enough perfect grade pills, Lu Yuan believes his odds of Heaven Path core formation could climb as high as 80 or 90%. The catch is that the herbs for that pill are even rarer, appearing only once a century, so this plan will depend on luck as much as skill. Even so, Lu Yuan trusts his own fortune enough to believe the right materials may come to him when the time is right. With his long-term goal set, Lu Yuan refocuses on the immediate problem and realizes he finally has a clue for escaping the gates of hell. After he handed over his ghost pearl, the paperman butler treated him as a guest and assigned him a room in the King of Hell's residence. There he learned the key rule: the King of Hell's wedding will be held in 7 days, and only after that ceremony will the city gates open. For Lu Yuan, that means the 7th day is his only window to leave this place alive. If he misses that opening, Lu Yuan suspects he will be trapped in the gates of hell until the next tidal moon begins 300 years later. At the King of Hell's residence, a paper servant leads Lu Yuan to his room and warns him not to wander among the dangerous guests. Lu Yuan quietly slips the servant a ghost coin, making it clear he wants the real rules instead of the official version. Once paid, the servant explains the residence is split into a front courtyard, middle court, and back courtyard, and only the front is remotely safe for someone like Lu Yuan. The servant warns that the middle court is full of hostile powerful guests, and the back courtyard is the King of Hell's private family area, so either one could get Lu Yuan killed. When Lu Yuan asks where he can go at all, the servant points him to a night market outside the mansion that should be unusually lively because of the king's wedding. The servant hands over a waste token and explains the market only opens from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. If Lu Yuan misses the exit window, he will be trapped there until the next night. The servant leaves with one last uneasy warning that even minor ghosts might not survive a full night in that market unscathed. Back in his room, Lu Yuan sets layered arrays at the door first, refusing to experiment with ghost money until he knows no one can sneak up on him. With the room secured, Lu Yuan studies his last spiritual ghost coin and confirms it is the currency every ghost in the city actually values. He thinks through where his coins already went and realizes that after buying information from the paper servants, he is almost broke before the market has even opened. That shortage does not worry him for long, because Lu Yuan has already figured out the trick behind ghost coins. They are just condensed yang-qi, which means condensed lifespan. Since ghosts treat yang-qi like a treasure, Lu Yuan decides he can mint his own coins as long as he can extract that lifespan cleanly. He pulls out his pill furnace and blood qi pills, because those pills already store both blood qi and stolen lifespan, making them perfect raw material. Lu Yuan starts refining, carefully stripping yang qi from the pills and shaping it into ghost coins that are fake in name only. After a full day of work, he ends up with 100 ghost coins, each carrying a full year of lifespan and indistinguishable from the real thing. He even absorbs the leftover blood qi for himself, turning the whole process into a profitable upgrade instead of a loss. Looking at the results, Lu Yuan realizes he could mint thousands more if needed, because he still has plenty of blood qi pills in reserve. When the market opens at 11 p.m., Lu Yuan arrives at the ghost market entrance in his clone body, wrapped in death aura, so he passes for one of the dead. With the Black Yin Devil technique masking him as dead, Lu Yuan studies the mixed crowd and notices some visitors are living cultivators whose blood and lifespan make nearby ghosts hungry. Those ghosts do not dare pounce yet, because Ghost City's rules protect outsiders for 7 days before the feeding can begin openly. After sizing up the danger, Lu Yuan steps into the market and starts searching for anything worth buying. Inside, the place feels like a grotesque flea market, with ghosts loudly hawking ghost weapons and even fresh living humans as merchandise. But after checking the stalls, Lu Yuan is disappointed, because most of the market is cheap junk and none of it helps him refine the Soul Reaper rope. Then one proper building catches his eye in the middle of the market, the 5 Ghost Treasure House, and it immediately feels more promising than every stall outside. Thinking a place with that name should hide real treasures, Lu Yuan heads inside hoping to find material for the Soul Reaper rope. The inside looks more like a museum than a market stall, with ghost artifacts, magic items, and even celestial herbs laid out in careful displays. Lu Yuan is genuinely surprised to see living world treasures in a place so soaked in death, which tells him this shop is far more serious than the outside market. He almost steps on the shopkeeper before a tiny voice snaps at him to watch where he is going. Looking down, Lu Yuan finds a thumb-sized Eastern money-making ghost, and the absurd little merchant turns out to be a core formation expert. Lu Yuan apologizes, and the little ghost lets it go without fuss, already acting like a busy merchant with better things to do. Then the tiny owner silently holds out his hand, making it obvious this shop charges an entrance fee before anyone even starts browsing. Lu Yuan pays 5 ghost coins, and the Eastern money-making ghost immediately switches into business mode and tells him to browse without trying to haggle. As Lu Yuan walks the first floor, he notices he is not the only living customer here. Other cultivators have also come hunting for bargains in the ghost market. Still, the first floor is mostly stocked with Foundation establishment-level goods, so Lu Yuan heads upstairs instead of wasting more time. The second floor is much quieter, but every item there is aimed at core formation cultivators and priced brutally high. Among the expensive second-floor goods, Lu Yuan finally finds what he needs: the broken long rope of a hanged ghost, marked at 1,000 ghost coins. The item matters because it can touch the divine soul directly, making it one of the best materials he could ask for when refining the Soul Reaper rope. Even though the Soul Reaper rope is normally a core formation weapon, Lu Yuan knows his Yin spiritual root and death aura are barely enough to let him force the refinement early. Once he decides to buy it, Lu Yuan lifts the black purchase stone beside the display to call the owner over. The Eastern money-making ghost pops up at once and smugly asks if Lu Yuan has finally chosen something. Instead of paying in coins, Lu Yuan offers 3 blood-chi pills and tests whether the greedy little ghost understands what those pills are really worth. The owner is tempted but still pushes for 5 pills, trying to squeeze more profit out of the deal. Lu Yuan calmly explains why his pills are special. Ghosts can absorb their yang qi and blood qi without the karmic pollution that usually ruins this kind of nourishment. That pitch lands hard, because to ghost karma is poison, and Lu Yuan is offering a clean tonic almost nobody else could supply. After a brief silence, the ghost backs down to 4 pills, and Lu Yuan agrees on the spot. Lu Yuan hands over 4 blood qi pills, and the Eastern money-making ghost verifies them before lifting the restriction on the hanged ghost rope. With the rope finally his, Lu Yuan stores it away and decides not to get greedy, since the other treasures here are still beyond what he can use right now. Just as he turns to leave, the Eastern money-making ghost calls him back with a new offer instead of trying to stop him. The little ghost tosses Lu Yuan a 5 ghost bring wealth token and explains the shop also takes advance requests for rare goods. That changes everything for Lu Yuan, because he immediately asks the question that matters most to him now: can they procure cultivation techniques too? The Eastern money-making ghost grins and says they can get anything Lu Yuan wants if he can afford the price, sealing the deal with a simple creed: you pay, I work. Lu Yuan asks the Eastern money-making ghost one more question: what if he also wants a foundation establishment technique with a yang attribute? The ghost broker is ready for that too, and he flips open a booklet packed with yang path techniques and their effects. After comparing the options, Lu Yuan picks the Golden Light Secret Scripture because he finally needs a true body tempering method at this stage. What catches Lu Yuan is the payoff: a golden light body that grows stronger by day and keeps restoring vitality, even if the cultivation itself is painful. He quickly measures it against his current build and realizes this is the missing piece that would finally let his physical body keep up with everything else he has trained. The Eastern money-making ghost names the price: 1,000-year blood qi pills, strict secrecy, and the technique is only for Lu Yuan's own use. Lu Yuan agrees on the spot, and the ghost asks for 2 blood qi pills up front as a deposit. With the deposit in hand, the broker promises to deliver within a year, which neatly fits Lu Yuan's own schedule for condensing a yang spiritual root later. Back in his guest room at the King of Hell's residence, Lu Yuan wastes no time and takes out the hanged ghost's long rope. This life source ghost artifact is hard to refine normally, but Lu Yuan's heaven pathing spiritual root is just strong enough to fuse with it. The moment the rope appears in full, Lu Yuan's death aura smothers it and forces the hidden remnant soul to show itself. The hanged ghost's remnant soul lunges at Lu Yuan immediately, but he had already prepared for that. Arrays flare around Lu Yuan, black tortoise power shields him, and green flames pin the remnant soul in place and start burning it apart. While the remnant soul shrieks, Lu Yuan calmly uses his divine soul pill refinement technique to peel the soul away from the rope itself. 3 days later, the hanged ghost's remnant soul is finally gone, condensed into a soul pill in Lu Yuan's hand. With the rope purified, the hardest part is over, and Lu Yuan begins forging it into the Soul Reaper rope described in the Black Yin Devil technique. As the divine souls fuse in, blood-red patterns crawl across the rope and reshape it into a darker, far more sinister ghost tool. Lu Yuan finishes a semi-finished Soul Reaper rope, powerful enough to drag out the souls of weaker cultivators and still bind stronger ones. Still, Lu Yuan knows this is only the beginning, because a true Soul Reaper rope should carry 12 soul-locking chains and his version can only support 2. When he checks the timing, Lu Yuan grows more alert, because the King of Hell's joyous day is almost here and he is sure the real danger will break out on the 7th day. By the 6th day, Lu Yuan finally lays out his bold plan to Meng Rian, and even she is stunned by how far ahead he is preparing. Meng Rian thinks his scenario is almost absurd, because if the whole Ghost City and the King of Hell attack them together, their tiny group of cultivators would have no chance at all. Lu Yuan does not argue from confidence but from caution. Once a low-probability disaster already happened with the tidal moon, he refuses to gamble on anything being impossible. That reasoning finally reaches her, and Meng Rian accepts that they need backup plans even for the worst case. Lu Yuan's order is simple and ruthless. If the ghosts move against them, they will not wait passively but strike first through the preparations he already set in place. Meng Rian leaves at once to handle her part, while Lu Yuan turns back to his own preparations and plans to make use of his spiritual ghost coin refining method. At midnight on the 7th day, the King of Hell's residence is lit with rows of white lanterns as far more powerful ghost guests flood in for the banquet. For the first time, Lu Yuan and Meng Rian are led into the middle court itself with the other cultivators, making it clear tonight is different. After taking their reply, the paper servant waits outside Lu Yuan's door with obvious excitement, like he already expects something ugly to happen. Lu Yuan and Meng Rian step out together, still carrying obvious yang aura, and quietly follow him to the banquet. The middle court is a trap dressed as a feast, with strange ghosts on every side and the cultivators seated near the center like meat placed on display. The cultivators feel the danger immediately, because the ghosts around them are staring the way hungry things stare at food. Lu Yuan and Meng Rian sit down without showing fear, and that steadiness helps the others pull themselves together instead of panicking early. After a heavy silence, a cold wind sweeps the court and all the white lanterns lift at once, dropping the temperature like the ceremony itself is alive. Then the host finally appears, a pale, scholar-like King of Hell carrying a bride that turns out to be a lifelike paper doll. The King of Hell smiles at the crowded court and welcomes everyone to his wedding, sounding refined enough to be almost convincing for a moment. The warmth dies instantly when the King of Hell calls for wine and dishes, and 5 tied cultivators are dragged out as the banquet's real course. He openly calls cultivator flesh and blood the finest food, and the court's terror finally breaks into the open. Almost everyone is horrified, but Lu Yuan, Meng Rian, and Zhuan Yanbing stay unnervingly calm, as if this was exactly what they expected. The King of Hell savors the fear for one more beat, then says the food is ready and now the real show can begin. The residence doors burst open, and the King of Hell flashes in front of the cultivators to offer them a final insult: half an hour to run. Before anyone else can freeze up, Lu Yuan jumps to his feet and shouts for every cultivator to use everything they have and break out now. His shout snaps the others out of their fear, and the cultivators immediately surge for the open route in a desperate rush to survive. The story then reveals why Lu Yuan was so certain, flashing back to his earlier deduction that the only true exit from Ghost City had to be hidden in the King of Hell's residence. Lu Yuan explains the key clue: every part of Ghost City is covered by fog except the backyard of this residence, which means the passage out has to be here. He pushes the logic further, and says the King of Hell only shows himself on the 7th day because he wants to make sure no cultivator leaves Ghost City before then. When Meng Rian asks where exactly the exit is, Lu Yuan answers with total confidence that it lies wherever the King of Hell himself has been going. That leaves only one place, and Meng Rian lights up when Lu Yuan confirms the exit should be inside the King of Hell's own bedroom. While the banquet went on, the real Lu Yuan and Meng Rian stayed hidden in their guest room and sent clones out in their place. Lu Yuan trusted the plan because his pill technique and blood chi pills could fake the exact Yangqi ghosts used to tell living humans apart. He had prepared all this because Ghost City felt wrong from the start, with ghosts showing far too little hostility toward a group of living cultivators. The paper servant's earlier warning convinced Lu Yuan that the King of Hell wanted all the outsiders gathered together so he could swallow them in one sweep. When King of Hell Xian opened the banquet, the feast instantly turned into a ghost hunt and the cultivators sprinted for the city outskirts. Through his clone's feedback, Lu Yuan saw the city descend into a ghost hunt and chose to wait until the strongest enemy left the residence. Half an hour later, Xian left the residence to hunt the escapees himself, and Lu Yuan knew their opening had come. Meng Rian drew her peachwood sword at once, because if Xian came back early or left hidden traps behind, they would need a fast and brutal solution. But the moment they stepped out, they ran into Zhuang Yanbing, who had been hiding for the exact same reason. Once they understood each other, Zhuang Yanbing pushed for an alliance, and Lu Yuan agreed because time mattered more than caution now. The trio slipped toward the middle courtyard, but plenty of ghosts had stayed behind to drink and watch the chaos instead of joining the chase. After counting roughly 50 ghosts, including a pseudocore one, Lu Yuan dropped the last bit of restraint and revealed that he had already prepared an array here. He told them the array would hide the fight from outside for half an hour, and Meng Rian answered with one cold promise that it was enough. Zhuan Yangbing then pulled out a fish-scale short spike, and Lu Yuan was baffled that the supposed archer was carrying a poisonous killer's blade instead of just a bow. Zhuan Yangbing shamelessly insisted that archery and swordsmanship were basically the same, leaving Lu Yuan and Meng Rian speechless while Lu Yuan secretly envied the weapon's lethal poison. With everyone ready, Lu Yuan finally opened the mountain river painting and activated the trap he had planted across the courtyard days earlier. The ghosts noticed the spiritual disturbance too late, still looking around in confusion for the hidden array master. Before they could react, Zhuan Yanbing flashed in and stabbed a ghost through the vital point, and the divine soul poison melted it away on the spot. At the same time, Meng Rian went all out, her thunder-charged peachwood sword cutting down Foundation establishment ghosts one after another. The trapped ghosts instantly lost their nerve and tried to run for help instead of fighting two killers at peak Foundation establishment strength. But the courtyard had become Lu Yuan's prison, sealed by a dark green barrier streaked with black tortoiseshell patterns. Even full-force blows only made shallow ripples, and the ghosts finally understood that a formation built to withstand core formation attacks was holding them inside. Watching them curse and panic, Lu Yuan was almost pleased, because the better his enemies understood the trap, the more perfectly it had worked. With nowhere left to flee, the ghosts fought like cornered beasts. But in less than half an hour, Meng Rian and Zhuan Yanbing wiped the courtyard clean. Even Lu Yuan had to admit those two lucky monsters were already pushing close to his own level, so the three of them rushed straight for the backyard before Xian could return. The backyard stopped them cold, because instead of heavy ghostly filth it looked almost alive, with hills, water, and even butterflies moving through the air. Then a white-haired scholar greeted them from the garden as if he had been expecting them all along. One look was enough to tell the white-haired scholar was even more dangerous than the king of hell they had planned around. The scholar ignored their tension, calmly finished cutting a paper tiger, and set it on the table like a craftsman showing off his work. When the scholar's brush touched the tiger's eyes, the paper beast came alive and swelled into a pseudocore demon right in front of them. The scholar casually explained that some restriction had kept him in his room before, but now that it was gone, he was finally free to play with living people. The fake garden dropped its mask as paper spirits burst out everywhere, revealing that the life in this place had been one giant paper illusion all along. Standing inside his night parade of 100 demons, the scholar even pointed out the exit behind him, and told them to come take it if they could. Then the whole demon parade surged forward at once, and where Meng Rian and Zhuan Yangbing felt crushing pressure, Lu Yuan only looked sharper and more excited. As the trap closes in, Meng Rian warns Lu Yuan that she will not be able to protect him for a while. Lu Yuan stays oddly steady and tells her to focus on escaping instead of worrying about him. Meng Rian looks over the battlefield and knows why this is so grim. More than 100 Foundation establishment paper ghosts, several pseudo-core enemies, and Xin Xian above them all. Even so, Meng Rian still believes Lu Yuan has been hiding far more strength than he ever shows. Then Zhuan Yangbing drops the act, and a giant snake phantom erupts behind him with a roar. His body swells into a monstrous bloodline form, with scales, claws, and small dragon horns showing the snake demon in him is close to becoming a flood dragon. His fish-scale blood water spike also changes with him, stretching into a deadly 3-foot sword tied to his own demon blood. Lu Yuan instantly reads what he is seeing and realizes Zhuan Yangbing must have turned a snake demon corpse and reverse scale into a NATO weapon. The reveal shocks Meng Rian too, because the squint is smiling man she knew has been hiding core formation level force. Now fully serious, Zhuan Yangbing tells the other two to use every hidden card they have if they want to survive this place. Xin Xian watches their power up with open interest and casually sends the ghost horde in. Zhuan Yangbing charges first, and his half-dragon roar blasts through the courtyard hard enough to shred several ghosts into fluttering paper. Meng Rian follows with the thunder secret art, her whole body crackling with heavenly lightning as peach petals whirl around her like lethal talismans. The paper ghosts cannot hold them back, and the two fighters punch straight through to Xin Xian. They strike together with a blood sword technique and extreme purple heavenly lightning, forcing a huge clash right in front of him. Xin Xian blocks both attacks with a paper fan and barely seems bothered. Using the blast as cover, Meng Rian and Zhuan Yangbing rush past him and disappear into the passage behind the courtyard. But Lu Yuan never moved at all, leaving himself alone with Xin Xian in the courtyard. Xin Xian asks why Lu Yuan did not attack with the others, and Lu Yuan coolly throws the question back at him. That answer lands because Lu Yuan has already guessed Xin Xian cannot freely attack the challengers here. Lu Yuan drops his mountain river painting and unfolds a 9-guard return to origin array around himself, turning the ghost attacks into useless noise outside a tortoiseshell barrier. He says the whole ghost city has felt wrong from the start, because it behaves less like a death trap and more like a test with rules. Then Lu Yuan pushes the point further and says this so-called road to immortality actually begins here. For the first time, Xin Xian truly looks at him and asks when he figured it out. Lu Yuan says he knew as soon as he saw the king of hell, because the supposed ruler of this place felt too weak. To prove what kind of cultivator he really is, Lu Yuan takes out the mountain river medallion and sends it into the air. The medallion expands to a massive 20-meter seal, flooding the courtyard with astonishing spiritual pressure. Xinxian openly praises him, because this is far beyond how an ordinary array cultivator should handle the mountain river medallion. Lu Yuan drives the medallion down like a golden mountain, revealing arrays carved across it for one brutally simple purpose, making it hard enough to smash people with. The paper ghosts beneath it scream in terror, because the golden light carries a trace of heaven's power that their kind cannot endure. When the medallion hits, the ghosts are crushed and scattered, and even their lingering demonic and death aura gets swallowed into the treasure. Instead of getting angry, Xinxian claps in delight and asks for Lu Yuan's name. Lu Yuan answers with a fake name, introducing himself as Bai Dafei of Qinyan sect. Xinxian finds the fake name amusing, then snaps his fingers and summons 2 paper-made core formation enforcers to test Lu Yuan properly. He offers Lu Yuan a bargain: beat the 2 paper-made enforcers, and he will explain Ghost City and hand over a valuable reward. Lu Yuan says nothing, because he already knows Xinxian acts more like a bound examiner than a true final boss. More importantly, Lu Yuan stays because Ghost City holds something he badly wants, something that could strengthen him and even help his future core formation. Xinxian decides this confident young cultivator needs a lesson and sends the 2 summoned paper enforcers in. As the 2 core formation paper enforcers close in, a plain old sword appears in Lu Yuan's hand. The moment Lu Yuan grips that unimpressive sword, terrifying sword intent bursts out of him and changes the whole feel of the fight. Xinxian is thrown off, because the array master who dropped a giant seal on Ghost suddenly looks like a monstrous sword cultivator instead. Invisible astral winds coil around Lu Yuan, carving smooth cuts into the walls and ground before he even swings. That pressure is so lethal that even the 2 charging paper enforcers instinctively stop short. Panicked now, the 2 paper enforcers throw open their ghost domains and flood the courtyard with the spirits they have gathered over the years. But the ghost tide still cannot reach Lu Yuan, because his 9-guard return to origin array seals them out at 5 meters. Inside that unbroken barrier, Lu Yuan slowly raises the Qinyan sword and gathers a pure white sword chi at its tip. At that sight, the 2 paper enforcers stop feeling threatened and start feeling real death. Driven by pure fear, the 2 paper enforcers sacrifice their ghost pearls and hurl the transformed treasures straight at Lu Yuan. The 2 kings of hell gamble everything and fire their own ghost pearls at Lu Yuan, a desperate move that can cripple them if it fails. Lu Yuan answers with one clean swing, sending out one chi sword control sword chi before the pearls can hit. The sword chi smashes both ghost pearls on contact, and the 2 ghost rulers instantly start breaking down. Even after destroying the pearls, Lu Yuan's attack keeps flying straight at Xinxian. For the first time, Xinxian treats Lu Yuan like a real threat and whips out a shield talisman made from core formation demon beast hide. The shield stops the blow, but the shallow sword mark it leaves is enough to shock Xinxian. Xinxian judges that Lu Yuan's sword intent hits like a 3rd transformation core formation cultivator, which is absurd for someone at Foundation establishment. When the dust settles, Lu Yuan drops his array and the truth is plain: everyone else is already down. With a complicated look, Xinxian admits Bai Dafei has passed the test. Xinxian tosses Lu Yuan an Immortal Ascension token, but Lu Yuan refuses to let anything from him touch his hands directly. Xinxian laughs at the caution, but Lu Yuan bluntly tells him he trusts his own judgment more than a stranger's reassurance. Only after checking it carefully does Lu Yuan confirm the token is harmless and finally take it. Then Xinxian drops the key reveal. He is a cultivator from the upper realm, and he says people like him do not casually attack lower realm cultivators. Lu Yuan wants answers, so he hides his impatience and lets Xinxian start talking. Enjoying the chance to lecture, Xinxian explains that Lu Yuan's world is only one of the lower 9 realms. He says the upper realm cannot freely interfere below because the worlds themselves and the lower realm sects both impose limits. Xinxian adds that luck still matters, and someone born in the lower realm can rise high enough to shame many people above. Then he reveals what the gates of hell really are: 10 sect-run selection grounds, each with a gatekeeper who can grant an Immortal Ascension token. According to Xinxian, the token only grants entry to one more test in the Full Moon Mountain range, and passing that path is what truly opens the way upward. He even names the sect behind this token, Azure Feather Sect, and boasts that Lu Yuan could widen the gap between himself and the nobodies of the lower realm. But inside, Lu Yuan thinks the whole invitation sounds insane because the lower realm is safer, and he has no interest in rushing into a place packed with stronger geniuses. Instead of treasuring the token, Lu Yuan abruptly throws it back. Xinxian catches the token and stares, genuinely unable to process that someone from the lower realm just rejected ascension. Lu Yuan says it plainly: his life in the lower realm is fulfilling and safe, and heading to the upper realm now would just be asking to die. That answer leaves Xinxian completely stunned, because every other lower realm genius he met was eager to go up. Once he accepts the refusal, Xinxian turns cold and tells Lu Yuan the assessment is over and he can leave for the next area. Lu Yuan refuses to leave yet and says, with an easy smile, that he still has one more thing to do. Without explaining, Lu Yuan pulls out the Mountain River painting and Mountain River medallion and unfolds the scroll right there in Ghost City. The moment the painting opens, golden array light erupts through the entire city, and Xinxian feels a very bad premonition. A wave of screams answers that light as paper soldiers all over the city start dying inside Lu Yuan's formation. Xin Xian finally realizes the target and explodes in rage when he sees Lu Yuan sacrificing his paper army. Lu Yuan stays perfectly calm and treats it like no big deal, saying he is only using some of Xin Xian's paper men. For Xin Xian, that is a brutal insult, because the kings of hell in this whole city are the result of 3,000 years of his paper binding work. Lu Yuan did leave some room for others, letting Meng Rian cover only the less important half while his own clones set the core formations. Powered by spirit stones and soul pills, Lu Yuan's real goal is to apply divine soul pill refinement technique to half the city itself. The paper soldiers inside that area can barely resist before they are refined into pure ghost chi and drawn toward the king of hell's residence. Elsewhere in the city, surviving cultivators watch in shock as the ghosts hunting them suddenly melt away and realize they just escaped death. Lu Yuan even tuned the formation to spare living cultivators and only sees those wrapped in death aura, because killing everyone here would create bigger trouble later. Xin Xian is furious enough to want to stop him by force, but the upper realm restrictions still chain him down to using limited papermen that cannot threaten Lu Yuan. So Xin Xian can only watch while more than half the city is refined into a huge mass of death aura hanging above the residence. Only then does Lu Yuan reveal the point of all this and bring out his Soul Reaper rope. At Lu Yuan's command, the huge stockpile of ghost chi pours into the rope and starts reshaping it. As hundreds of Foundation establishment ghosts are consumed, blood-colored shackles rapidly form along the rope one after another. When the process ends with 5 shackles, Lu Yuan knows the weapon can now threaten even peak emptiness realm souls and make stronger core formation enemies think twice. Satisfied with what he stole from the city, Lu Yuan finally stops pushing and casually bids Xin Xian farewell. Lu Yuan walks toward the passageway, and Xin Xian can only glare in silence and wish this maddening guest never comes back. After leaving Ghost City, Lu Yuan stays completely unfazed about offending Xin Xian, because he believes the rules will keep that revenge delayed for a long time. He also trusts his own judgment enough to admit he used half of Ghost City as fuel for his martial refinement, since gathering that much Soul Reaper rope anywhere else would have been far too dangerous. While setting up his pill refining array there, Lu Yuan had already noticed huge hidden formations across Ghost City, and that told him the place was backed by a whole sect, not just Xin Xian alone. That is exactly why he refuses to gamble on other ghost cities and instead decides his safest move is to leave the Full Moon Mountain range as soon as possible. Once the gates of hell spits him out, Lu Yuan finds himself in the middle region of the Full Moon Mountain range, where the road toward the core also means walking straight into more demon territory. From what Meng Rian told him, this land even has a human empire called the Yu Dynasty, but the mortals here are basically protected livestock inside the upper realm's assessment ground. Lu Yuan dislikes that cold arrangement, but he still sticks to his usual rule: do not gamble your life on things you cannot actually change. Then he suddenly catches a familiar soul fluctuation in the mountains and realizes Su Wanner is somewhere nearby in the same space. Because he has cleansed Su Wanner's divine soul so many times, Lu Yuan can track her one-sidedly, and right now what he feels is weak soul pressure mixed with anger. He judges he can reach her within a day, and his mood lifts for one practical reason too: following his number 2 lucky lady might bring the fortune he needs for a future Heaven Path core formation. So Lu Yuan immediately takes out his flying sword and heads straight towards Su Wanner's direction. Elsewhere on a hidden Yu Dynasty mountain, Su Wanner runs with a little girl in her arms while the Black Snake King and a pack of demons chase them from behind. The girl begs Su Wanner to leave her behind, but Su Wanner lowers her head and keeps running without even answering. The Black Snake King could catch her whenever he wants, but instead he herds her around with casual attacks and laughs that she should stop running and become his 18th concubine. Su Wanner still has no idea why she was dragged into this place, only that she woke in a strange town and had to think fast to survive. Thanks to years of Lu Yuan's steady influence, she managed a tense escape from the gates of hell, but the ordeal left her badly injured and weak. When she tried to recover outside, she ran into local demons and had no choice but to kill them before they could expose her. That plan failed because one gecko spirit slipped away alive and ran straight back to the Black Snake King. Su Wanner had also chosen to save the mortal girl Shan Yao during her escape, and that kindness now makes running even harder. The moment Su Wanner saw the Black Snake King himself, she knew the gap was too wide and abandoned any thought of fighting him head-on. When he finally gets bored of the chase, the Black Snake King drops the game and swells into his giant snake form to finish this himself. The giant snake surges forward with terrifying speed, and Su Wanner feels the pressure instantly even before he reaches her. She refuses to surrender, so blood pours from her wounds and hardens into poison blood blades that whip backward at the charging snake. But the blood blades shatter uselessly against the Black Snake King's scales, and he mocks her for doing nothing more than scratching him. Even in that hopeless moment, Su Wanner stays strangely calm, and her gaze starts to blur as if she is slipping into a state beyond conscious control. Confident that a Foundation establishment cultivator cannot possibly threaten him, the Black Snake King rushes ahead and cuts off her escape route. Su Wanner slowly raises one hand, and golden Buddhist light begins gathering in her palm without her even seeming aware of what she is doing. The Black Snake King freezes in disbelief, because the power rising from her hand is unmistakably Buddhist. As her spiritual energy drains away, a charming bodhisattva illusion appears behind Su-Wana and turns her desperate stand into something the Demon King can no longer ignore. Sensing real danger at last, the Black Snake King's reverse scale flares and demonic power floods over his body as he braces to defend himself. Then the bodhisattva strikes with a palm, and the collision with the Black Snake King explodes through the mountains in a violent shockwave. When the dust settles, the strike has cracked scales on the Black Snake King's forehead, but the injury is still shallow and nowhere near enough to stop him. Su-Wana snaps back to herself with no memory of the attack, only crushing weakness so intense that she collapses to the ground. The wrecked ground, broken trees, and damage on the demon tell her she somehow attacked him while out of control, but the result only proves how badly outmatched she still is. For the first time, Su-Wana bitterly regrets not taking her own cultivation more seriously when Lu Yuan was there to protect her. With the Black Snake King closing in again, she decides that dying by her own hand would still be better than falling into his grasp. Right before that desperate ending, a mocking voice cuts into the forest and casually suggests that such a big black snake would make decent soup. Su-Wana looks over in stunned relief and sees Lu Yuan at last, standing in the forest like he arrived exactly when she had run out of options. Even the Black Snake King goes tense, because somehow this scholar got close enough that a Demon King never noticed him coming. Su-Wana can only weakly call him young master, while Lu Yuan walks straight toward the snake as if the whole situation has already tilted in his favor. When the Black Snake King demands his name, Lu Yuan answers with a deadpan lie and introduces himself as Su Xian, Su Hanwen, an apprentice from a Hangzhou pharmacy. The Black Snake King immediately feels that this so-called pharmacy apprentice is obviously messing with him, and the standoff turns sharp on the spot. Facing a core formation Demon King in the Full Moon Mountain range, Lu Yuan still refuses to expose his real name and casually introduces himself as Su Xian. The Black Snake King does not buy the harmless act at all, because no ordinary pharmacy apprentice could walk this close to a Demon King without a sound. His suspicion fits the mountain's old rules. Outside cultivators enter during the tidal moon, some stay hidden among mortals, and demons treat anyone with spiritual roots as prime prey. That is why Demon Kings have already been waiting near common entry routes, so Su-Wana's run-in with the Black Snake King was bad luck, but not unusual. Lu Yuan ignores the snake's stare, walks straight to Su-Wana, and lightly scolds her for not training hard enough before this mess happened. Instead of snapping back, Su-Wana feels oddly warmed that Lu Yuan really came to save her. When Lu Yuan notices the little girl in her arms, he immediately senses the same special lucky aura he has seen before. He checks Shan Yao's status and is stunned to find her luck value can reach 3,000, even higher than Meng Rian's. That discovery makes Lu Yuan realize Su-Wana somehow stumbled into another absurdly lucky person, just like lucky people seem to keep attracting strange windfalls around him. Then he reads Shan Yao's talent more closely and learns the little girl is immune to poison, can eat anything, and grows stronger just by eating. Lu Yuan is genuinely shaken, because while other people gamble on talent and opportunity, this child can apparently cultivate by stuffing herself with food. While Lu Yuan is distracted by that absurd find, the Black Snake King decides this is his best chance, and secretly gathers poison onto his fangs. Confident that even a core formation expert could die from his 1,000-year venom, the snake lunges in and tries to bite Lu Yuan at point-blank range. The attack slams straight into a dark green barrier that Lu Yuan had already prepared without showing a single opening. What rattles the Black Snake King most is that his heavily trained poison fangs cannot even scratch Lu Yuan's defense. Then Lu Yuan reveals the trap. Tiny grains of gilded sand fuse the snake's fangs into the barrier and pin the Demon King in place. The trapped snake thrashes in panic, cracking the ground, smashing trees, and accidentally killing many of his own nearby underlings. Lu Yuan calmly mocks him for charging in so eagerly, making the Demon King understand too late that he never had the upper hand. From Su-Wana's arms, Shan Yao stares at Lu Yuan in open awe, because the terrifying giant snake suddenly looks helpless the moment he steps in. In her very childlike logic, Shan Yao even decides the biggest reason must be that Lu Yuan is much better looking, so handsome people must be stronger. Lu Yuan raises his right hand, and the sword pellet at his waist flashes into the Qingyun sword in one smooth motion. Before killing the snake, Lu Yuan dryly jokes that even if his fake name is Su Xian, he definitely is not the kind of man who likes snakes. The Black Snake King is so horrified by the idea that his fear spikes even before Lu Yuan's sword moves. Then Lu Yuan thrusts the Qingyun sword straight into the center of the snake's forehead, and the Demon King cannot resist at all. Fine cut lines race from that wound across the entire body, and the Black Snake King breaks apart into countless pieces on the spot. Instead of splattering everywhere, the snake's blood is neatly drawn into Lu Yuan's hand and compressed into a shining blood pill. Lu Yuan also refines the Demon King's divine soul into a soul pill, leaving only scales, poisonous fangs, and the fallen demon pill behind. With a casual wave, Lu Yuan pulls the demon pill into his hand right in front of the surviving small demons. The remaining demons finally break and flee through the forest, but Lu Yuan has no intention of letting even a slim chance of future revenge survive. A moment later, Miserable screams start echoing through the forest one after another, as Lu Yuan cleans up every last escaping underling. After the fight, Lu Yuan helps Su Wanner to her feet and finally asks how she ended up inside the gates of hell. Su Wanner explains that when the tidal moon mist swallowed Moon Mountain Pass, every cultivator inside was dragged into Full Moon Mountain. Lu Yuan realizes that even though he and Su Wanner started in the same residence, they were thrown into different gates of hell, while Meng Rian likely stayed with him only because she was close enough to count as one group. Her story also makes one thing clear to him: her ghost trial was dangerous, but nowhere near as brutal as his own city, where even 2 core formation kings of hell showed up. Lu Yuan pieces together the rule behind it, and suspects the gates of hell raised the difficulty because his group was too strong for an ordinary trial. That leads him to a colder truth: even Xin Xian is only a caretaker, because the real array of Full Moon Mountain was built by upper realm sects far above anyone here. The more he thinks, the more the whole mountain range starts looking like a giant talent filter built to lure in lower realm cultivators, test them, and send the best ones upward. He even understands the cruel timing now. The 300-year cycle gives the ghost time to recover and gives outside cultivators time to grow to the exact strength this place wants to harvest. From there, Lu Yuan pushes the idea even further and suspects the entire lower realm may be nothing more than a breeding ground managed by forces from above. He starts viewing even the righteous demonic war differently, as a controlled bloodbath that speeds up cultivation while the people at the top stay safely uninvolved. The thought leaves him bitter but practical, because as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, Lu Yuan knows he cannot challenge a system this huge. Su Wanner and Shan Yao both turn to him for the next move, putting the decision squarely back in Lu Yuan's hands. Before answering, Lu Yuan decides he wants to know what kind of child Shan Yao really is, because a girl with luck like hers should not have an ordinary background. He pinches Shan Yao's soft cheeks and asks her to introduce herself first. Shan Yao shyly says she lives with her grandpa in Neo family village at the foot of the mountain, but the moment Lu Yuan asks where her grandpa is and why she came into the deep mountains alone, the little girl suddenly breaks down crying. For once Lu Yuan is totally helpless, because battling enemies feels easier to him than calming a sobbing child. Running out of ideas, Lu Yuan hurriedly pulls out a tiny paper man to distract the sobbing child. The little paper man flips and performs in Lu Yuan's hand, and Shan Yao finally bursts into laughter instead of tears. Once she calms down, Shan Yao explains that her grandpa fell asleep and never woke up, and the villagers told her he had gone to reincarnate. She admits the villagers feed her, but she is always hungry, and Lu Yuan quickly realizes that is why she wandered into the mountain alone. That simple answer only makes Lu Yuan more curious, because a village raising a strangely lucky little girl sounds exactly like the kind of place that hides dangerous old monsters in plain sight. He quickly decides the village might be perfect for hiding out until the tidal moon ends, since all he wants now is a quiet place to cultivate and survive. He even counts on saving Shan Yao to earn some goodwill in the village, though he still keeps a little suspicion in reserve. So even after choosing to visit Neo family village, Lu Yuan keeps a thin layer of doubt around the hungry little girl who seems far too harmless. Later on the mountain trail, Lu Yuan asks how much farther the village is, and Shan Yao says they are almost there with very shaky confidence. 2 hours later, they are still wandering in circles, and Lu Yuan is clearly done trusting Shan Yao's sense of direction. When Lu Yuan spots the same big tree for the 3rd time, he finally stops and asks Shan Yao to describe the village instead of trying to lead them there blindly. Shan Yao still insists they are close, and Lu Yuan gives up on following her lead at face value. He gives Su Wanner a look, and she instantly understands that she needs to coax the route out of the little girl gently. Su Wanner gently asks how Shan Yao came up the mountain, and the child starts chatting freely without realizing she is finally giving Lu Yuan usable clues. From her rambling directions, Lu Yuan finally gets one useful landmark. The village entrance has a lightning-struck tree shaped like an ox horn. With a real target at last, Lu Yuan summons a cluster of tiny paper men to search the mountain for the oxhorn tree. He feeds the tiny scouts a trace of his divine soul through a soul pill, and the paper men chirp to life in his hands. Lu Yuan orders them to find the oxhorn tree, and the little scouts salute before swarming off into the forest. He knows these paper men are nothing like Shinxian's combat paper ghosts, but for scouting they are more than enough. Shan Yao stares at him with open admiration and blurts out that he must be a god. When Lu Yuan asks why, Shan Yao solemnly repeats the village saying that pretty girls are fox spirits and handsome boys are immortals, so he obviously has to be the second kind. The praise works embarrassingly well, and Lu Yuan's irritation about being lost instantly fades. Feeling playful now, Lu Yuan throws Shan Yao one more impossible question: what if a beautiful girl is actually a boy? The question completely scrambles Shan Yao's little brain, and she goes blank trying to solve it. Before the child can recover, the scouting paper men come racing back with news that they found the tree. Lu Yuan cuts off the philosophical mess, says he has found Neo family village, and gets the group moving immediately. With the little paper men guiding the way, Lu Yuan and Su Wanner finally bring Shan Yao down toward Neo family village at the foot of Bull Mountain. At the village entrance, worried residents gather under the oxhorn tree and ask the village chief if they should search the mountain for the missing Shan Yao. Guxiu firmly reminds them of the village rule: no one goes up the mountain while the half moon or full moon hangs high, because that is when disaster strikes. The villagers do not like the answer, but Gushio's reputation is strong enough that no one openly argues with him. Even so, Gushio softens enough to say that Shan Yao should be protected by heaven and probably return in a few more days. Before he can finish, Gushio notices two strangers at the entrance, and sees that the child in the woman's arms is Shan Yao herself. The moment she sees the villagers, Shan Yao forgets Lu Yuan's impossible question and happily calls out to the village chief. But Lu Yuan does not step in casually. He stops at the entrance, and quietly sizes up the village chief instead. His appraisal confirms the danger at once. The plain old chief Gushio is actually core formation rank 9, proving this village is exactly as unusual as Lu Yuan suspected. As soon as they land, Shan Yao runs straight into Gushio's arms, and the village welcomes her back like nothing is wrong. Lu Yuan stops looking at the sweet reunion and quietly sizes up the villagers instead, instantly realizing this little village is hiding serious cultivators. With Gushio strongest of the three and the others also far above ordinary people, Lu Yuan immediately suspects the whole village has been playing harmless on purpose. The more he thinks about it, the clearer it gets to him that Shan Yao was probably never in real danger and was being led toward a much bigger destiny. Lu Yuan guesses these hidden experts plan to become Shan Yao's masters, and with her absurd luck, that path could carry her all the way to immortal ascension. That also explains why saving Shan Yao earned him nothing at all. He did not truly change her fate, because the village could have crushed the Black Snake King whenever it wanted. So Lu Yuan's greed finally locks in on a better idea. If he becomes Shan Yao's guide himself, he can stay safe here and still profit from her future rise. He heads straight into Neo family village, and Su Wana follows without hesitation. The three hidden cultivators can read Su Wana easily enough, but Lu Yuan's disguise leaves them genuinely unable to judge what he is. That turns the village gate into a polite standoff, because both sides are smiling while quietly preparing to bolt or strike if things go bad. Only Shan Yao treats it as simple good luck, cheerfully introducing Lu Yuan and Su Wana as the good people who saved her. Gushio thanks Lu Yuan for saving her, then immediately probes why two cultivators would come to a remote village with supposedly nothing worth seeing. Lu Yuan catches the hint instantly and refuses to budge, answering with an easy smile instead of taking the dismissal. Then Lu Yuan asks the real question, whether the village has a teacher, and Gushio realizes with a jolt that this outsider wants to stay. Before Gushio can block him, an old village woman blurts out that they have no teacher and eagerly asks if Lu Yuan came to teach. Lu Yuan immediately sells the role, saying he and Su Wana came to support rural education so mountain children can read, leave the mountains, and change their fate. The villagers do not understand the fancy phrase, but they understand scholar, and that is enough to make them light up on the spot. In one move, Lu Yuan slips past the village chief entirely, and the villagers swarm around him in case this generous teacher changes his mind. That night, the villagers even hand Lu Yuan and Su Wana an empty hunter's house and promise to build the school for him. Once everyone leaves, Lu Yuan casually wipes away the dust with a wave, turning the abandoned place into a livable home. Su Wana naturally starts tidying the room like a maid, then finally asks what is so special about this village that he chose to stay. Lu Yuan tells her she missed the real clue. A village this deep in demon country should not still be safe unless something hidden here is strong enough to protect it. That makes Su Wana finally understand there must be cultivators in Yo family village whose level is high enough that she never sensed them at all. Before she can ask more, Lu Yuan senses a visitor and tells her to open the door. The guest is Gushio, still polite on the surface as he steps into their new house. Lu Yuan immediately clears the room by sending Su Wana out with candy for Shan Yao and the other children, using gratitude as a graceful excuse. The moment Su Wana is gone, Gushio drops the act and bluntly asks why Lu Yuan insists on staying in a place like this. Gushio's pressure finally shows its true weight, but Lu Yuan stays composed under the aura of a hidden core formation expert. That calm reaction only makes Gushio more wary, because even he still cannot see through the young scholar in front of him. So Gushio changes tactics, sits down, and asks more carefully why an outsider with Lu Yuan's age and bearing would hide in a tiny mountain village. Lu Yuan answers with a small display of terrifying control, floating a teacup over without showing Gushio the slightest spiritual ripple. After that warning shot, Lu Yuan finally says they are here for almost the same reason, because Gushio and the others are also people hiding from danger. He openly reveals his guess that Gushio's group came from the upper realm and retreated here to avoid powerful enemies. Lu Yuan says his own reason is simpler and stranger. He is hiding from any danger he can, whether it comes from demons, cultivators, or the so-called path to immortality itself. Gushio cannot understand why someone this capable would skip the immortal ascension test, so Lu Yuan spells it out without hesitation. To Lu Yuan, the upper realm is not a prize at all but the same vicious world in a bigger box, honey to others but poison to him. As someone who already knows that truth, Gushio cannot argue with him and finally accepts that Lu Yuan is not here to expose them. Gushio leaves with one final condition: Lu Yuan can stay, but he must keep his cultivation hidden from the ordinary villagers, and Lu Yuan calmly agrees. After meeting Guxiu, Lu Yuan is formally accepted into Neo Family Village as its new schoolteacher. Guxiu backs that decision with real authority, warning the whole village that no one is allowed to slight, insult, or mistreat Lu Yuan. 2 years pass, and the quiet village school is now filled each morning with children reciting the Anilex under Lu Yuan's watch. Most of the children are trying hard, but Lu Yuan quickly spots one problem student. Shan Yao is barely paying attention and is even holding her book upside down. When Lu Yuan calls her name, Shan Yao jolts to her feet in panic with her cheeks suspiciously puffed out. Lu Yuan catches her red-handed for eating during morning reading, and Shan Yao hurriedly stuffs the last of the hidden meat bun into her mouth before denying everything. That flimsy lie only leaves Lu Yuan speechless, and the rest of the class watches like this familiar scene is today's entertainment. Lu Yuan walks over with the classroom ferrule and orders Shan Yao to hold out her hand. He gives her a light smack for discipline, but Shan Yao still hops in pain with tears gathering in her eyes. After the light punishment, Lu Yuan puts the lesson back on track and asks Shan Yao what take things as they come means. Shan Yao proudly mangles the quote into "since they came here, we should bury them here," and the whole classroom bursts into laughter. She even mistakes the laughter for approval, which only makes Lu Yuan tap her forehead in disbelief. Lu Yuan keeps testing her, but each quote from the Anilex turns into another wild answer about fighting, force, or beating people up. After that disastrous quiz, Lu Yuan finally admits defeat. Shan Yao's mind only seems to understand food and fighting. So Lu Yuan stops forcing scholarship on her and decides basic literacy is enough as long as Shan Yao can read cultivation methods and focus on body forging. But when Lu Yuan checks on her after half a year of his own secluded cultivation, the joke dies fast. Shan Yao has jumped from acquired realm 6th level to 9th. Lu Yuan can only glare at that absurd growth and admit, a little bitterly, that Shan Yao gets stronger just by eating while he had to fight for every step. Thinking back over these 2 years, Lu Yuan finally accepts how ridiculous Shan Yao's natural foodie luck is. With enough resources, she can be fed stronger at an absurd pace. So instead of forcing books into her head, Lu Yuan has spent these 2 years mainly teaching Shan Yao body forging and basic literacy. He also bought the Golden Light secret scripture for her, then paid again to alter his one-sided contract so he was even allowed to pass that cultivation method on. It looks generous on the surface, but Lu Yuan knows he profited too, because changing Shan Yao's path made him the master who shaped her future the most. Originally, Guxiu, Tang Hongji, and Lian Kaijun were the ones closest to guiding Shan Yao, but all three hesitated because they knew how dangerous cultivation could be. That hesitation only broke after the Black Snake King incident made it painfully clear that in this world, strength can decide whether a child survives or is taken. Because Lu Yuan appeared at that turning point, he ended up replacing them as Shan Yao's real guide into the cultivation world. That change in fate pays Lu Yuan back in a very direct way, pushing his accumulated luck value up to 22,000. Even so, Lu Yuan's gains are not just from teaching, because he has also spent these 2 years steadily advancing his own cultivation. By now, Lu Yuan has reached Heaven Path Foundation Establishment Level 7 with a Yang spiritual root, and his body has been pushed to innate 6th heaven by the pills he saved. The last missing step before core formation is clear now. Lu Yuan still needs to finish condensing an acquired Thunder spiritual root. Once the Thunder root is finished, Lu Yuan plans to complete a full 9 spiritual root Heaven Path Foundation establishment before he even attempts core formation. But the next real bottleneck is not talent, it is resources, because a golden core creation pill will be essential for his perfect breakthrough. To make that pill, Lu Yuan will have to leave the mountain and search for rare herbs himself, which is exactly what he does not want to do. His caution makes sense, because the Yu dynasty is already sliding into chaos under the influence of outside cultivators. The old emperor is near the end of his life, and instead of a simple inheritance, the throne is decided by open competition among several princes. Lu Yuan can already tell that system is being manipulated, because outside cultivators want the princes fighting so they can choose sides and compete through the empire's chaos. The real reason they care is the Yu dynasty's dragon vein, since the Immortal Ascension entrance opens there only after the empire becomes stable again. Lu Yuan sees the whole thing as a dirty setup and wants nothing to do with the throne fight or the so-called Immortal Ascension test. What he actually cares about is much simpler, the immortal herbs hidden in the deep mountains. Over the past 2 years, he has already found 1 herb near Neo Family Village that can be used in the Golden Core Creation Pill. That leaves only 2 more ingredients, and if he can gather them, Lu Yuan believes he may be able to attempt perfect Heaven Path core formation within 5 to 10 years. He also judges that once he succeeds with a perfect 9 spiritual root core, even ordinary 9 transformation core formation cultivators should no longer be able to suppress him. Still, he is not arrogant about it, because he knows a 9 spiritual root core is such a brutal challenge that without the system, pills, and luck value, his odds would barely exist. So Lu Yuan starts preparing on both fronts at once, continuing the search for pill ingredients, while steadily condensing his last Thunder spiritual root. If everything somehow goes smoothly, he thinks he can finish this perfect Heaven Path core formation in about 10 years. But Lu Yuan does not trust that hopeful timeline for a second, because the Yu dynasty's chaos is only getting worse. He knows that even a hidden place like Neo family village will eventually be touched once the prince's war spreads far enough. So Lu Yuan quietly settles on his real stance. When outsiders finally reach this mountain, he will make sure they do not drag him into their mess. In Lu Yuan's courtyard at Neo family village, Shan Yao trains with brutal little punches that already crack the ground under her feet. Lu Yuan is openly pleased, because this accidental disciple may be simple-minded, but her talent for body cultivation is frighteningly good. He picked the Golden Light secret manual for her because ordinary body cultivators hit hard but usually leave their divine souls exposed. The Golden Light secret manual fixes that weakness by slowly fusing soul and flesh, even if its early attack power is less explosive than other body tempering arts. For now, Shan Yao is still far from the higher realms, but at her current stage, raw strength alone already makes her dangerous. For years have passed since Lu Yuan entered the full moon mountain range, and the long tidal moon has already been running for 4 years too. That leaves Lu Yuan about 21 years before outside core formation cultivators can push into the mountains, so he sets himself a hard deadline to achieve perfect core formation first. By now he has nearly finished all his preparations, and the only major thing still missing is the golden core creation pill. Lu Yuan checks his own progress, and sees how much he has surged in 4 years, reaching foundation establishment level 9 with his body and soul strengthened alongside it. His cultivation could have gone even faster, but he deliberately refuses to chase quick progress before securing the materials for that pill. He already knows where the last 2 herbs are, but both lie in dangerous forbidden areas guarded by demons strong enough to make even him cautious. Those forbidden lands are not places to wander into lightly, especially with rumors of peerless demon kings carrying ancient beast bloodlines. Worse, entering some of these places requires imperial blood from the Yu royal family, which is why cultivators keep joining the prince's power struggle. The princes also control access to cultivation paradises like Great Sword Mountain and the Heavenly Saint Pond, turning secular war into a bargaining table for immortals. One of Lu Yuan's missing ingredients is the Heavenly Saint Lotus Root from the Heavenly Saint Pond. The other is the white bone crystal hidden inside the Myriad Bone Forest Mystic Realm. Together with the Phantom Soul Fruit he already has, those 3 treasures become the flesh, bone, and soul of the Golden Core Creation Pill. Then Lu Yuan gets one more key piece of timing. The Myriad Bone Forest will open in 7 years. With that deadline in mind, he quietly hardens his resolve to seize the white bone crystal no matter what. But before he can refine the pill, Lu Yuan realizes his luck is still too low for a safe Heaven Path core formation. He estimates he needs at least 50,000 luck, and ideally over 100,000, if he wants the breakthrough to stop feeling reckless. That pushes him toward the one method he trusts most, changing the fate of people born with extraordinary luck. He already proved it once by becoming Shan Yao's first master, a move that changed her path enough to hand him 10,000 luck outright. So Lu Yuan decides to keep developing quietly and wait for the next moment when Shan Yao's destiny opens wide enough for him to step in again. He also never forgets where they live, because Neo Family Village sits beside the terrifying country of 10,000 demons. This forbidden land is feared less for seals and more for sheer scale, with enough demons to swallow nearly a fifth of the entire Yu dynasty. Even the Black Snake King Lu Yuan killed before was only low tier by this place's standards, which says plenty about the monsters hiding deeper inside. The only reason Neo Family Village can stay so peaceful in a place like this is because Guxiu and the others are quietly holding the line. After some shameless research, Lu Yuan settles on a blunt plan to harvest more luck from Shan Yao by claiming more of the master role around her big turning points. A year later, in Lu Yuan's 5th year in the mountains, he finally puts that idea into motion. Outside Neo Family Village, Shan Yao curiously asks why Lu Yuan dragged her out so early. Lu Yuan points at a nearby mountain and tells her he left something there, giving her 1 day to find it. Shan Yao immediately fires back with a blunt question, asking why he does not fetch his own lost item if he misplaced it himself. Her answer makes Lu Yuan's face twitch, so he drops the explanation and threatens to skip her meals if she comes back empty-handed. That threat lands perfectly, because the moment food is on the line, Shan Yao panics and treats the mission like life or death. Without even asking what she is supposed to find, Shan Yao bursts toward the mountain at full speed. As soon as she disappears, Guxiu, Tang Hongji, and Lian Kaijun quietly step out beside Lu Yuan, revealing this was never a casual errand. Guxiu hesitates, then voices what all 3 are thinking. Is Lu Yuan really going to throw a child into real combat this early? Lu Yuan answers without flinching that Shan Yao cannot stay sheltered in the mountains forever, so meeting danger sooner may be better for her. He adds that Shan Yao is exactly the kind of genius who grows fastest through battle, not through pampered training. The others fall quiet, because in just 5 years Shan Yao has already pushed her body cultivation to perfection of the acquired stage at only 11 years old. To people at their level, that pace is monstrous, the kind that could carry Shan Yao to true martial before 30 if nothing stalls her rise. Even so, Guxiu still cannot let it go, and he points out the real problem. Lu Yuan has sent her onto a mountain with a 500-year-old demon on it. He spells it out plainly. That demon is roughly equal to a 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator, and demons are usually stronger than humans at the same level. Lu Yuan stays calm and turns the concern back on Guxiu, asking if he has started underestimating Shan Yao instead. Then he watches Shan Yao's disappearing figure and states with total certainty that her potential is far bigger than any of them think. Guxiu still cannot believe Lu Yuan would send 11-year-old Shan Yao to face a 500-year demon, but Lu Yuan looks completely sure of his plan. Lu Yuan is not being reckless at all, because Su Wanner is already slipping after Shan Yao in secret as her hidden guard. The whole test is carefully arranged, from the mountain Lu Yuan chose to the backup protection he placed around Shan Yao. What Lu Yuan really wants is to harden Shan Yao fast, because in less than 6 years he hopes to take her into the Myriad Bone Forest when it opens. He is counting on Shan Yao's absurd luck to help him find the white bone crystal later, because he does not trust himself to locate that treasure alone. Meanwhile, Shan Yao steps into the mountain forest and immediately wrinkles her nose at the thick rotten stench hanging in the air. Even with the smell bothering her, Shan Yao keeps charging uphill at surprising speed for such a small child. Halfway up the mountain, 3 mushroom-like demon patrolmen jump out and greedily block her path. Shan Yao puts on an innocent face and asks the big mushrooms if they saw the thing her sir threw up this mountain. The demons think she is easy to fool and happily tell her to come with them if she wants to find it. Shan Yao cheerfully agrees, and that answer makes the 3 demons relax completely as they step right into her range. The moment one demon gets close enough, Shan Yao drives a brutal punch straight into its face and blows it away. Before the other 2 can process what happened, Shan Yao crashes into them too and drops both with more heavy punches. The 3 battered demons stare at her in horror, because those soft little hands hit like giant hammers. Hidden in the dark, Su Wanner is left speechless by how terrifying Shan Yao looks once they are outside the village. What shocks Su Wanner even more is that Shan Yao clearly set the whole thing up and tricked the demons into coming close first. The demons themselves are just as confused, because they still do not understand why this little girl beat them up so suddenly. Shan Yao seriously explains that Lu Yuan taught her not to stand under danger and to strike first whenever someone looks suspicious. She follows that with an even harsher rule, saying people near death speak honestly, so she should beat them half to death before asking questions. The broken demons can only wonder what kind of devil would ever teach a child like that. Up in the tree, Su Wanner nearly falls off her branch because Shan Yao's bizarre logic somehow still works. The narration makes it clear that Shan Yao thinks this way because Lu Yuan has quietly drilled his stable survival habits into her for years. That warped common sense pays off here, because if Shan Yao had hesitated with those patrol demons, she might not have made it to the summit at all. After that first clash, the rest of the mountain is easy for her, because the smaller demons here are nowhere near the level of the old monster at the top. At the summit, Shan Yao finally comes face to face with the real ruler of the mountain, a 500-year willow tree demon. This time Shan Yao does not rush in, because one look is enough for her to judge that the tree demon is stronger than she is. So she switches to another of Lu Yuan's rules and immediately runs for the cave to grab the book he hid there. Book in hand, Shan Yao turns and bolts down the mountain without the slightest hesitation. Watching from concealment, Su Wanner, Guxiu, and the others are all stunned by how cleanly Shan Yao judged the danger and escaped. It turns out Guxiu and the others secretly came along too, because this is Shan Yao's first real trip away from the village and they all wanted to see what she had become. Their surprise grows because Shan Yao did not just fight hard, she used real judgment, which makes Lu Yuan's teachings suddenly look very effective. The story pauses to show why Shan Yao grew so strange, because all 4 of her masters raised her together, and each taught her a different survival skill. Lu Yuan tried to teach Shan Yao everything from spells to arrays, but she had no talent for the technical stuff, so he shifted her towards strategy, body cultivation, and pill work. The only reliable way to make Shan Yao study was to tie every lesson to food, and all 4 adults shamelessly joined in on that trick. Thanks to that ridiculous approach, Shan Yao ended up learning seriously and can already mix body techniques, swordsmanship, pills, and poisonous insects into real combat. That is what made her mountain escape so impressive, because she is only 11 and still just at the first level of the Khanate realm. There is also a strange limit on her body, because Shan Yao has no spiritual roots at all and cannot store spiritual power like a normal cultivator. At the same time, she absorbs spiritual energy at a shocking speed anyway, and even Lu Yuan cannot explain what she is. For now, that mystery does not stop her, because Shan Yao can still fight using innate vitality and the brute force of body cultivation. By the time she reaches the bottom, Shan Yao has completed Lu Yuan's test perfectly and brought back the book he wanted. Seeing that result, Guxiu admits Shan Yao really has learned a lot from Lu Yuan. Tang Hongji backs that up at once, saying Shan Yao already shows the qualities a real cultivator needs. Lien Kaijun goes a step further and dryly suggests it would be even better if she learned to poison people before hitting them. Lu Yuan keeps a calm face, but inside he is suddenly very aware that Shan Yao's other teachers are every bit as devious as he is. Even so, Lu Yuan decides Shan Yao has already learned enough of his stable style to survive most dangers by striking first, forcing truth, and running when needed. That is enough to convince Lu Yuan that his Myriad Bone Forest plan can finally start moving for real. With less than 6 years left before the forest opens, Lu Yuan turns his thoughts to the next obstacle, Only cultivators tied to the Yu imperial family are allowed inside. 7 years later, Luwei County is still one of the few quiet border towns left standing while the Yu dynasty tears itself apart in the prince's power struggle. That peace breaks for a moment when a squad of armed soldiers marches into the market with one clearly special man at their center. The townspeople instantly guess the truth. A man who commands soldiers without wearing an official uniform can only be one of those feared immortals. The soldiers paste up an imperial list and announce that the fourth prince is recruiting every extraordinary person in the region. The offer is generous for cultivators, with monthly mid-grade spirit stones and even chances to trade for techniques and magic tools from the royal treasury. Most commoners do not understand a word of it, but the message was never meant for them anyway. By that afternoon, the hidden people start surfacing as low-level cultivators quietly present themselves at the county magistrate's office. They are all old and weak by cultivation standards, but the fourth prince's side accepts them anyway because right now he wants numbers more than pride. 9 days pass, and the county only manages to gather 9 cultivators and 5 martial artists, including one innate butcher desperate to buy himself more life. On the 10th day, Lu Xing decides the county has yielded all it can and prepares to close the recruitment before the myriad bone forest opens. Just as the list is about to come down, a sloppy sword cultivator with a wine jug and a sword-carrying boy finally walks in. A soldier asks if they are here for the Sage Recruitment Board, and Lu Yuan answers with a warning instead of words. A gust slices past the guard and leaves a clean sword mark in the ground, making Lu Yuan's warning painfully clear. The frightened soldier immediately drops his attitude and escorts the pair inside with full respect. In the main hall, Lu Xing scans the newcomer with spiritual sense and quickly judges him to be a level 3 foundation establishment sword cultivator with decent strength. He even notices that the boy beside him is already around the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement, which makes the pair look useful enough to keep. Since Lu Yuan looks strong enough, Lu Xing waives the test and tells them to rest in the rear courtyard until departure. Lu Yuan answers by drinking in silence, and that casual disrespect instantly puts Lu Xing in a bad mood. Lu Xing swallows the insult for the sake of the mission and simply has soldiers take the master and disciple to their rooms. The other recruits come out to look, but Lu Yuan's arrogant act and the child beside him make most of them decide he is not worth getting close to. Once they are alone in their room, Shan Yao finally blurts out that this whole showy disguise makes no sense after all his warnings about staying low-key outside. Lu Yuan tells her the first rule of survival outside the mountain: never assume the people around you are fools. According to Lu Yuan, the hardest people to imitate are the truly smart and the truly stupid, so acting like a half-clever, slightly flashy mediocrity is often the most believable mask. That only makes Shan Yao more pleased with herself, and she immediately asks which kind of person he thinks she is. When Lu Yuan says she belongs to one of those 2 impossible-to-fake types, Shan Yao happily decides that means she must be smart. Lu Yuan keeps the real answer to himself and silently accepts that Shan Yao is the rare kind of natural fool other people could never fake. Back in Yo family village, the truth behind this trip comes out as Guxiu corners Lu Yuan and complains that taking Shan Yao into the outside world is far too reckless. Lu Yuan reminds him that Shan Yao is not alone at all, because he already sent a clone with the same cultivation as his real body to shadow her. Guxiu still cannot relax, because the myriad bone forest is full of terrifying old demon remains and monsters that can rival the strongest core formation cultivators. Lu Yuan pushes back that this was never his decision alone, and he reminds Guxiu that Shan Yao's strange talent makes the bone-filled forbidden area the perfect place for her to grow. He adds that Shan Yao may only be at an 8th stage, but her body is already much tougher than that level suggests, and the outside restrictions will keep anything above core formation from entering for now. Guxiu leaves with a sigh, still worried, which is exactly the reaction Lu Yuan was counting on. After Guxiu is gone, Su Wan'er asks Lu Yuan why he deliberately had her tell Tang Hongji and Lian Kaijun about the trip. Lu Yuan teases that her confusion proves she has never had to look after a child, because worried elders never stay put when that child walks into danger. He predicts with perfect confidence that Tang Hongji and Lian Kaijun will never be able to sit still once they hear Shan Yao is leaving the village. A little later, Guxiu goes to find the other 2 and discovers Tang Hongji's blacksmith shop shut tight with an out on business sign hanging on the door. When he checks Lian Kaijun's place and finds that empty too, Guxiu finally realizes those 2 slipped out together ahead of him. That discovery actually comforts him, because with Lu Yuan's clone, Tang Hongji, and Lian Kaijun all shadowing Shan Yao, she now has 3 core formation protectors behind her. And that was Lu Yuan's real plan all along: use Shan Yao's place in their hearts to bait free bodyguards into helping him chase the white bone crystal. With Shan Yao's luck and several hidden heavyweights tagging along, Lu Yuan knows this trip now has a much better shot at finding the treasure he really wants. Back in Luwei County after recruitment closes, Lu Xing gains 2 more late recruits, a crippled martial artist and a blind physician. Those 2 are really Tang Hongji and Lian Kaijun in deep disguise, and their altered faces and fake foundation establishment cultivation fool everyone except Lu Yuan. Shan Yao cannot prove anything yet, but her instincts are already telling her those 2 strange newcomers feel suspiciously familiar. Confident in their disguises, Tang Hongji and Lian Kaijun even walk up to Lu Yuan and suggest they all team up as fellow Foundation establishment cultivators. Lu Yuan calmly agrees, letting the whole arrangement slide neatly into place without exposing that he already knows exactly who they are. After one final day of rest, Lu Xing leads the gathered recruits out toward the Myriad Bone Forest inside the Empire. At the same time, several princes' teams are also heading toward the Myriad Bone Forest, so this forbidden ground is about to become a crowded contest of hidden agendas. Outside the sealed Myriad Bone Forest, waiting cultivators anxiously guess that the forbidden area should open within days. Rumor spreads that all 4 surviving princes have come because the forest still hides dragon energy that could tip the throne fight in 10 years. That news hits harder when someone adds that 5 of the top 10 experts on the mortal rank are here too, turning the forest into a brutal contest before it even opens. Everyone knows the rule in a forbidden area is simple and ugly. Once treasure appears, righteous and demonic labels mean nothing, and even fellow disciples can turn on you. The 4 princes have split their camps to the 4 directions around the forest, each sending people equipped with special vessels to gather dragon energy once it becomes visible. Only the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th princes are still in the race, because the other princes already lost out in the earlier struggle for dragon energy. Even so, none of them dares send all their strength here, because dragon energy already collected outside can still be stolen if their main bases are left weak. That leaves the newest recruits as the obvious cannon fodder, sent into the forest mainly to sense where dragon energy appears during the tidal moon. Because the princes expanded so fast and barely checked backgrounds, the scramble for manpower also opened the door for dangerous infiltrators. 100 miles from the 3rd prince's camp, a scream cuts through the dark forest and dies just as fast. When the killing stops, 30 cultivators from both righteous and demonic sects lie dead in the blood-soaked woods. 3 masked killers in black robes stand over the 30 bodies without a trace of pity, making it clear the massacre was deliberate. A 4th masked man returns from the dark in a foul mood, and one of the others mocks him for failing to catch the fleeing fat man. The returning masked man snaps back that Bai Dafei was slippery, lucky, and much harder to catch than he looked. The mocker only laughs harder, because in this group everyone carries luck, so he treats that failure as pure embarrassment. When Yu's temper finally breaks, and a corrosive rain starts pouring from the sky as his heavenly devil power rises. Behind the enraged masked man, a bizarre fish-bodied bird-winged mountain sea beast illusion appears, revealing the source of his flood-like poisonous rain. Another masked killer answers with his own heavenly devil form, summoning a one-legged flaming crane that cracks the ground and burns back the rain. Before they can clash, a 3rd masked man cuts in and forces the rain user to explain how Bai Dafei got away. When Yu reins himself in and admits Bai Dafei was only at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, but fought with instant exploding pills and tricky puppets that let him slip free. Hook Snake asks the only thing that really matters to them, and when Yu judges Bai Dafei's luck as just middle yellow grade. That answer kills the discussion, because to the Heavenly Devil Palace, a mere yellow grade target is barely worth the trouble. The chapter pulls back to explain their arrogance. True members of the Heavenly Devil Palace all carry at least mystic grade luck, far above ordinary yellow grade prey. Their real mission in this lower world is to kill luck bearers and feed that stolen luck to the heavenly devils possessing them. Because many of them are actually prodigies or sect higher-ups hiding in plain sight, they wear masks to keep their identities secret from the righteous world. Their descent during the tidal moon is itself part of an upper realm trial, since a talent-gathering event like this draws many of the lower world's luckiest people into one place. Back in the clearing, the masked killers prepare to move on, because this massacre was only to steal identities and slip into a prince's force before entering the forest. Once inside Myriad Bone Forest, they plan to hunt by the mortal rank, treating the strongest young geniuses as the richest luck targets. Just before they split up, one masked companion quietly asks where Bai Dafei escaped to. The pursuer immediately guesses this companion must know Bai Dafei from the lower world and starts probing his real identity. Another masked companion shuts that down on the spot, reminding him that even allies in the Heavenly Devil Palace cannot dig into each other's real names. The pursuer backs off and finally says Bai Dafei fled toward the 3rd prince's territory, which is enough for the silent companion. Without another word, the silent masked man leaves early, and the others barely care because this alliance was always temporary. On the east side of Myriad Bone Forest, Bai Dafei is still fleeing in panic and cursing the madmen who ambushed them. He gulps down pills as he runs, forcing his drained spiritual energy back up just enough to fly faster. The only reason he escaped at all, Bai Dafei realizes, is that years around Lu Yuan taught him to stay cautious and stay at the back instead of trusting the crowd. He remembers just how close when you came to killing him and senses that the masked attacker was holding back for reasons Bai Dafei still cannot grasp. That fear kills any thought of revenge, and Bai Dafei decides he wants nothing except as much distance from those masked cultivators as possible. He even starts thinking of abandoning the forbidden area altogether, because if those people enter Myriad Bone Forest too, he may not survive a second encounter. He tries to piece together their origin, but all he can conclude is that their beast-like techniques fit neither the righteous path nor the demonic one he knows. With too little information and no desire to test his luck again, Bai Dafei finally gives up trying to understand them and just keeps running. After half an hour, a familiar voice suddenly calls out from behind him, and Bai Dafei turns to see fellow sect junior Qingyan catching up. Seeing a familiar face from his own sect in this hostile place almost makes Bai Dafei relax on the spot. But just as he is about to meet up, Lu Yuan's old warning flashes back into his mind: the deadliest blade is the one that comes from behind. Lu Yuan's lesson had been blunt: never let your guard down, not against enemies, not against allies, not even against me. That memory flips Bai Dafei's mood from relief to suspicion, and he suddenly becomes wary of Qingyan instead of welcoming him. So before Qingyan gets too close, Bai Dafei calls out and tells him to stop there, claiming he has urgent business and they can talk later at the fourth prince's residence. Bai Dafei immediately accelerates again, trying to turn that caution into clean distance before anything goes wrong. Instead of backing off, Qingyan suddenly speeds up too, and the friendliness on his face hardens into something dark. The moment Bai Dafei sees Qingyan's expression, he realizes this approach is a trap and bolts without wasting a word. A surge of heat hits from behind, and Bai Dafei turns just in time to see Qingyan wrapped in flames and charging far faster than before. When Qingyan closes the gap in a blink, Bai Dafei gives up on running and decides to fight like a real pharmacist. Bai Dafei hurls a cluster of green pills, and they burst into a sheet of scorching green fire around Qingyan. Instead of slowing him down, the green fire is swallowed by a flaming horse phantom behind Qingyan, and his speed jumps again. That strange phantom instantly reminds Bai Dafei of Wenyu, and he realizes Qingyan is tied to the same hidden group. Qingyan flashes ahead and blocks the route, and Bai Dafei understands escape is pointless against this kind of speed. Forced into a showdown, Bai Dafei demands why Qingyan would risk murdering a fellow disciple. Qingyan calmly admits he only struck because he is sure no outsider will ever learn what happened here. Then he drops the real motive. Bai Dafei carries luck, and Qingyan wants that luck as fuel for his own cultivation. Qingyan dresses it up as the law of cultivators, saying the weak get taken and asking Bai Dafei for any last words. Instead of caving, Bai Dafei suddenly bursts out laughing and starts aiming straight at Qingyan's sorest weak point. Bai Dafei mocks him for talking big while failing to keep Yi Tingyu, his own mortal world fiancé, by his side. He twists the knife harder by saying Yi Tingyu would never choose someone as treacherous as Qingyan. And when Bai Dafei says Qingyan is not even fit to carry Lu Yuan's shoes, that finally snaps his temper. Now openly furious, Qingyan vows not just to kill Bai Dafei but to take Lu Yuan's head one day and prove him useless. He cuts the talk short, reveals he knows Bai Dafei has been secretly stalling to recover, and summons a long spear to finish it. Qingyan turns into a red streak and lunges, but Bai Dafei finally plays his hidden card and throws out his pill furnace as a weapon. Under Bai Dafei's purple chi cauldron control, the purple gold core furnace swells into a 10-meter giant carrying the power he has refined into it for decades. Qingyan collides with the giant furnace head-on, and the sky erupts in a deafening explosion. For the first time, Bai Dafei wins the power struggle and drives the furnace down hard enough to make Qingyan's spear bow under the pressure. That sudden display leaves Qingyan shocked, because the man he looked down on is strong enough to force him back. But just when Bai Dafei thinks this trump card might turn the fight, the scarlet flame stallion appears behind Qingyan again. Qingyan pushes the possession deeper, and flame patterns crawl over his skin while his legs stretch into hoofed beast limbs. This is Heavenly Devil's possession, and at 20% fusion Qingyan jumps from foundation establishment straight into first transition core formation power. The next instant, transformed Qingyan simply kicks the giant furnace away and blasts cracks across its surface. Because his life is tied to the furnace, Bai Dafei spits blood from the backlash but still forces down pills to stay in the fight. Even wounded, Bai Dafei sends the damaged furnace back in for another hit. Qingyan meets it with another kick, and the growing web of cracks shows he means to smash Bai Dafei's hope piece by piece. Then he turns into a blur and pounds the furnace over and over, each impact shaking Bai Dafei like a direct body blow. Bai Dafei keeps vomiting blood, but while he endures the beating he quietly studies Qingyan's movement pattern. He notices Qingyan's new speed comes with a flaw. His charges are almost all straight lines, because he still is not fully used to this power. Qingyan could have ended it cleanly, but he wants Bai Dafei to feel completely crushed first, and that arrogance leaves an opening. As Qingyan rushes in for what should be the last kick, Bai Dafei detonates the purple gold core furnace himself. The self-destruction lands like a core formation blast, and the furnace shards tear through Qingyan's body while the exploding artifact spirit also slams his soul. When the ashes clear, Qingyan is no longer untouchable, with wounds all over his body and one arm blown completely off. But Bai Dafei is in even worse shape, because the blast did not spare him either. A furnace fragment is lodged right in Bai Dafei's abdomen near his spiritual root, leaving even survival likely to cost him his cultivation. Both men struggle to recover in midair, but Qingyan can still steady his breathing while Bai Dafei's ruined foundation barely responds. Realizing his damaged spiritual root leaves him almost no chance to recover, Bai Dafei bitterly accepts that he may not survive this disaster. Barely standing after swallowing a pile of pills, Bai Dafei gathers the last strength he has left, knowing this next move is his final one. Across from him, Qingyan is in no good shape either, and for the first time he regrets playing with Bai Dafei instead of finishing him quickly. When Bai Dafei lifts his head, the look in his eyes hits Qingyan like a warning, and the stronger man suddenly feels the urge to retreat. That gaze reminds Qinyan of a dying tiger from his childhood that still tore out a guard's throat before it fell, and now Bai Dafei looks exactly that dangerous. Just as Qinyan hesitates between pressing in or waiting Bai Dafei out, slow clapping cuts through the standoff from somewhere off to the side. A masked man in black steps into view and praises Bai Dafei by name, revealing himself as the Heavenly Devil Bai Fang. Bai Fang had been shadowing Qinyan all along because the Heavenly Devil Palace knows lucky people are hard to kill and can still turn a doomed fight around. Watching the aftermath, Bai Fang admits Bai Dafei's luck and grit were beyond expectations, and the battered pharmacist suddenly looks worth far more than a simple kill. Instead of killing him on the spot, Bai Fang offers Bai Dafei a place in the Heavenly Devil Palace and boasts that even immortals exist within it. The word immortal shakes Bai Dafei for a moment, but behind the offer, Qinyan's face turns ugly at the thought that all his effort might end in recruitment instead of a kill. But Bai Dafei quickly steadies himself, and Bai Fang can tell from that silence alone that the answer is no. Bai Fang sighs that Bai Dafei is one of the rare people who refuses him, then coldly introduces himself again as the man who will now take Bai Dafei's luck and kill him. As he speaks, Bai Fang's body erupts with golden patterns and a blazing ancient bird phantom, revealing a possessed battle form even more terrifying than Qinyan's. Even knowing he cannot win, Bai Dafei stays strangely calm because he would rather die than join a place where people betray others and wear masks forever. For Bai Dafei, cultivation was never just about power or immortality, it was about freedom, distant horizons, and finding real friends along the way. So Bai Dafei suddenly asks Bai Fang a simple question: does he even have any friends? Bai Fang admits heavenly devils live behind masks and have no such thing, and Bai Dafei answers with a pitying grin that a man with no one to drink with is truly miserable. Then Bai Dafei pulls out his old Qingyan sword, and the familiar weight takes him back to the day he first entered Qingyan sect. Remembering Qingyan sect's teaching to keep one's original heart pure, Bai Dafei decides that if immortality means dying alone, he wants no part of it. He announces himself as Qingyan sect's Bai Dafei and charges forward first, choosing his path without a hint of hesitation. Bai Fang respects the resolve, but unlike Qinyan he refuses to underestimate it, so he answers this broken opponent with full killing force. A fiery red longsword shaped like a blazing feather appears in Bai Fang's hand, and one swing sends a giant flaming bird screaming toward Bai Dafei. Bai Dafei knows this strike should be the end, but instead of giving in he forces damaged spiritual power through his injured body and readies one last sword swing. At the edge of death, Bai Dafei bitterly admits he should have learned more from Lu Yuan's absurd caution instead of walking into the Heavenly Devil Palace's trap so carelessly. He thinks Lu Yuan would have doubted every stranger, planned for betrayal, and prepared for every ridiculous disaster, and the thought lands like a final lesson. As Bai Dafei prepares to die showing Qingyan pride, a familiar figure suddenly appears in front of him, so unexpected that he wonders if he is already hallucinating. Then the man turns around and jokes about how miserable senior brother Bai looks, and Bai Dafei nearly loses his mind because it is really Lu Yuan. Bai Fang's flaming bird slams into Lu Yuan a heartbeat later, but a dark green barrier with black tortoiseshell patterns rises and blocks it cold. The Bai Fang fire breaks around the formation like waves smashing into a reef, and when the blast clears, Lu Yuan and Bai Dafei are completely unharmed. That clean defense immediately puts Bai Fang on guard, because the newcomer hides his aura so well that Bai Fang cannot tell whether Lu Yuan is masking himself or simply far stronger. Bai Fang demands Lu Yuan's identity, and Lu Yuan answers only by looking past him toward Qinyan, who has already recovered enough to stand back in line. With a dark face, Qinyan answers for him. This is Bai Dafei's junior brother Lu Yuan, and the name clearly carries old trouble between them. Bai Fang has no interest in their personal grudge, but after one hard look at Lu Yuan and the nearby myriad bone forest, he decides neither Lu Yuan nor Bai Dafei can be allowed to leave alive. Facing the two pursuers, Lu Yuan quietly reads their status and is jolted by what he sees in Qinyan. Lu Yuan realizes Qinyan's luck value has surged, and even his luck talent has changed since their last meeting. What bothers Lu Yuan even more is that neither Qinyan nor Bai Fang seems to have a visible upper limit on luck. Lu Yuan quickly connects the dots and suspects these two can steal other people's luck, just like he can build his own. That makes Bai Fang especially dangerous, because anyone who can reshape Qinyan this much must come from a far bigger world than the lower realm. With his main body absent, Lu Yuan makes a cold calculation. If this clone dies, that loss is still worth testing an enemy like this. Instead of fleeing, Lu Yuan gives Bai Dafei special pills to steady his ruined spiritual route. He tells Bai Dafei to fly east, find Shan Yao, and follow a guiding sword to the girl and her other masters. Bai Dafei trusts him without hesitation, swallows the pills, and feels his collapsing condition finally stabilize. Before leaving, Bai Dafei warns that Bai Fang and Qinyan use strange techniques, and Lu Yuan answers with quiet confidence. Bai Dafei heads east, because he knows Lu Yuan only stays behind when he believes he can survive it. Bai Fang lets Bai Dafei go, because he knows the real obstacle is Lu Yuan standing in front of him. While the standoff hardens, Bai Fang secretly orders Qinyan to call the other heavenly devils. Qinyan immediately breaks away to fetch help, and Lu Yuan does not waste strength trying to stop him. Once they are alone, Lu Yuan bluntly tests Bai Fong by asking if he really comes from the upper realm. Bai Fong dodges the question and throws one back, saying Lu Yuan's divine abilities are far too polished for a normal lower realm cultivator. Neither man explains himself, so the battlefield sinks into a strange silence while both sides keep waiting for an opening. Bai Fong is buying time for reinforcements, and Lu Yuan is doing the exact same thing. Far away at the edge of the myriad bone forest, Shan Yao suddenly realizes Lu Yuan has disappeared from the group. Tang Hongji and Lian Kaijun admit they never even noticed when Lu Yuan slipped away. The group had stopped outside the forbidden area on purpose, because even core formation cultivators have to tread carefully around the myriad bone forest. Their caution matters because the Yu dynasty's luck can boost local cultivators enough to threaten even stronger visitors. Lu Yuan had left because a tracking item on Bai Dafei suddenly told him his senior brother was in trouble and being chased. He rushed over without explanation, and that timely backup is the only reason Bai Dafei is still alive. Back at the standoff, probing finally ends when Bai Fong decides Lu Yuan is troublesome but still beatable once the other heavenly devils arrive. Thinking Bai Dafei is already a crippled target, Bai Fong chooses to focus everything on killing Lu Yuan first. Bai Fong's flames flare higher, and Lu Yuan answers by surrounding himself with green flame of his own. As he studies that green flame, Bai Fong realizes Lu Yuan is hiding even more than one divine ability inside it. Between green flame, gilded sand, formless squall, and the 9-guard return to origin array, Bai Fong can tell this opponent is far from ordinary. Bai Fong stops underestimating him and finally brings out his full set of flame feather motherchild swords. The 5 swords streak forward and transform into flaming birds as they rush Lu Yuan. A moment later the 5 blades reconnect into one enormous Bai Fong phantom that turns the sky red. With a cold command, Bai Fong sends that giant flame bird diving at Lu Yuan like a meteor. Lu Yuan answers by reinforcing his array with gilded sand and formless squall when he sees the basic defense will not be enough. The black tortoise patterns on the barrier glow with gold, and a spinning green gold shield locks into place around Lu Yuan. The flaming Bai Fong slams into that defense, and sparks explode across the sky. Bai Fong keeps pressing harder, trying to crush straight through the shell instead of circling around it. Tiny cracks begin to spread across Lu Yuan's array, and Bai Fong finally smiles behind the mask. Lu Yuan frowns as he realizes even this reinforced 9-guard return to origin array cannot take a full hit from Bai Fong. The strain reaches its limit, and the entire defensive array bursts apart in a loud explosion. Bai Fong drives straight through the wrecked defense, convinced Lu Yuan has run out of options. But the instant Lu Yuan changes stance and draws on sword intent, Bai Fong's confidence turns into shock. Bai Fong suddenly realizes Lu Yuan is not just a spell cultivator, and that hidden edge is terrifying. Looking up at the incoming flame bird, Lu Yuan calmly says that if this is all Bai Fong has, the fight is already over. Lu Yuan unleashes the one-chi sword control technique and sends a blade of sword chi straight at the charging Bai Fong. Lu Yuan's sword chi slams into Bai Fong's flaming bird and splits it apart in one clean strike. The shattered Bai Fong fire scatters away, but Lu Yuan's sword chi still keeps coming straight for Tang Chu. Forced to get serious, Tang Chu calls out Bai Fong's phantom and deepens his heavenly devil possession. Now stronger than before, Tang Chu catches the incoming sword chi barehanded and crushes it. Tang Chu turns smug again and tells Lu Yuan that a talent like his is wasted in the resource-starved lower realm. Because he cannot sense any golden core power from Lu Yuan, Tang Chu convinces himself he has seen through everything. That misread makes Tang Chu bolder, and he even regrets letting Bai Dafei go earlier. Then the mood flips hard when deathly aura spills out around Lu Yuan, and the air turns icy cold in broad daylight. Behind Lu Yuan, the Soul Reaper rope finally appears, and even Tang Chu feels real danger for the first time. Tang Chu drops his pride on the spot and turns to flee instead of risking a fight he no longer controls. Lu Yuan does not let him go, because once the Soul Reaper rope is out, he means to finish this. The Soul Reaper rope splits into many hooked chains and streaks after Tang Chu even faster than his boosted escape speed. Tang Chu erupts with Bai Fong fire to stop them, but the spectral chains pass through the flames like they are nothing. The hooks punch straight into Tang Chu's body and lock onto what really matters, his 2 souls. With one brutal pull, Lu Yuan rips out both Tang Chu's human soul and the remnant soul of the ancient beast Bai Fong. The empty body starts dropping from the sky, but the captured souls still thrash wildly inside the Soul Reaper rope. When the divine beast soul nearly shakes the rope loose, Lu Yuan coldly tightens control instead of letting it recover. Lu Yuan pours a scorching green soul flame into the chain, turning his pill-refining technique into a weapon against the divine beast soul. The green soul fire tears into Bai Fong's remnant soul, and Tang Chu's human soul finally panics when he sees it. Even while winning, Lu Yuan realizes the divine beast soul is unusually stubborn, as if a hidden restriction is protecting its core. Since he cannot pry out that last protected core, Lu Yuan changes tactics and refines everything else instead. That refinement finally condenses into a crimson Bai Fong fire spirit pearl in front of him. The moment Lu Yuan releases the last marked fragment of Bai Fong's soul, it vanishes on its own, confirming someone else still had a leash on it. Lu Yuan still has Tang Chu's human soul bound when it suddenly twists in pain from another hidden restriction. He hurriedly throws up the 9-guard return to origin array around the bound soul, trying to suppress the backlash before it erupts. It still is not enough, and Tang Chu's human soul disappears right in front of Lu Yuan. Watching a core formation enemy die in such a strange way leaves Lu Yuan uneasy about the heavenly devil palace behind him. Then the system confirms the kill and rewards Lu Yuan with a huge jump of 10,000 luck points. He quickly figures out why the reward is so high. Killing Tang Chu did not just end one life, it also twisted the fate of many others tied to him. Lu Yuan wastes no time, searches Tang Chu's corpse, and prepares to leave before Qingyan can return with reinforcements. He judges that Bai Dafei should run into Tang Hongji and Lian Kaiju near Shangyao, but he still refuses to gamble on how many heavenly devils are out there. So instead of chasing a bigger fight, Lu Yuan chooses the safest move and gets out fast. While moving, he checks the spoils and finds that Tang Chu's storage bag is light on treasures, but the 5 flaming feather swords are worth keeping. His other big prize is the Bai Fang Fire Spirit Pearl, which can give a fire cultivator a chance to awaken Bai Fang power. The word chance only makes Lu Yuan more interested, because with enough luck, chance is exactly the kind of problem he can beat. Even so, he does not absorb it now and quietly stores the pearl away until this whole crisis is over. 15 minutes after Lu Yuan leaves, 3 heavenly devils reach the battlefield and find Bai Fang already dead on the ground. Even Wen Yu, who did not get along with Bai Fang, goes quiet at the sight of the corpse. Hook Snake turns to Qingyan and demands the killer's name. Still reeling, Qingyan finally says Lu Yuan of Qingyan's sect was the one who stopped them and killed Bai Fang. Hook Snake repeats Lu Yuan's name like he is carving it into memory. Wen Yu examines the corpse and concludes Bai Fang was struck down by a divine soul attack, because the body shows almost no obvious wounds. From the traces left behind, Wen Yu estimates Lu Yuan has at least 6th or 7th transformation core formation strength. Hook Snake agrees, because they all know Bai Fang was far harder to kill than an ordinary core formation cultivator. Once Hook Snake asks what makes Lu Yuan special, Qingyan lays out everything he knows about him. The 3 are shaken when they hear Lu Yuan only reached Foundation establishment less than 20 years ago. After checking the battlefield again, they confirm Lu Yuan was still only Foundation establishment, because no second golden core aura was left behind. That makes Lu Yuan even more dangerous, a Foundation establishment cultivator who killed a monster like Bai Fang. Hook Snake decides they cannot linger here in case Lu Yuan has allies nearby, and Wen Yu backs the retreat. Qingyan follows, but inside he is still rattled that both Bai Dafei and Lu Yuan were far stronger than he ever imagined. What really crushes Qingyan is that his hunt for Bai Dafei may now be exposed, which means abandoning his old identity and going into hiding for real. By the time he accepts that, Qingyan's hatred for Lu Yuan burns even hotter, because he blames Lu Yuan for stealing his wife, wrecking his plans, and forcing him out. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, never took Qingyan that seriously, and only saw him as luck waiting to be harvested later. After the heavenly devils leave, one of Lu Yuan's hidden paper men crawls up beside Bai Fang's corpse and quietly watches them go. Through the hidden paper man, Lu Yuan quietly identifies the group by name, including Qingyan, Wen Yu Jiang Yuan, and Hook Snake Zhao Hengyu. Lu Yuan had planted those paper men before leaving because he already suspected Bai Fang and Qingyan were part of something organized. Their face-changing tricks do not matter to him, because his system can still investigate them as long as he knows the right name. That is why Lu Yuan is not intimidated by heavenly devils hiding in the dark anymore. Once their names are exposed, they stop feeling untouchable. The story shifts east of Myriad Bone Forest, where Bai Dafei notices Lu Yuan has been oddly silent since coming back. Instead of answering directly, Lu Yuan turns the talk to Bai Dafei's body and points out that his spiritual root is badly damaged. Bai Dafei jokes bitterly that being alive is enough, but his empty eyes make it obvious he is crushed by what this might mean for his future. When Lu Yuan checks in with the system, the strange part is not the injury at all but that Bai Dafei's luck has actually gone up. Lu Yuan realizes this disaster must secretly be a good turning point for Bai Dafei, probably tied to that ruined spiritual root. So Lu Yuan sincerely tells him this may not be the end, and that a damaged spiritual root could still become a breakthrough instead of a dead end. Bai Dafei falls silent to think it over, and Lu Yuan suddenly gets a system reward because that one sentence pushes an important decision forward. That shock turns into delight for Lu Yuan, because he has just gained luck value simply by nudging the timing of Bai Dafei's choice. Bai Dafei thanks him and finally reveals he has an ancient cultivation technique, but using it means destroying his current power and starting over. He admits he had always hesitated to use it, but after this injury he no longer has much choice. Now Lu Yuan understands the whole thing. Bai Dafei was never unlucky, he was just a late-blooming fortune waiting for the right trigger. He figures his earlier comfort worked so well because it cut out the long miserable phase Bai Dafei would normally suffer before reaching this same choice. With that realization, Lu Yuan instantly stops seeing Bai Dafei as a patient, and starts seeing him as a very promising source of future luck. Lu Yuan suggests Bai Dafei should not recover among the prince factions and instead come to his own place. When Bai Dafei asks where that is, Lu Yuan quietly tells him Neo family village by voice transmission and reveals this body is only his clone. That revelation hits Bai Dafei hard, because Lu Yuan's clone is already this strong while the real body is still elsewhere. Bai Dafei's pride flares up, and he secretly decides to take the most dangerous but highest potential version of his rebuilding technique. Lu Yuan gets another system reward when Bai Dafei locks in the 7 Absolutes Golden Immortal Records, upper 3 Absolutes. At that point, Lu Yuan looks at Bai Dafei like he is glowing, because in his eyes this senior brother has become premium luck harvest material. Greedy for one more push, Lu Yuan starts feeding Bai Dafei risky fighting slogans and all-in advice to see if he can squeeze out even more luck. It does not work at all, because Bai Dafei has already made up his mind and refuses to budge. So Lu Yuan backs off and decides he can always harvest Bai Dafei again after this new path has had time to grow. Then Lu Yuan catches himself thinking way too naturally about scheming against his own senior brother, and the thought gives even him pause. He quickly softens the idea by deciding future setups should happen only in places he can fully control, not in truly deadly situations. That is when Lu Yuan sees the larger pattern. If he manages to danger himself, he can guide lucky people into turning points, save them, and harvest luck again and again. In Lu Yuan's mind it is a neat win-win, because they survive and change fate, while he collects the luck spilling out of the process. By the end, Lu Yuan cannot help letting out a quiet, mischievous laugh at the elegant little system he has just invented. Hidden among other cultivators, Hook Snake, Wen Yu, and Qingyan still have no idea Lu Yuan already uncovered who they really are. They trusted their masks completely, because the Heavenly Devil Palace built them to fool even far stronger cultivators. Then Qiongqi's shadow appears inside the ethereal mirage and immediately tears into them for failing to stop 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Even through the projection, Qiongqi's presence feels like an ancient beast staring them down, and all 3 can only tremble. Qiongqi singles out Qingyan and orders the newcomer to step closer to the mirror. A pair of shadow hands burst out from the mirror projection and clamps onto Qingyan's face. Qingyan screams as Qiongqi rewrites more than his skin, twisting even the shape of his divine soul. When Qiongqi lets go, Qingyan collapses with a new face and a cultivation drop to Foundation Establishment Level 8. Qiongqi coldly tells Qingyan the change goes deeper than appearance, so even those closest to him will not recognize him unless he speaks up. Qiongqi makes the rule clear: this trial is theirs alone, and anyone who fails was never qualified to inherit a heavenly devil. The water mirror vanishes, and only after Qiongqi is gone do the 3 dare to breathe again. As Qingyan steadies himself, he realizes Qiongqi also stripped away a chunk of his luck during that soul alteration. That bitter loss reminds him what the Heavenly Devil Palace really is: a loose pack where reserve members are disposable and only killers who devour rival inheritors become true core members. Hook Snake turns practical and warns Qingyan that their real mission is collecting the Empire's scattered dragon energy, not chasing personal grudges. He goes further and bluntly tells Qingyan to avoid Lu Yuan, because anyone who could kill Bai Fang might even be stronger than Hook Snake himself. Qingyan lowers his head and says nothing, but the look on him makes it obvious he still wants revenge. Hook Snake catches that look, decides a fool bent on dying is not his problem, and walks away without another word. Wen Yu also leaves, and with Bai Fang already dead, the surviving heavenly devils start treating this trial as genuinely lethal. They comfort themselves with one hope: the myriad bone forest is huge, and if they disguise themselves well, maybe they never have to cross paths with Lu Yuan again. A few days later in Neo family village, Lu Yuan sits alone in his courtyard, quietly weighing the Bai Fang Fire Spirit Pearl in his hand. He knows the pearl's main value is mutating a fire spiritual root, a rare upgrade that can grant special talent but carries real risk. What stops him is not fear of failure alone, but the fact that a mutated root could wreck his careful path toward perfect core formation. Just as he wonders if the pearl can be used another way, the system offers him an unexpected route: feed it to the green flame technique instead. That answer is exactly what he wanted, so Lu Yuan decides on the spot to upgrade the technique instead of his spiritual root. The fire spirit pearl dissolves into pure energy, and a phantom Bai Fang rises behind Lu Yuan before sinking into his body. The whole process feels almost gentle, and when it ends, Lu Yuan has a new divine ability called Bai Fang Green Flame. He reads the new effect and realizes it not only strengthens his green flame, but can also borrow Bai Fang's power for partial mythification. That makes Lu Yuan pause, because the new skill sounds almost exactly like the same power Bai Fang used before dying. So he takes out Bai Fang's old spoils again, focusing on the Heavenly Devil Mask and the Heavenly Devil Token he still could not use before. He had hesitated to throw away 2 mid-grade magic items, but their restrictions made them useless to him until now. Testing a new theory, Lu Yuan channels Bai Fang Green Flame into the Heavenly Devil Mask. The mask responds at once, and Lu Yuan feels the inner restriction loosen as if he finally has the right key. He still does not trust it on his real body, so Lu Yuan summons a clone and hands the mask over for a safer test. The clone flies several kilometers away from the village first, making sure any hidden danger will not reach Lu Yuan's home. Only after putting it on does the mask show its worth, turning the clone's aura so obscure that even Lu Yuan can barely pin him down. After a few more trials confirm the mask is stable, Lu Yuan's attention shifts to the Heavenly Devil Token. He pieces it together that the token probably links a user's divine soul to the Heavenly Devil Palace, and he starts wondering whether Baifeng Green Flame can let him pass as one of them. With the Heavenly Devil token in hand, Lu Yuan sends his clone a full 100 miles away before trying anything. He still does not trust the token, so he spends the time setting defensive and concealment arrays around the area first. Lu Yuan's whole plan is built around one fear. If the palace already knows Baifeng is dead, even sending in a soul fragment could turn into a disaster. What gives him just enough confidence is the memory he stole from Baifeng's human soul. Baifeng was never a unique seat, and several heavenly devils share that same inherited source. He also realizes that clue was probably leaked on purpose, which tells him the Heavenly Devil Palace hides its real secrets very carefully. Even so, Lu Yuan only proceeds because the soul being sent in belongs to his clone, and he absolutely does not want to lose a body with 90% of his own strength. Once every precaution is in place, the clone channels Lu Yuan's Baifeng Green Flame into the Heavenly Devil token. The token responds like the Heavenly Devil mask, flashing with black light as Lu Yuan sends his divine soul inside. After a dizzy blur, Lu Yuan opens his eyes inside a gray city-like space veiled as if everything is behind thin gauze. He barely has time to look around before a masked passerby brushes past and coldly tells the newbie not to block the way. Lu Yuan tries to inspect the masked passerby with his system, and for the first time he gets nothing but question marks. When he checks the other masked people in the street and gets the same result every time, Lu Yuan becomes even more careful. He quickly reasons out why this place is special, and everyone here is only a fragment of the real person rather than a complete body his system can read. Before he decides what to do next, a bizarre one-eyed lantern floats up and asks if he is a newcomer. After Lu Yuan admits he is new, the lantern laughs and starts explaining that there have been an unusual number of newcomers lately. The lantern first lays out the palace hierarchy. The outer city is for those below 30% awakening, the middle city is for 30 to 60, and core members are anything above that. It adds that members above 60% can use a Heavenly Devil's core innate abilities, making them far stronger than normal cultivators of the same level. Then the lantern bluntly guesses how he got here. With no guide, Lu Yuan must have killed a Heavenly Devil and stolen the inheritance himself. Lu Yuan puts on a perfect act of shock and unease, hiding how carefully he is thinking behind the reaction. Pleased with itself, the lantern explains that the Heavenly Devil Palace does not care if members kill each other because the strong are meant to rise over corpses. Its real warning is simple and ugly. In this place only strength matters, so the first rule for a newcomer is to keep their real identity buried. The lantern makes the stakes crystal clear by saying that once someone's identity leaks, the trouble that follows is worse than a newcomer can imagine. After the warning, the lantern calls Lu Yuan over and flicks out a small flame for him to receive. When the flame touches him, Lu Yuan realizes it is not an attack at all but a packet of direct knowledge, like enlightenment jade. That knowledge confirms Lu Yuan's guess that the Heavenly Devil Palace is less a sect than a loose network held together by one inheritance called Heavenly Devil Possession. Heavenly Devils themselves turn out to be ancient expert marks that kept their power but lost their original will. To qualify for the palace, a cultivator has to inherit one of those origin marks in the first place. But inheriting one is not just rare, it demands major luck, because Heavenly Devils are powers that sit outside the normal order of heaven. That is why Heavenly Devils obsess over stealing luck and will do ruthless things to keep feeding their inherited marks. The palace's method is brutally practical. Whenever major events create outstanding geniuses and troublemakers, Heavenly Devils target those people and harvest their luck. That hunting style naturally turns the whole world against them, because the people they kill usually belong to major sects or have hidden protectors behind them. Even more dangerously, Heavenly Devils are luck bearers too, so they sometimes run into each other as prey and hunter in the same game. That finally makes the lantern's earlier comment click for Lu Yuan. Inside this organization, members killing each other is not a flaw but part of the system. The next reveal catches his interest even more. Heavenly Devil Possession is not fixed, and a member can go to the Heavenly Devil Cave to try replacing an incompatible one. Some people even carry multiple Heavenly Devils at once, but that only works if their luck is strong enough to hold them down. If that luck runs thin, those Heavenly Devils can simply abandon their host, and every act of possession burns more luck in the first place. So the true core of Heavenly Devil Possession is brutally clear to Lu Yuan now. Every upgrade comes with luck as the price. He also learns that the palace runs on hidden deals, with members trading intelligence, techniques, and assassinations behind sealed identities. To Lu Yuan, the whole place suddenly feels like a cultivator dark web where nobody shows their real face unless they want to die. Then comes the most useful part for him personally. Inside the Heavenly Devil Palace, luck value itself is the real currency. Looking at his own 40,000 luck, Lu Yuan suddenly realizes he is standing in this place as a very rich man. He immediately checks the token's listings and starts scanning what the palace currently has for sale. Almost at once, he spots exactly what he has been missing for a long time: the core formation and nascent soul volumes of the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique. The discovery is tempting because it was his first cultivation technique, and he never expected its later volumes would appear in a place like this. Even with plenty of luck, he reins himself in and reminds himself that most of it still has to be saved for a heaven-defying core formation. He weighs the numbers carefully, figuring that 50,000 luck and his destined lucky star doubling effect should push his success rate for that breakthrough close to certain. That thought only makes him more cautious, because if core formation is already this expensive, the cost of nascent soul and apotheosis will be even worse. He comforts himself with one practical hope: once he reaches the upper realm, the world's higher grade should make luck easier to gather. Still, true to himself, Lu Yuan sets a hard rule that he will not go up there before reaching nascent soul or at least the 5th stage of core formation. After deciding where to spend and where to save, he contacts the seller through the token to buy the 9 guard tortoiseshell volumes. He pays a tiny slice of his luck, only 100 points, and quietly secures the technique he wanted. With nothing else worth buying for now, Lu Yuan leaves the Heavenly Devil Palace without lingering. Back outside, Lu Yuan still refuses to relax and leaves the clone standing inside the sealed array while he watches for any strange contamination from the trip. Only after confirming there is nothing strange on the clone does Lu Yuan finally let it head back. Soon after returning from the Heavenly Devil Palace, Lu Yuan sent his clone ahead because the Myriad Bone Forest was about to open. Around the forest, the 4 princes had already gathered their people to seize the scattered dragon energy hidden inside. For when used side, ownerless dragon energy was the real prize, because it promised huge luck with far less danger than hunting a luck-favored person directly. Bai Fang's death and Qin Yan's heavy injuries while chasing Bai Dafei had already taught everyone how costly that kind of hunt could become. Lu Yuan wanted the dragon energy too, because he could absorb it just like the heavenly devils. He was already close to core formation through the heavenly path, so this trip mattered far more than a simple treasure hunt. If he found the white bone crystal here and later secured the heavenly Saint Lotus root, he could finally refine the golden core creation pill. Lu Yuan was confident that with his pill skill and enough luck, refining that pill would go smoothly once the ingredients were in hand. He had already worked out the next step too. The 3rd prince was offering a heavenly Saint Lotus root as a reward. That meant 5 streams of dragon energy plus 1 white bone crystal would complete everything he needed for the golden core creation pill. So when the opening day arrived, Lu Yuan treated this trip to the Myriad Bone Forest with full seriousness. Elsewhere outside the forest, a Shirxian sect disciple nervously informed Fujio that the Myriad Bone Forest was about to open. Fujio rose without emotion, looking less like a living man and more like a corpse that had learned to walk. The bronze coffin on his back stood upright too, its surface bound tight with yellow sealing talismans like chains. One glance from Fujio was enough to make his fellow sect disciples shiver, because they knew exactly how ruthless he was. He simply said, "Let's go," and the disciple answered like he'd just been spared. About 10 Shirxian sect disciples fell in behind him, while nearby cultivators from other sects watched but chose not to start a fight. By now everyone cared more about the path of immortal ascension than the old righteous versus demonic feud, even if no one truly trusted their temporary allies. Then the 4 princes used their royal bloodline as the key, and the mist around the Myriad Bone Forest began to peel away. A bell rang from deep inside the forest, and that single sound told everyone the forbidden area was officially open. The waiting cultivators surged into the forest at once, and Fujio moved with them. At another entrance, Qin Yan stared at the forest and swore to come back for Lu Yuan once he had enough dragon energy and stronger scarlet flame stallion power. Lu Yuan had become Qin Yan's heart demon, the one enemy he felt he had to kill to settle his mind. With that vow buried under his disguise, Qin Yan stepped into the Myriad Bone Forest. On the eastern side, Shan Yao watched everyone else rush in and finally asked Lu Yuan why they still weren't moving. Lu Yuan only smiled and told her that in places like this, moving first was not always the smart choice. Seeing all 3 of her masters acting the same way, Shan Yao started to realize there was a lesson hidden in their patience. Lian Kaijun gently explained that forbidden areas hide unknown dangers, so it was safer to let others test the early paths first. Shan Yao lit up at once and proudly blurted out that the 3 masters were using everyone else to scout the road. Lu Yuan was a little surprised she had actually nailed the point, because that was exactly why they had waited. Since even core formation cultivators had died in the Myriad Bone Forest before, Lu Yuan refused to treat the place lightly. After waiting about half an hour for the first wave to disappear inside, Lu Yuan finally decided it was time to move. Tang Hongji and Lian Kaijun gave him a silent nod, making it clear the whole group was ready. Lu Yuan pulled out his ordinary-looking geometric compass and quietly laid down an array that hid all 4 of them. Under that concealment, the 4 of them finally entered the Myriad Bone Forest. The moment they crossed into the mist, Lu Yuan felt the same death aura he knew from the gates of hell. He immediately activated his Yin spiritual root and shifted the array to Yin as well, turning that hostile death aura into usable spiritual energy. Lian Kaijun praised the array work on the spot, saying Lu Yuan's skill would rank among the best even in the upper realm. Lu Yuan answered with modesty, but Tang Hongji was already rolling his eyes because that was obviously not just a basic level of understanding. The group soon reached the true bone forest, where white skeletal trees rose over piles of old cultivator and beast remains. One look at that landscape made Lu Yuan warn the others to stay alert, because he felt trouble was already close. A rustling sound answered him almost immediately, and a pack of bronze bone demons began shambling out of the forest. Since these Foundation establishment bone demons were no threat to them, Lu Yuan, Tang Hongji, and Lian Kaijun all turned to Shan Yao instead. Shan Yao caught the message right away and stepped out of the array to meet the monsters herself. The fight started fast, and the bone demon's hard, pain-free bodies still weren't enough to stop Shan Yao's brute strength. After a few quick glances, Lu Yuan stopped worrying about Shan Yao and turned back to the real reason he came. He flicked out several papermen from his storage bag and sent them running into the surrounding forest as scouts. With those scouts covering what his spiritual sense couldn't, Lu Yuan began searching in earnest for dragon energy and white bone crystals. Dragon energy seemed manageable to track, but white bone crystals were harder, because they came from the transformed bone marrow of fallen nascent soul experts. That meant he needed to find places where nascent soul cultivators had died, and he judged the odds would improve the closer he got to the center. So Lu Yuan told Tang Hongji and Lian Kaijun he had personal business to handle and asked them to watch over Shan Yao. They agreed without argument, giving Lu Yuan room to break off on his own. After that, Lu Yuan headed straight toward the central region of the myriad bone forest. The closer he got, the more bone demons he encountered, and the stronger they became. He also started seeing traces of other cultivators fighting nearby, but he avoided them on purpose and kept moving. Even in the large central zone, the sheer number of entrants meant Lu Yuan soon ran into the first group directly ahead of him. That first group turned out to be demonic monks from the Huanxi sect. Deep in the myriad bone forest, Lu Yuan looks surrounded, but the swarming bone demons are far too weak to worry him. He also notices 3 Huanxi sect demonic monks nearby, but at their level, they barely register as a threat. Lu Yuan has no interest in wasting time on them, because he came here for dragon energy and the white bone crystal. But the 3 monks have already marked him as prey and start bragging about their favorite trick. Zhu Ding smugly explains that anyone pushing toward the Forbidden Center will trigger bone demons, get worn down, and become easy loot. His junior brothers eagerly praise him, proud that they have already ambushed and robbed 2 groups since entering the forest. Even so, Zhu Ding keeps one eye on caution and decides to watch Lu Yuan a little longer in case this lone cultivator is hiding his real strength. When Zhu Ding looks again, Lu Yuan is simply gone, and the bone demons are left milling around in confusion. That instant disappearance hits Zhu Ding with pure alarm. Then Lu Yuan's voice sounds from behind them, and the hunters realize their prey is standing over them on a flying sword. Zhu Ding instantly drops the act and orders all 3 of them to attack at once. The 3 demonic monks swell into giant blood arhats, turning themselves into hulking blood-chi monsters. Zhu Ding reaches Lu Yuan first and throws a full-force punch, expecting to smash him before he can react. Instead, Zhu Ding's fist slams into a green barrier and stops cold several meters from Lu Yuan. Before the other 2 can follow up, all 3 blood arhats suddenly freeze in place. Zhu Ding looks down and realizes golden gilded sand has already wrapped around all of them. Zhu Ding tries to beg for mercy, but Lu Yuan never gives him the chance. The gilded sand crushes all 3 demonic monks into a burst of blood mist in one brutal instant. Lu Yuan coldly sums up his rule here after the quick slaughter: only the dead are truly safe. He immediately refines the 3 dead monk souls into divine soul pills. Their memories are mostly useless garbage, because these 3 had spent their time hiding here and robbing weaker people. But one clue stands out. Before entering the forest, they saw Shixian's sect Dozi Fujio leading a group straight toward the center with a clear objective. Lu Yuan decides that anything important enough for Fujio to chase is worth following, because it is almost certainly better than searching blind. Before leaving, he carefully wipes away all signs of the fight so no one can trace what happened here. In the forest's central region, one of Fujio's men finally confirms that Falling Dragon Valley is right ahead. Fujio gives a short order and leads his group into the valley without explaining more. Not long after Fujio's group passes, another cultivator appears, licks a forked tongue, and shows he is another predator on the trail. The snake-tongue cultivator decides that if someone like Fujio is chasing this place, then the treasure inside must be real. Then the snake-tongue cultivator melts into black mist and slips through the shadows after Fujio's group. A moment later, Lu Yuan appears in the same spot and reveals he noticed the hidden stalker too. Seeing both Fujio and Hook Snake targeting the same place convinces Lu Yuan that Falling Dragon Valley holds something far from ordinary. So Lu Yuan hides himself as well and becomes the last stalker in a chain of hunters. Falling Dragon Valley is a massive gorge with an old rumor that a divine dragon once died here, leaving dragon bones behind. The old rumor is hazy, but one thing is said to be real: a bone dragon here once tried to evolve into the nascent soul stage. At the critical moment, a terrifying heavenly thunder restriction descended and blasted the bone dragon to death before it could succeed. Years ago, Fujio's master Taoist poison zombie found the site and realized the fallen dragon bones would be priceless for strengthening his zombies. But even he could not touch the remains then, because the leftover heavenly thunder was still too dangerous. So this time he sent Fujio's team ahead not to retrieve the dragon bones, but to guard the location and keep other people from discovering it. When Fujio reaches the thunder-scarred area, he studies the lingering lightning and judges that he can still approach closer than anyone else here. He orders his disciples to stay behind and kill anyone who comes near this place. Then Fujio heads into the lightning zone himself, making it obvious to his men that he wants the dragon bones for himself. By then, the snake-tongued stalker has also arrived nearby, but the heavenly thunder makes even him hesitate. Lu Yuan arrives after him, sees the same storm of residual lightning, and his eyes light up instead of shrinking back. Watching the thunder-sealed ground from hiding, Lu Yuan sees free power instead of danger because his lightning technique can absorb heavenly thunder and turn it into strength. He still does not move, because Shurxian sect disciples are guarding the area and Hook Snake is lurking nearby, making this a bad place to start a fight. Lu Yuan quietly sizes Hook Snake up as the most dangerous of the 4 heavenly devils, strong enough to threaten even him if they clash here. So Lu Yuan chooses patience, and waits for Hook Snake to clear the guards for him before he touches the thunder himself. Hook Snake finally loses patience, realizing that if he waits outside any longer, Fujio may take every opportunity hidden deeper in the valley. The Shurxian sect disciples, still guarding outside, guess that Fujio went in for the dragon bone and envy the chance to raise his corpse into a future flying zombie. Before they can say more, a stranger walks out of the dark so quietly that all 9 disciples tense up at once. Hook Snake only laughs, and the joke dies fast when a gigantic black snake phantom rises behind him and makes his killing intent obvious. The Shurxian sect disciples react first, throwing open their coffins and sending white-haired corpses rushing at him together. Hook Snake does not even bother to dodge. He turns one arm into a huge black-scaled serpent and bites down on the first corpse whole. As crunching bones echo out of the snake arm, the disciple linked to that corpse coughs blood from the backlash. The rest try to drown him in numbers, but against Hook Snake that only turns the whole ambush into a massacre. Once the guards are dead, Hook Snake immediately chases after Fujio into Fallen Dragon Valley. The scattered heavenly thunder tries to stop him, but dark scales spread over his skin and blunt most of the damage. Only after Hook Snake vanishes into the distance does Lu Yuan step out, now even more certain that this heavenly devil is stronger than he first looked. What unsettles Lu Yuan most is not just the cultivation gap, but how fully Hook Snake can manifest his heavenly devil into something that feels ancient and alive. Even so, Lu Yuan reminds himself that Hook Snake is hiding cards too, and so is he, because the one moving here is only his clone. With the path clear, Lu Yuan enters Fallen Dragon Valley but slows down instead of rushing the center, because the heavenly thunder here is too useful to waste. Because this body is only a clone, Lu Yuan gives up the idea of cultivating on the spot and settles for gathering the thunder power to take away. He starts using the Divine Soul Pill refinement technique in an unusual way, sweeping heavenly thunder out of the ground and drawing it into his control. The stolen thunder condenses in front of him into a crackling blue heavenly thunder pill, even leaving Lu Yuan impressed by how much power it holds. After repeating the process, Lu Yuan ends up with 10 heavenly thunder pills, enough for his immediate needs, so he stops before greed slows him down. Remembering that Hook Snake and Fujio have already had a head start, Lu Yuan decides the real opportunity should be at the center where their fight is most likely to break out. He hides his aura again with an array and quietly follows the same route into the heart of Fallen Dragon Valley. At the center, Fujio has already run into trouble. Dozens of heavenly thunder bone demons are roaming the area around the dragon remains. These bone demons are far nastier than normal ones, because each body is hardened by thunder power and already sits at the peak of Foundation establishment. What makes the scene even stranger is that the bone demons are attacking each other non-stop, smashing one another apart in a chaotic deadlock. Even being shattered does not end them, because the scattered bones suck in nearby heavenly thunder and rebuild themselves again and again. Behind the endless brawl, Fujio spots what he really came for, a translucent remnant of dragon bone marrow hanging among massive ribs. Fujio pauses to calculate a way through, but before he can move, he senses that someone else is hiding nearby and turns toward a pile of dry bones. He orders the unseen watcher to come out, and when silence answers him, the tension in the center spikes immediately. Since the hidden intruder refuses to show himself, Fujio calmly drops the coffin from his back and prepares to force the issue. He slices open his palm and lets fresh blood run across the coffin, feeding the corpse inside with a practiced, ruthless motion. The coffin slowly opens to reveal his green hair corpse, a pale zombie with scarlet eyes and an unnerving hint of intelligence. With a single command from Fujio, the green hair corpse launches from the coffin and tears straight toward the hiding spot. Just before the claw lands, a scaled black arm shoots out from the bones and blocks the strike head-on. When the bones scatter, Hook Snake finally stands revealed, and Fujio realizes this hidden rival is strong enough to stop his green hair corpse with one hand. Hook Snake glances at the zombie and casually exposes its secret, saying Fujio must have raised this green hair corpse all the way to preserving its divine soul. That single line is enough to fill Fujio's eyes with killing intent, because now he has even more reason to make sure Hook Snake never leaves this valley alive. Fujio sends his green hair corpse in first, but Hook Snake meets the charge without a trace of panic. The corpse's poison and brute strength would bully most core formation cultivators, but Hook Snake clearly does not care. Hook Snake answers by twisting his scaled right arm into a huge black snake, and the green hair corpse instantly recoils. The black snake chases the retreating corpse down and coils around it before it can escape. Even with a body as tough as a true martial body cultivator, the green hair corpse cannot break free from that crushing grip. The corpse bites down in desperation, but its teeth clang uselessly against the snake's scales. Watching his corpse get overpowered in just a few breaths, Fujio realizes Hook Snake has been hiding terrifying strength. Fujio drops the act, strips off his Taoist robe, bites his finger, and starts painting a blood talisman across his own body. Black patterns spread over Fujio's skin and gather at his chest as a heavy death aura pours out of him. A grotesque ghost face pushes out from Fujio's chest, fused to his skin like an ancient corpse living inside him. Even Hook Snake finally turns serious and calls Fujio out for nurturing an ancient corpse inside his own body. Hook Snake warns that the corpse could seize his body one day, but Fujio coldly answers that the future matters less than grabbing the present. Hook Snake recognizes the familiar arrogance of a heaven's pride and treats Fujio like another genius he plans to kill. Once transformed, Fujio throws himself into the fight too, turning the clash into a brutal 2-on-1 against Hook Snake. Fujio now looks even more like a corpse than his own zombie, but his combat power is clearly worse news. With Fujio and the green hair corpse pressing him together, Hook Snake can no longer finish the corpse quickly, and the fight grinds into a brutal deadlock. Hidden nearby, Lu Yuan watches the whole mess and quietly decides he picked exactly the right moment to arrive. Hook Snake's strength does not surprise Lu Yuan much, but Fujio turning himself into an ancient corpse definitely does. Lu Yuan finds Fujio's corpse path embarrassingly old-fashioned, but he still admits the ancient corpse form gives him a real boost. After sizing them up, Lu Yuan judges that either one alone would lose to him, but his current clone should not take both together. So Lu Yuan chooses to stay hidden and only step in after one side wins and the survivor is weakened. But Lu Yuan does not plan to watch passively either. As an array master, he wants to add his own touch and make the fight less one-sided. He quietly takes out the imitation mountain river medallion and mountain river array diagram and begins changing the local terrain pattern from the sidelines. Normally Hook Snake and Fujio would catch that kind of tampering, but they are too locked in on killing each other to notice. Right after Lu Yuan finishes laying his trap, Hook Snake finally decides to reveal more of his real power. The black snake detaches from Hook Snake's arm and rapidly swells into a giant serpent dozens of meters long. Fujio and the green hair corpse both back off at once as Hook Snake steps onto the serpent's head and looks down on them. Hook Snake says Fujio is strong, though still a little weaker than Lu Yuan, and admits this lower realm has produced more monsters than he expected. He goes further and says this world's luck must be extraordinary, which only makes him more eager to kill Fujio and seize it. Fujio answers with a grim stare and refuses to concede that the winner has already been decided. That defiance only makes Hook Snake smile wider, because he loves watching proud geniuses break when death finally reaches them. Done talking, Hook Snake orders the giant serpent forward, and its charge rips a deep trench through the ground. As it closes in, a horrifying toxic fog spills off the black snake, and this venom is dangerous enough to corrode even a core formation cultivator's soul. Fujio senses the danger immediately, and pulls out a blood-colored white bone banner to answer it. With one swing of the banner, Fujio unleashes a swarm of ghosts that rushes straight at Hook Snake. He slams the banner into the earth next, and the ground around them turns into a compact sea of blood full of death aura. Then Fujio starts hurling talismans non-stop, turning the giant serpent into a wall of explosions. Watching from the shadows, Lu Yuan quickly sees the problem. Fujio's blood domain helps his side, but those talismans still are not truly hurting Hook Snake. So Lu Yuan quietly decides to help just enough to keep the fight balanced and entertaining. The moment Fujio's next talismans explode, Lu Yuan slips in the invisible formless squall. This time the black snake suddenly screams, and several deep bloody wounds split open across its body as if Fujio somehow found a way through its defense. Hook Snake loses his calm for real, because he can see the injuries but has no idea what Fujio just did. Deciding to stop dragging things out, Hook Snake pours his luck into the serpent and forces its body to regenerate on the spot. The boosted serpent surges forward so fast that it reaches Fujio in an instant. Fujio knows running is pointless now, so he and the green hair corpse commit to a head-on clash for survival. They smash into the giant snake together, darting around its huge body like flies and refusing to give Hook Snake an easy finish. Most of their visible attacks still should not be enough, but Lu Yuan keeps sneaking in formless squall so Fujio and Hook Snake stay locked on even footing. Watching his hidden interference keep both sides locked together, Lu Yuan quietly basks in how perfectly he is controlling the whole field. In Fallen Dragon Valley, Fujio's talismans keep punching through the black snake's scales, forcing Hook Snake onto the defensive and turning an easy kill into a problem. The black snake grows so wary of Fujio's talismans that it keeps shielding itself instead of pressing the kill, and the fight drags into a defensive stalemate. Fujio mistakes that hesitation for a real weakness and gets bolder, convinced Hook Snake's black snake only looks scary. Instead of staying at range where his talismans work, Fujio recklessly charges straight at Hook Snake for a close-range beheading attempt. Watching from hiding, Lu Yuan is stunned by the suicide-level move and instantly knows he can no longer secretly cover Fujio without exposing himself. Lu Yuan cuts off his hidden support on the spot, because he never meant to save Fujio outright, only keep both sides bleeding until he could take the final profit. At point-blank range, Fujio throws a confident punch, still convinced he has Hook Snake figured out. The punch looks far weaker than expected, but Hook Snake still answers it seriously with a scaled counter at full force. The instant the fists meet, Fujio's right arm snaps at a grotesque angle and he screams from the shock. Even Lu Yuan winces from a distance, because one look at that shattered arm is enough to feel the pain. Hook Snake follows up instantly, pinning Fujio as a newly formed black snake coils tight around his body. Only after getting trapped does Fujio finally understand how huge the real gap is, because the snake around him feels like forged iron and his strength cannot even scratch it. He instantly regrets throwing away his ranged edge, realizing too late that he should have kept using talismans to wear the snakes down before closing in. Hook Snake removes Fujio's last options by pinning his talisman hand and ripping away his storage bag with the snake's tail. Fujio looks for rescue and sees that even his green hair corpse has already been pinned down, leaving him completely stranded. With Lu Yuan's hidden help gone, the fight finally shows its real shape. Fujio is completely overmatched. Lu Yuan considers stepping in, but he holds back because a lucky person like Fujio should still have one more desperate trump card left. Then Fujio's trump card finally shows itself as the ghost face on his chest crawls upward toward his head. The transformation turns Fujio into something barely human, with shrunken flesh, sunken cheeks, and black eyes that only keep a tiny trace of red. A rotten death aura pours off the transformed Fujio, making even Hook Snake lose his smile and tense up. Fujio does not answer him at all and simply starts forcing his arms apart until the restraining black snake begins to crack under the pressure. Seeing the coils start to fail, Hook Snake realizes he has to finish Fujio before the ancient corpse fully breaks free. Fujio's aura had already climbed to the 5th transformation of core formation, and now the ancient corpse pushes it even higher as life energy fades and death aura swells. Even from far away, Lu Yuan can feel Fujio becoming dangerous enough to threaten his clone, and that is when he changes plans. Instead of helping either side, Lu Yuan quietly spreads the mountain river array diagram under the battlefield to keep Fujio from snowballing out of control. The hidden array bleeds away about half of the death aura rushing into Fujio, but only Fujio notices the sudden drop in power. Fujio misreads the sudden loss completely and assumes Hook Snake is the one interfering with his death aura absorption. Deciding not to wait any longer, Fujio blasts the restraining snake apart into a spray of black fragments. The moment he breaks free, Fujio lunges again with a burst of speed that nearly breaks the limits of core formation. Hook Snake snarls back that Fujio is not the only one hiding a trump card. Black scales bloom at Hook Snake's brow as the shattered black fragments race back to rebuild his damaged left arm. Then even the giant black snake collapses into black light and fuses into Hook Snake's other arm. When the change completes, Hook Snake is no longer human-looking, but a half-snake devil with scaled flesh, a split mouth, and a massive serpent lower body. With Fujio's ancient corpse takeover complete and Hook Snake's full devil form revealed, the fight jumps to a near-peak core formation showdown. As Fujio closes the gap, Hook Snake's transformed tail lashes out first, trying to skewer him before he can land a hit. Fujio answers with a raw punch, and the clash with the tail detonates into a violent cyclone. After that first collision, the two transformed fighters blur into a non-stop aerial battle over the valley. From the ground, Lu Yuan feels a cold jolt of relief that he stayed patient, because stepping in early could have turned both of them on him at once. He judges that his clone could handle either one alone, but against both together he would have been crushed. That only hardens Lu Yuan's view that lucky people are most dangerous when cornered, because both of these ordinary core formation cultivators just exploded into near-peak monsters. Even so, Lu Yuan knows this battle still has to produce one winner, so he stays hidden and waits for the survivor to come down bloodied. As the two transformed fighters grow more savage and blood-red-eyed, Lu Yuan waits below and coldly wishes for them to burn themselves out first. Fujio's full ancient corpse outburst finally tips the duel his way, because Hook Snake's heavenly devil possession still cannot match the thing using Fujio's body. Hook Snake gives up on winning head-on and starts dodging instead, trying to stall until Fujio's abnormal state runs out. The ancient corpse sees right through that plan and answers with something even creepier. With a wet twist of flesh, Fujio's back bulges and splits open as two brand new arms burst out. Even Hook Snake is rattled now, because this level of flesh control makes Fujio feel less like a cultivator and more like an unknown monster. Watching from hiding, Lu Yuan is also shaken, but he decides the ancient corpse is the bigger threat and chooses to help Hook Snake bring it down. Lu Yuan pulls out a stack of paper men and quietly sends them to work. The paper men spread across Fallen Dragon Valley, searching out the old skeletons scattered through the bone field. Because the heavenly thunder already destroyed the skeletons' original souls, Lu Yuan can slip new control into them and make them move again. One after another, dead bone demons claw themselves back up from the valley floor. The sudden resurrection draws both fighters' eyes, and Hook Snake's face sinks when he thinks a fresh army is about to finish him off. Then Hook Snake freezes in surprise when the bone demons rush straight past him instead of attacking him. Realizing these strange reinforcements are on his side, Hook Snake drops any thought of running and decides this is his best chance to kill Fujio first. So Hook Snake burns more of his own life to force the heavenly devil power deeper, and the beast traits on his body become even clearer. The duel turns into a lopsided gang fight, with Hook Snake and a swarm of disposable bone demons crashing into the ancient corpse together. The bone demons are weak, but they are maddeningly effective because every time one is smashed apart, another one rises to take its place. At the worst moments, whole skeletons throw themselves onto Fujio just to lock down his limbs and ruin his rhythm. Hook Snake exploits every opening, hammering Fujio's body again and again with his venomous tail spike. The poison slowly starts to matter, as dark corrosive blotches spread over more than half of the ancient corpse, and its movements visibly slow down. From the shadows, Lu Yuan reads the weakness clearly. This ancient corpse has a terrifying body, but in this borrowed shell it cannot bring out truly overwhelming divine abilities. Lu Yuan knows his own meddling is what made that weakness count, because he cut off the corpse's momentum, choked its death aura support, and turned the battlefield into a trap. Even cornered, the ancient corpse suddenly finds its own opening when Hook Snake commits to another tail strike. Fujio lets the spike punch straight through his body, choosing to eat the damage just to hold Hook Snake in place. Hook Snake tries to yank back free, but the flesh inside Fujio's body turns into squirming suckers that clamp onto the tail from within. At the same time, Fujio's extra arms grab the trap tail tight, and Hook Snake instantly realizes he walked into a setup. On Fujio's face, the ancient corpse loosens its grip just enough for a half-human, half-corpse expression and a crazed smile to show through. Then Fujio reveals his final gamble by pulling out a blood-colored magic talisman right in Hook Snake's face. Hook Snake is horrified because using a magic talisman at this distance means Fujio is willing to blow them both apart. Fujio only answers with a brutal challenge, saying they are about to find out which one of them really has better luck. He crushes the talisman, and Mountain Corpse's sea of blood erupts into the valley. A flood of rancid, corrosive blood swallows the battlefield so fast that neither fighter has room to escape. Both of them desperately throw up defenses, but the blood eats through defensive techniques and protective items alike. Hook Snake covers himself in dense scales as a last resort, but the blood still closes over him and tears out a scream. Fujio is no safer, because his own defensive item is devoured too and the blood wraps his body completely. The moment Fujio pulls that talisman, Lu Yuan does the sensible thing and retreats to a safe distance to watch the outcome. From afar, Lu Yuan watches the valley drown in blood and silently admits that people with this kind of luck are all dangerous in their own way. When the blood finally recedes, both fighters are still standing, but only barely. Hook Snake looks horrifying now, with flesh stripped from his tail and body until exposed bone and even his organs can be seen. Fujio is just as wrecked, except his ancient corpse form has dropped away and left him aged, pale-haired, and heavily corroded. At this point both men are breathing more out than in, and Lu Yuan knows the fight has finally reached the moment he was waiting for. In the suddenly quiet valley, Lu Yuan's footsteps ring out, and both Hook Snake and Fujio turn toward the sound at once. Seeing a third person here, the two survivors instantly understand that the strange pushes and reversals during their battle were never accidents. They finally piece it together. Every time one side seemed about to win, an unseen hand had nudged the balance back the other way. And before either ruined fighter can do anything with that realization, green flames suddenly ignite over both of their bodies. A moment later, both lucky survivors are reduced to ashes in front of Lu Yuan, ending the entire brutal struggle in silence. System notices flash up as Lu Yuan calmly confirms the payoff of his trap. Both Hook Snake and Fujio are dead, and his luck jumps to 60,000. He quietly savors it, knowing patience won him this round because if he had shown himself too early, those two dangerous prodigies would have joined forces against him first. That one only makes him more cautious, and Lu Yuan reminds himself that one day he could be the one getting set up unless he reaches core formation through the heavenly path soon. Afterward he searches the spoils, taking their blood-chi pills, divine soul pills, and everything useful from both storage bags. Hook Snake's bag turns out to be rich, and Lu Yuan picks out a mid-grade magic instrument called the Moonhook Sword. Fujio leaves behind something even more tempting for him, the bronze fiend corpse cultivation coffin that can nourish corpses and other creatures. As a root cultivator, Lu Yuan immediately sees the coffin's future value and even imagines raising an ancient corpse or ghost king of his own. Once the looting is done, he can only sigh that killing enemy cultivators really is the fastest way to get rich before moving deeper into Fallen Dragon Valley. Near the center, he finds a bizarre battlefield where heavenly thunderbone demons keep smashing each other apart, and reviving as if they never tire. Watching carefully, Lu Yuan realizes their real power source is the thunder-infused bone marrow crystal on their backs, the white bone crystal he has been searching for. His stronger soul sense catches something worse, because the demons do not seem to be acting on instinct alone, and the white bone crystal feels like the hidden commander. He also notices the densest heavenly thunder is pinning that crystal in place, which makes him suspect the real threat is not the demons but something sealed inside the center. With that grim guess in mind, Lu Yuan decides to act first and opens the mountain river painting to seize control of the battlefield. The array expands across the entire central valley, Yet the Thunder Bone demons barely react and keep mindlessly tearing into each other. Then the array starts pulling the surrounding heavenly thunder into the sky, and the wild lightning rises in countless bright sparks. Only when the thunder starts draining away do the bone demons finally falter, because their revivals slow from a few seconds to much longer gaps. Even weakened, the monsters still lunge back into battle like puppets that cannot stop, which only confirms Lu Yuan's suspicion that something else is driving them. 2 hours later, the gathered lightning condenses into a huge thunder sphere overhead, the valley's power finally stripped and concentrated above him. Lu Yuan compresses that violent mass into a small purple pill and seals it away in a bottle without wasting a trace. Once the thunder is gone, the surrounding bone demons collapse flat, and the seal around the white bone crystal weakens by more than half. Seeing the opening, Lu Yuan walks toward the crystal with steady caution instead of rushing in. The moment he gets within 10 meters, the entire ground shakes and huge buried dragon bones burst out from under the valley floor. Lu Yuan instantly blinks away to the valley edge, proving he was ready for exactly this kind of ambush. As the full skeleton surfaces, he sees the truth at last. The white bone crystal sits at the heart of a colossal buried bone dragon. The awakened monster speaks with ugly relief, saying it has finally escaped after 300 years of suppression. It asks if Lu Yuan was the one who drained the heavenly thunder, but Lu Yuan answers with silence and studies the thing instead. His inspection confirms the danger immediately, because this is an earth dragon bone demon still sitting at peak core formation strength. The bone dragon keeps talking to itself, smugly admitting Lu Yuan helped free it from the restriction that was supposed to hold it until its soul broke apart. But Lu Yuan still refuses to play along, and the dragon's self-important performance sours into irritation. Dropping the act, the dragon rises like a mountain of bones and bluntly demands Lu Yuan's cultivation and blood chi next. Thunder-tipped bone spikes bloom all over the dragon's body, revealing it fused part of the heavenly thunder into its own skeleton during those 300 years underground. It fires the entire storm of bone spikes at Lu Yuan, trying to erase him in one opening volley. The attack slams into a huge green barrier around Lu Yuan, and a black tortoise phantom shell unfolds to absorb every hit. When the smoke clears and Lu Yuan is still unharmed, the bone dragon is visibly rattled that a Foundation establishment cultivator just ignored its killing blow. Lu Yuan finally speaks, coolly asking if that was all the dragon had, and the taunt lands exactly where it hurts. Furious, the dragon whips its massive tail into Lu Yuan's barrier, and at least manages to make the shield shudder violently. That tiny bit of effect barely comforts the dragon, because it suddenly has to face a ridiculous possibility. This Foundation establishment cultivator might actually be a monster. Lu Yuan answers that doubt by bringing out the Mountain River Medallion and feeding it enough spiritual energy to make it swell to dragon-crushing size. The dragon finally panics, because a mere Foundation establishment cultivator should never be able to power a magic item on this scale. Lu Yuan stays completely focused on the real point of the fight. If he wants that white bone crystal, he has to put down the former nascent soul monster hiding around it. So while the Mountain River Medallion keeps dropping, Lu Yuan quietly reveals his next move too, drawing the Black Soul Reaper rope into his hand. In Fallen Dragon Valley, Lu Yuan drops the huge Mountain River Medallion onto the bone dragon just after it breaks free, catching it in its weakest window. A huge array blooms under the dragon, and Lu Yuan's gilded sand surges in from every side to drag its thunder-covered body down. The bone dragon instantly realizes Lu Yuan sensed it long ago and built this whole trap in advance, and its anger spikes at how cleanly it was baited in. Even pinned under a mountain-like weight, the old monster refuses to collapse and starts pushing forward with terrifying brute force. Watching the dragon move anyway, Lu Yuan is shaken by how much power a former nascent soul beast still has after 300 years of sealing and heavy injuries. Lu Yuan stays steady because this was never his only move, and the Soul Reaper rope finally appears in his hand through curling black smoke. The moment it senses that rope, the bone dragon drops its act and realizes Lu Yuan still has a killing move strong enough to threaten its soul. Instead of secretly stalling for recovery any longer, the dragon opens its jaws and starts gathering thunder-charged spiritual power for a direct counterattack. Lu Yuan had already guessed the dragon was stalling for some hidden buildup, so he never planned to drag this fight out. Both sides fire at once, with the dragon launching a blazing thunder ball and Lu Yuan snapping the Soul Reaper rope straight into its path. In flight, the Soul Reaper rope splits into countless black chains and twists itself into a spear-like shape to punch through the incoming blast. The two attacks collide head-on and detonate into a violent explosion that rocks the whole valley. For a split second the bone dragon cannot tell if its thunder finally destroyed Lu Yuan's strange weapon. Then the answer comes fast as black chains burst out of the smoke almost unharmed and rush straight back at it. The dragon is stunned that a Foundation establishment cultivator is wielding a soul weapon its core formation thunder cannot even destroy. A closer look reveals why. The Soul Reaper rope is wrapped in the same thick green spiritual barrier Lu Yuan had around himself from the start. That discovery only makes the dragon more frustrated, because Lu Yuan's spiritual power and defenses both feel absurdly far beyond his realm. Before it can adapt, the Soul Reaper rope coils around the dragon's body and locks onto the skeleton. The instant the rope bites in, the dragon screams because the weapon is not damaging bone at all, it is burning straight into its divine soul. Driven into a frenzy, the dragon explodes with peak core formation force and nearly shakes the mountain river medallion loose. Lu Yuan grabs the Soul Reaper rope with both hands and turns the clash into a brutal tug-of-war for the dragon's soul. To make the pull even worse, Lu Yuan sends Bifong green flames through the rope and into the dragon's body. The double pain of soul-burning rope and green flame drives the dragon mad enough to gamble with its own divine soul. Its white bone crystal starts pounding like a heart as the dragon forces divine soul power back through every bone to keep Lu Yuan from ripping it out. This desperate fusion is dangerous even for the dragon, but it would rather damage its soul than let Lu Yuan drag the whole thing out of its body. Lu Yuan feels the resistance harden and understands that soul attacks alone are no longer enough to finish it cleanly. So Lu Yuan finally reaches for another trump card and starts Bifong Possession, with green fire and the giant Bifong Phantom rising behind him. To his surprise, the possession goes smoothly, and his fire spiritual root surges as if it has been fully awakened. When the possession settles, flame patterns spread across Lu Yuan's body and his fire power jumps to a frightening new level. Feeling that boost, Lu Yuan in Bifong Possession shifts from soul suppression to close-range violence, and lines up his rush at the trapped dragon. Lu Yuan in Bifong Possession yanks the Soul Reaper rope down into the ground, tightening the restraint just long enough to pin the dragon in place. In the very next instant, Lu Yuan in Bifong Possession flashes straight to the dragon's face before it can react. The dragon barely has time to react before Lu Yuan in Bifong Possession slams a monstrously heavy kick straight into its face. Cracks spread across the bone dragon's face at once, proving Lu Yuan's possessed body can now hurt the ancient monster head-on. Lu Yuan opens with brute force, driving a kick into the bone dragon's face so hard that its skull cracks and its already unstable defenses rattle apart. Without giving it room to breathe, Lu Yuan keeps the Soul Reaper rope locked on the dragon and slams the mountain river medallion down from above. The medallion drives the bone dragon several meters into the ground, blasting open a huge pit as the monster briefly chokes under the sudden weight. But the former nascent soul monster still has tricks left, and jagged spikes suddenly grow all over its skeleton to fight back. The spikes cannot stop the ghostly Soul Reaper rope, but they scrape and crack Lu Yuan's imitation mountain river medallion, making his heart sting. Realizing pure suppression still is not enough, Lu Yuan switches methods and starts drawing out every flying sword he has and every sword he has looted. Each sword blooms with sword chi, and those strands multiply until hundreds of silver attacks hang above the valley, all laced with Lu Yuan's formless squall. For the first time, the bone dragon is genuinely shaken, because this sword rain can shred its body just as surely as the Soul Reaper rope can wound its soul. Pinned under Lu Yuan's pressure, the bone dragon can only stare in disbelief at a Foundation establishment cultivator with terrifying defense, speed, body strength, soul power, arrays, strange flames, and now a whole sky of swords. Its confidence finally breaks, and the bone dragon decides this is not prey it can bully but a monster that can casually crush it instead. Right before Lu Yuan finishes it, the bone dragon blurts out for him to wait and begs for a chance to talk. Lu Yuan seems to pause for negotiations, but in secret this clone starts absorbing pills straight from open bottles to refill his spiritual power while he stalls. Inside, Lu Yuan is completely clear-headed. He is waiting for his spiritual power to recover, and he is happy to let the dragon keep talking until then. So Lu Yuan coldly asks what the bone dragon wants to say, all while keeping every restraint firmly in place. Thinking it has found a lifeline, the bone dragon drops its pride, bows its head, and starts talking in a fawning tone. The dragon warns that if it is forced into a life-and-death struggle, Lu Yuan will not come out clean either. Then it offers bait Lu Yuan should want. If spared, it can help him collect all the dragon energy hidden across myriad bone forest. Lu Yuan does hesitate for a heartbeat, because the offer is tempting, but he quickly remembers the white bone crystal is on this dragon and only killing it can secure that prize. He also has no interest in forgiving an enemy that attacked first and only started begging once the fight turned bad. Still, Lu Yuan needs a little more spiritual power before the final blow, so he keeps stalling and asks how the dragon can prove it really knows where the dragon energy is. The bone dragon takes the bait and swears on its divine soul that it has a real method, terrified that Lu Yuan might stop caring and kill it anyway. It explains that its own cultivation rose because it died on a dragon vein inside the forbidden area, so it knows the source better than any outsider. According to the dragon, the scattered dragon energy is not random at all but leakage from one hidden main vein. It adds that upper realm cultivators left special restrictions around that main vein, making it almost impossible for normal intruders to even find, let alone approach. That explanation suddenly clears up Lu Yuan's old confusion about why the Yu dynasty's luck seemed tied to a forbidden land full of bone demons. Lu Yuan realizes this dragon energy was likely planted and redirected by upper realm cultivators all along, with the Yu dynasty just one more vessel for it. So he presses one more step and asks if the bone dragon can actually lead him to that hidden place. The bone dragon brightens with confidence and boasts that it can not only locate the main vein but also guide Lu Yuan around the restrictions and near the source itself. But while it keeps talking, the air abruptly turns colder, and the sword chi above its head sharpens into unmistakable killing intent. In that instant, the bone dragon understands the real problem. Lu Yuan may never have planned to trust its words at all and might just kill it and search its soul instead. Lu Yuan attacks before the dragon can react, and countless silver sword chi pour down like rain over every one of its vital points. The bone dragon roars as its skeleton splits apart under the barrage, because the sword chi cuts both bone and soul. One leg finally snaps, the bone dragon's body collapses, and the cracked mountain river medallion slams down even harder on the ruined skeleton. With its body broken and balance gone, the bone dragon can no longer resist the soul reaper rope, and its glowing divine soul is ripped out of the collapsing skeleton. Its soul is strong in quality, but old heavenly thunder wounds left it too damaged to outlast Lu Yuan's soul weapon and superior reserves. The instant the divine soul is separated, the bone dragon also loses its last real chance to blow itself up and drag Lu Yuan down with it. Now trapped and helpless, the bone dragon drops all pretense and spits vicious threats, swearing to massacre Lu Yuan and everyone connected to him if it ever escapes. Lu Yuan does not react at all, because to him the dragon is already nothing more than a prisoner waiting to be processed. Instead, Lu Yuan quietly brings out his pill furnace, revealing the grim next step. The bone dragon senses countless remnant souls inside that furnace, and its bravado instantly collapses into pure panic. It stops cursing and starts begging instead, offering to hand over the main vein's location directly if Lu Yuan will spare it. But Lu Yuan never planned to rely on the dragon's mouth, because spoken deals can lie and memories after soul searching cannot. So under the dragon's horrified gaze, Lu Yuan throws the bound divine soul into the pill furnace and begins refining it. Deep in the myriad bone forest, the deadliest part of the realm hides an eerie surprise, a beautiful little mountain wrapped in immortal energy instead of death. At the top of that mountain, a rotating pool-like vortex hangs in the air, and through it the world on the other side looks like the far richer upper realm. A lonely mountain god temple sits under that vortex, fed by endless incense drifting up from the lands around the forest. The mountain is only the exposed tip of a buried dragon vein, but a year-round white fog array keeps outsiders from sensing the truth or walking in for long. Some people have discovered the secret over the last 10,000 years, but the nascent soul mountain god guarding it made sure almost nobody dared spread the news. Most bone demons never bothered with the place anyway, because they could not use dragon energy, and would just die if they challenged the guardian. The bone dragon was one of the rare exceptions, and now Lu Yuan arrives in front of the hidden area wearing a Bai Fong mask after refining its memories for half a month. Those stolen memories reveal the dragon vein's exact location and the real danger here, an upper realm backup plan guarded by a nascent soul mountain god. Lu Yuan quickly sees through the dead dragon's last trick too. It had wanted to bait him here and let the mountain god kill him instead. Even so, charging in would be suicide, because the white fog is only one layer of a formation powerful enough to help the mountain god suppress even nascent soul experts. So instead of forcing his way in, Lu Yuan decides he has to outsmart the guardian and slip into the dragon vein unseen. The bone dragon's memories hand him the opening. The dragon was born under this mountain and once cultivated there on dragon energy before the fog kept it from ever returning. That gives Lu Yuan a clear target. If he can find the bone dragon's birthplace, he can absorb dragon energy there and gather enough for both himself and the third prince's trade. Because chances like this almost never come twice, Lu Yuan chooses to bet on the strangest tool he has, luck itself. He activates Destined Lucky Star, and a system notice flashes beside him as his temporary luck doubles to 120,000. In that brief state, Lu Yuan feels an almost absurd certainty that whatever path he wants will open for him. He steps straight into the fog and follows that irrational premonition without hesitating or looking back. Half an hour later, his blind gamble pays off when a hidden cave appears at the foot of the mountain, marked by broken stones and crawling traces. Without wasting the opening, Lu Yuan slips inside as smoothly as if he were walking through his own backyard. His luck covers every step. He finds the cave immediately, triggers no arrays, and never once draws the mountain god's attention. The shortcut is expensive though, and once he reaches the cave his luck value drops sharply from using Destined Lucky Star to find the dragon vein entrance. He drops out of destined time, but instead of regretting the cost, he realizes luck can be spent not just on pills and breakthroughs, but on treasure hunting and even survival in battle. In Lu Yuan's eyes, that means any enemy who cannot crush his luck outright may never be able to kill him while this state is active. Above him, the mountain god stirs from his once-in-a-century day of recuperation with a faint, uneasy sense that something dirty slipped into his territory. He scans the entire central region with spiritual sense, finds nothing, and slowly talks himself into believing the arrays must have driven any intruder back out. The guardian dismisses the possibility of anyone being that lucky, closes his eyes again, and misses the one intruder who actually pulled it off. Underground, Lu Yuan follows the old traces of the bone dragon and finally reaches the true dragon vein. To ordinary eyes it would look like nothing more than an underground mine, but Lu Yuan sees it for what it is, a golden river of luck surging toward the summit and the upper realm vortex. He wants to steal a share of that flow, but not all of it, because greed here could cost him this clone, the white bone crystal, and everything valuable he's carrying. So Lu Yuan chooses caution over greed and begins drawing in only a careful portion of the surrounding dragon energy. Even that small share is overwhelming, and as he absorbs it, Lu Yuan feels his body starting to change in some unusual way. At the same moment above, the mountain god wakes again and stares at the luck being sent to the upper realm, suddenly troubled by one tiny difference. He cannot prove it yet, but the guardian is no longer at ease, because the luck flowing upward feels just a little thinner than before. Hidden by the dragon vein, Lu Yuan keeps stealing luck in tiny bites instead of one big gulp, hoping the mountain god will only feel a faint loss. That slow method works, and after 5 dangerous days his luck climbs to a staggering 120,000 points. He also secures 3 balls of dragon energy, the final bargaining chip he needs to trade for the Heavenly Lake Lotus Root and complete the Golden Core Creation Pill recipe. Even with more luck still sitting in front of him, Lu Yuan forces himself to stop, deciding he would rather leave rich than gamble everything on greed. Before stepping out, he burns one of his remaining trump cards and activates Destined Time, doubling his luck for a last safe escape. The moment his luck spikes, a brutal warning hits his intuition, and Lu Yuan freezes instead of rushing outside. That hesitation saves him, because outside the mountain god is sweeping the territory again, troubled by the missing luck but unable to find the thief. He checks the surrounding arrays and finds no intrusion marks, which makes the whole thing feel impossible even to him. He can think of only one explanation for the strange loss. Maybe the human empire outside his territory weakened, causing the luck flow to dip on its own. He cannot simply inspect the dragon vein himself, because upper realm restrictions on his body will trigger if he gets too close. So the mountain god settles back into sleep, trusting the arrays and his own watch to catch any real intruder. As soon as the danger in his chest finally loosens, Lu Yuan knows the window has opened and this is the exact moment to run. He bursts out at top speed, darting through the fog in a jagged path that makes no normal sense except to his sharpened instincts. He does not dare stop until he is dozens of miles away, and only then does he cancel Destined Time. Almost the same instant, the mountain god jolts awake because the luck flow suddenly looks wrong in a way the outside world cannot explain. He rises into a colossal 100-meter Dharma idol and checks the river of luck directly, furious that someone may have siphoned it under his nose. Then the pattern clicks. Luck stored for centuries should only rise or fall as a whole, so that sudden transfer dip means a thief stole part of it midstream. He realizes the thief must have been much weaker than him, because anyone strong enough to win openly would never have acted this carefully. So he stays on guard for months, watching for a hidden culprit who is already long gone. Back in Yao family village, Shan Yao hurries to Lu Yuan's courtyard, excited to see him again after more than 2 years away training in the myriad bone forest. Instead she finds Su Wan tending vegetables, and Su Wan gently tells her that Lu Yuan went out on business and will not be back for a while. Shan Yao's face falls at once, because she came back hoping to show Lu Yuan how much stronger she had become. After 2.5 years of brutal field training with her other masters, she is not a true martial yet, but at the innate level she feels almost unbeatable. But while Shan Yao is waiting at the village, Lu Yuan is already far away in a far more important moment of his own. In a secluded mountain grotto, Lu Yuan finally opens his pill furnace and sees the result he has been gambling everything on. 5 perfect golden core creation pills rise out of the furnace, and Lu Yuan can barely hide his shock and relief. These pills are so rare that even the upper realm would fight over them, because each one can raise the chance of successful core formation by 10%. Lu Yuan only managed this by spending 10,000 luck points, because making perfect versions of such a pill is far beyond ordinary refining. Even with the pills, Lu Yuan knows his breakthrough will still be terrifyingly hard, because he is trying to form a core with 9 Heaven Path Foundation establishment spiritual roots. That impossible foundation should make core formation harder than a normal nascent soul breakthrough, but Lu Yuan still decides he is ready to challenge it. He mentally checks his final list one by one. Perfect pills ready, more than 100,000 luck points ready, and all 9 Heaven Path roots ready. He also chose this grotto because its spiritual energy is far denser than his old cultivation grounds, making it the best place he could seize for the breakthrough. He won this site by killing a core formation monster, then sealed the area with layers of arrays so nobody could interrupt him at the worst possible moment. To be even safer, he spent half a year wiping out every demon within 100 miles, refusing to trust that trouble would stay quiet just because it had not attacked yet. Now only timing remains, and Lu Yuan treats even that like a negotiation with heaven itself. He has already prepared an offering for the heavens, because if he is asking fate for help with core formation, he refuses to arrive empty-handed. As his core formation window finally arrives, Lu Yuan decides raw power is not enough this time, because even a breakthrough needs the heavens on his side. He has already stopped treating the heavens like a vague idea, because after years of watching his own luck, he is convinced some higher will really can tilt events. While other cultivators can only guess at fortune, Lu Yuan can see exact luck values, so he has spent years turning pleasing the heavens into a practical method. He even compiles a personal guide on pleasing the heavens, built from habits like staying humble, doing good, avoiding evil company, and making sure the heavens hears about it. His newest rule is the most important for today. After taking huge benefits from the world, he should give a portion back to the heavens first. So he lays out stolen weapons, magic tools, and demon remains on the altar, not because the objects matter, but because their owner's evil karma makes a perfect offering. Then Lu Yuan drops to his knees and starts his ceremony with full respect, introducing himself to the heavens like a disciple reporting to the highest authority. He gives a polished report of all the demons and evil cultivators he has cut down in the Full Moon Mountain range, carefully framing every kill as righteous work done on heaven's behalf. Instead of claiming credit directly, he humbly insists every success came from heaven's protection, turning shameless self-promotion into flattery. He keeps piling it on, praising the heavens for keeping evil forced into the shadows and even helping shift the blame for why wicked cultivators still exist. Only after all that groundwork does Lu Yuan finally ask for what he wants, saying plainly that he hopes the heavens will bless him with a smooth core formation. To make this request feel weightier than his old rituals, he knocks his head to the floor 3 times and treats this first real kowtow like a bargaining chip. He follows that with a promise. If heaven helps him break through, he will keep hunting demons until they have nowhere left to hide. At the very end, he plants 3 sticks of carefully prepared ambergris into the altar and closes the ritual like a man submitting a report to his ultimate boss. The answer comes fast, when a new system notice appears and tells him the heavens just added another 20% to his core formation success rate. That pushes his odds from a shaky 15% to 35%, and for Lu Yuan the number matters less than the proof that the heavens really is paying attention. With that confirmation, he stops overthinking and immediately activates Destined Time to squeeze every last drop of luck into this breakthrough. His luck value surges to a staggering 200,000, and the breakthrough chance climbs again to 55%. He still does not trust chance alone, so he takes out 5 perfect-grade golden core creation pills and swallows them without hesitation. Warmth floods through him the moment the medicine settles, and his displayed success rate jumps to a near-certain 99%. Now fully committed, Lu Yuan begins perfect core formation by the way of the heavens, and starts fusing all 9 of his spiritual roots together. What should have been the hardest step goes strangely smoothly, because under the pills and heaven's favor, those stubborn roots turn docile and flow together like water. Before long, the merged roots form a chaotic golden core embryo, and Lu Yuan knows the most dangerous part is finally behind him. He moves on to compressing the core embryo, and outside the secluded mountain, massive dark clouds begin gathering in response. The thunderclouds spread across dozens of miles and hang there for so long that even Neo Family Village, 100 miles away, feels the pressure. In the village, Guxiu looks toward the distant storm and frowns, because it looks exactly like a lightning tribulation even though no local demon should be capable of triggering one. He is curious, but in the end Guxiu chooses not to interfere and stays in the village instead of investigating someone else's heavenly trial. The storm endures for 3 full months, but Lu Yuan had already cleared out nearby demons first, so no bold outsider dares ruin his breakthrough. 100 days into core formation, the long silent cloud bank finally crackles to life, and the tribulation is ready to fall. Lu Yuan steps onto the mountain peak beneath the storm, calm instead of panicked, because he sees this lightning tribulation as heaven's final test rather than a disaster. Lu Yuan knows his core formation tribulation will be monstrous, because his golden core was formed from 9 spiritual roots and should draw the strongest possible heavenly punishment. He still comes prepared, because surviving this disaster will make him an unprecedented core formation cultivator. Instead of panicking, Lu Yuan watches the clouds as calmly as if he were visiting an old acquaintance. As the tribulation builds, 9 different visions appear in the clouds, matching all 9 of Lu Yuan's spiritual root attributes. When the metal attribute pagoda vision starts descending, Lu Yuan realizes the tribulation has officially begun. Before taking the first strike, Lu Yuan straightens his robe and summons a group of paper men to help him perform a formal prayer to heaven. He bows deeply to the sky, hoping even a little extra respect might win favor from the heavens. Then he openly flatters the heavens, calling the tribulation a precious chance to be tested rather than a punishment. For a moment the tribulation cloud almost seems to pause, but the storm quickly proves it is not letting him off that easily. As electric arcs fill the air and crawl over his robe, Lu Yuan rises into the sky to meet the first strike head-on. The first pale golden lightning bolt crashes down like a dragon and swallows Lu Yuan whole. But once the shock passes, Lu Yuan is stunned for the opposite reason. The first tribulation feels absurdly weak. He judges that first strike to be only about as strong as a level 1 foundation establishment attack, far too weak for the terrifying aura it carried. Lu Yuan immediately stays cautious, suspecting the heavenly thunder might ramp up later instead of starting strong. The second strike comes from the wood attribute cloud, and it is just as weak as the first. Then the other 7 attribute clouds take turns, completing the first round of 9 heavenly strikes. When the second round starts, Lu Yuan realizes the pattern. Each full round climbs by 1 foundation establishment level. Even that second round barely matters to him, because his body at peak innate stage is already as tough as a low-grade magic item. As the weak strikes continue, Lu Yuan feels a strange change inside his body and recognizes it as the heavens baptizing him. That makes him light up, because 81 tribulations now look less like torture and more like 81 blessings from heaven. He quickly figures out why other cultivators fear tribulations so much, most of them do not have a body sturdy enough to take even these lower-level strikes once their tools fail. Round after round passes until the 8th finally puts real pressure on him. What makes the later thunder dangerous is not raw force alone, but the way it carries a true heavenly power that can injure him through pure damage. So during the 8th round, Lu Yuan finally brings out his black tortoise power to filter the strikes before they hit him. The defense works, letting only a small fraction of the heavenly thunder through so he can keep receiving the heavenly baptism without taking the full hit. By the end of the 8th round he is visibly burned and exhausted, with his robe hanging in ragged holes. Some of that ruined appearance is deliberate, because Lu Yuan decided from the start to look like he barely survived so the heavens would not think he was mocking the tribulation. Then the 9th round begins, and this time the strikes are strong enough to actually injure him. The first 9th round strike breaks through his barrier and draws a sharp cry of pain from him. Lu Yuan is shocked by how badly it hurts, because this heavenly thunder bites deeper than the attacks he took from Bai Fang and the Bone Dragon. To survive the last round, he uses the extreme purple heavenly lightning technique to absorb part of each strike into his own body. With every blow, the stored lightning inside him grows stronger, and he grinds through the 9th round in a battered state. When the 9th round finally ends, Lu Yuan intentionally lets himself look completely spent, with a weak aura and the air of someone who barely crawled out alive. But just when he thinks it is over, all 9 tribulation clouds begin fusing together above his head. For the first time in the whole tribulation, Lu Yuan feels real danger because this fused cloud has already crossed beyond Foundation establishment power. He drops the act immediately and pulls out the Mountain River Medallion and Mountain River Array diagram to push his formation to the limit. Then he wraps the Soul Reaper rope around himself, using the soul-harming weapon as a shield for his own divine soul. He stacks every defense he can, adding Black Tortoise Power, Bai Fang Green Flame, and Formless Squall to shave away as much force as possible. Only after all that preparation does the final fused heavenly thunder finally descend. The fused strike tears through Formless Squall, smashes apart the Bai Fang Green Flame, and keeps forcing its way down. It even punches through the Black Tortoise protection before crashing onto Lu Yuan's body, forcing the Soul Reaper rope to react at once. At that moment, Lu Yuan has only one clear thought left. This final heavenly thunder hurts far too much. Lu Yuan thought the tribulation was over after 9 rounds, but the sky suddenly fused the 9 thunder clouds into one last killing strike. He instantly realizes this final heavenly thunder hits like a full core formation attack, and worse, it pierces through normal defenses like true damage. Even with his strong soul and terrifying body, Lu Yuan still gets hit so hard it feels like countless needles are stabbing through him at once. Inside that agony, the fused 9 spiritual roots finally start compressing for real, pushing his half-finished pseudo-core toward a true golden core. As the compression stabilizes, Lu Yuan can already feel that this unfinished core stores far more power than any ordinary core formation cultivator he has met. Then Lu Yuan notices the tribulation is tempering more than his cultivation, because his body is also being forced to cross into the true martial realm. When the storm clouds finally start to disperse, Lu Yuan knows he has survived the tribulation's worst surprise. A warm multicolored ray falls from the open sky, and that last heavenly blessing completes Lu Yuan's core at last. With that final glow, Lu Yuan officially forms a golden core through the way of the heavens. He checks his condition and sees the huge jump clearly: core formation stage first level, true martial realm level 1, and a heaven-grade golden core. What interests him most is not just the realm increase, but what kind of monster a heaven-formed golden core will turn him into. The answer is outrageous. His new core gives him 10 times the spiritual energy, 10 times the recovery speed, stronger heavenly infused spells, and free switching between all 9 attributes. Lu Yuan quickly grasps what that really means. Among people of the same realm, he can outlast them, hit harder, and keep casting long after they run dry. Because that tenfold boost scales with his realm, Lu Yuan gets downright excited imagining how absurd he will be by the time he reaches the top of core formation. He amuses himself by imagining an even more ridiculous future title once his strength climbs high enough in core formation. Once he settles down, Lu Yuan counts 3 real gains from this tribulation: stronger cultivation, a true martial body, and a divine soul pushed to the peak of the emptiness realm. That balance leaves him with almost no weak point at all, and in the lower realm he feels practically untouchable. He even estimates that ordinary peak core formation experts with a single spiritual root would still lose to him now. But instead of getting reckless, Lu Yuan reminds himself that the upper realm still exists, so this is exactly when he needs to stay careful. With that in mind, he decides to cultivate steadily for a while longer before the other core formation players enter the full Moon Mountain range in force. 20 years later, the Yu Dynasty's imperial capital is suddenly packed with streaking lights as cultivators gather for the Immortal Ascension Assembly. A bewildered outsider asks why so many celestial masters are flying overhead, and a proud local eagerly explains that this rare assembly only happens once every 300 years. The local adds the real lure: pass the assembly's test, and you can ascend to the celestial world. Right through that excited crowd, Lu Yuan arrives in the capital with Su Wan'er and Shan Yao. Hearing what the event means, Shan Yao gets visibly nervous and asks Lu Yuan if the two of them are really qualified to join something like this. Lu Yuan answers with easy confidence and tells her not to worry. Her anxiety makes sense, because Shan Yao has only cultivated for a little over 20 years and is still at the 7th tier of the innate stage. Su Wanner is better off at Foundation Establishment level 9, but she has been stuck there for 5 years without finding the chance to break through. Lu Yuan judges that both women need experience more than isolation, because lucky cultivators like them grow faster by going out into the world instead of hiding in one place. That is one reason he brought them here. But the more practical reason is even bigger. The assembly is when the teleport passage out of the Full Moon Mountain range finally opens. If he stayed safely hidden in Yo family village and entered another long seclusion, he could easily miss this exit and get trapped waiting for the next opening. Even so, Lu Yuan has no intention of rushing to the upper realm, because he still plans to stay in the safe novice zone until he reaches nascent soul. After settling that decision, Lu Yuan leads Su Wanner and Shan Yao to the Qinyan sect's stronghold in the imperial capital. The moment they reach the entrance, a familiar voice calls out in delight, and Bai Dafei comes hurrying over to welcome Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan immediately notices two things about his senior brother. Bai Dafei has gotten much rounder, and he has also become a genuine core formation cultivator. Lu Yuan asks the real question first, and Bai Dafei confirms their master arrived half a year ago. Bai Dafei also relays their master's opinion with a laugh. He heard Lu Yuan hid in Yo family village the whole time and praised him for being smart. That makes Lu Yuan smile, because the sharp-tongued master who chased him down the mountain clearly still has a soft heart underneath. Then Bai Dafei turns to Shan Yao and teases her for still looking so small after all these years. Shan Yao fires right back that she is just hiding her strength, and one punch would still be enough to flatten a big fatty like him. Bai Dafei puffs up and threatens to show her how strong he is now, but Shan Yao instantly undercuts him by saying he still cannot beat Lu Yuan anyway. That leaves Bai Dafei red-faced and loudly defending his dignity, as everyone keeps bickering their way into the Qinyan sect's stronghold together. In the imperial capital, the Qinyan sect's space looks like an ordinary courtyard, but it is the gathering point for the sect's chosen people before the path for immortal ascension. Only a few dozen Qinyan disciples even qualify to enter the Full Moon Mountain range, and 5 core formation elders have personally come because this chance to reach the upper realm matters that much. Han Yuanshan is stunned when he sees Lu Yuan, because the disciple he sent away less than 30 years ago now appears to have already reached Foundation Establishment level 8. Lu Yuan puts on a regretful face and says his cultivation got faster only because life outside the sect has been relaxed and free of pressure. He twists the knife by adding that if mortal world errands had not delayed him, he might already be in core formation, and Han Yuanshan immediately realizes the complaint is aimed at him. Han Yuanshan rubs his forehead and grudgingly admits that maybe forcing Lu Yuan off the mountain back then really was inconsiderate. Only then does Han Yuanshan properly notice Su Wanner and Shan Yao beside Lu Yuan, and their youthful looks paired with strong cultivation make the old master even more shocked. When Han Yuanshan asks who they are, Lu Yuan casually introduces the two as female disciples he accepted after leaving the mountain. Han Yuanshan clearly suspects Lu Yuan as being his usual sentimental self, but he keeps that thought to himself and asks the two women to wait outside. After Su Wanner and Shan Yao leave, Han Yuanshan gets to the real issue and asks Lu Yuan how much he knows about the path for immortal ascension. Lu Yuan immediately understands why his master brought this up. Han Yuanshan has been impressed enough by his growth to consider pushing him into the ascension trial. Han Yuanshan does want him to join, but Lu Yuan has no interest in going to the upper realm and answers carefully that a Foundation Establishment cultivator like him should have nothing to do with that contest. Han Yuanshan refuses to accept that excuse and argues that Lu Yuan is stronger than he claims, so if luck is with him, he could still pass the tests and catch the eye of an upper realm sect. He even presses the point that Lu Yuan's hope of breaking through core formation is better in the upper realm, where the spiritual energy and techniques are far superior. Lu Yuan doubles down and says his fast progress only came from pill refinement helping him through Foundation Establishment, while someone with more than 6 spiritual roots is basically hopeless at core formation. That reminder knocks the wind out of Han Yuanshan, because only the sect's founding patriarch ever managed core formation with that many roots, and Lu Yuan clearly does not want to gamble on a miracle. In the end, Han Yuanshan lets him choose for himself and tells him that if he will not participate, he can simply stay in the courtyard and keep cultivating. Han Yuanshan also reassures him that even the evil cultivators in the capital should avoid attacking anyone now, because causing trouble would cost them their own chance at ascension. He dismisses Lu Yuan with one final instruction: wait 20 years, and when this is over, leave the Full Moon Mountain range with the other disciples who failed. As soon as Lu Yuan steps out, Bai Dafei rushes over to ask what their master wanted. Lu Yuan tells him the truth plainly. Han Yuanshan wanted him in the path for immortal ascension, and he refused. Bai Dafei is not surprised at all, because this is exactly the kind of steady, risk-avoiding choice he expects from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, can already tell that Bai Dafei wants to try his luck in the trial, and he quietly thinks that Bai Dafei, Shan Yao, and Su Wanner all have the kind of luck that could carry them through. After parting with Bai Dafei, Lu Yuan takes Su Wanner and Shan Yao to the small courtyard assigned to him inside the stronghold. The place looks small from outside, but once inside, Lu Yuan finds a much larger space supported by many arrays, almost like a pocket grotto heaven. Once Su Wan'er and Shan Yao are settled in, Lu Yuan heads into his own room alone to sort through everything he has gained in recent years. Inside his room, Lu Yuan reviews his real status. 5 years after forming his core, he is already at core formation 2nd level with a heaven-grade golden core, a stronger body, an early real realm soul, and 20,000 luck. That jump came from spending 5 years consolidating his core and refining the powerful blood sheet pills and divine soul pills left from monsters and core formation enemies he defeated earlier. The Bone Dragon's divine soul pill helped the most, pushing Lu Yuan's soul to a level already comparable to some weaker nascent soul cultivators. His main pill refining art has not advanced again, but another technique he learned by adapting Xing Xian's methods has quietly become a major new tool. That technique is the divine soul paper binding technique, which lets him create paper men with their own souls, with strength tied to the soul and formation used to make them. What excites Lu Yuan most is not their fighting power but the way these paper men can share his detection ability, turning them into perfect citywide scouts. Since that trick already proved useful against Hook Snake and the others before, Lu Yuan decides to use it again now to survey the entire imperial capital. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of paper men spill out from his storage bag and scatter across the room like a tiny assembled army. The moment they appear, the upgraded paper men start yelling over each other like an unruly troop, proudly announcing scout numbers, deployments, and nonsense in Lu Yuan's own style. Lu Yuan can only stare at the noisy mess and wonder, a little uneasily, whether this bizarre little army can really be trusted to survey the whole city. Back in his room, Lu Yuan stares at a crowd of chattering little paper men and realizes his upgraded technique has created something closer to a gang of unruly children than obedient tools. Lu Yuan reflects that ever since the paper binding technique advanced into the Divine Soul version, these paper figures stopped being disposable puppets and became spirit-like beings with minds of their own. The little troublemakers even pile onto the desk and start noisily playing a game, pushing Lu Yuan past his limit. For one brief second the room goes quiet, and every tiny paper head turns toward their master in shock. Then they ruin it by arguing over which numbered paper man he was actually scolding, and the desk explodes back into chaos. Lu Yuan snaps and orders all of them to shut up, but even that turns into another ridiculous argument about who is or is not still talking. At that point Lu Yuan finally gives up on making them behave and admits their intelligence is real, just far too little to make them easy to manage. He decisively stores most of the rowdy little spirits away and leaves only 10 outside so he can assign them exact missions one by one. After a painfully careful round of instructions, Lu Yuan manages to place all 100 paper men across the imperial capital like pieces in a giant spy formation. When the full network finally sets out, Lu Yuan exhales in relief and Riley decides wrangling these things is more exhausting than fighting real enemies. He even regrets giving them so much self-awareness, because the old mute paper men suddenly seem wonderful in hindsight. Elsewhere in District 13, 2 tiny paper men slip through the night along roof beams, heading toward a new target like invisible little thieves. Their bodies are so light, and so carefully made that even cultivators' spiritual sense misses them unless someone sees them directly with their own eyes. Their destination turns out to be the Xuyang sect stronghold, one of the devil sect footholds Lu Yuan is probing for first-hand information before the coming assembly. At the gate, Zhuan Yanbing returns from a mission and immediately notices the guards acting strangely, like they do not want him walking inside right now. Sensing trouble, Zhuan Yanbing starts fishing for answers by loudly complaining that Elder Chen sent him away on purpose just as the path to immortality ascension is about to begin. The gate disciples take the bait and warn him that Elder Chen is in the courtyard now, which is exactly why they kept him from entering. Zhuan Yanbing keeps the act going, insults Elder Chen as an overgrown failure, and says he will go enjoy himself in the city until the elder leaves. But once he is safely away from the gate, Zhuan Yanbing catches a scavenging mouse and injects it with blood essence to turn it into a puppet scout. As he sends the puppet mouse back toward the compound, Zhuan Yanbing quietly admits to himself that staying in this sect may no longer be safe. Inside the Xuyang sect courtyard, the hidden paper men discover a far more serious gathering than expected. 3 elder-level figures sit at the head, while around 20 core formation cultivators assemble in secret. Lu Yuan quickly realizes something is wrong, because only one seated elder seems to belong to Xuyang sect and many of the powerful faces in the meeting are unfamiliar. Just as the meeting is about to begin, one of the seated experts senses Zhuan Yanbing's puppet mouse and blows it apart with a casual wave. The backlash reaches Zhuan Yanbing immediately, and he drops all hesitation and heads straight back toward the stronghold himself. In the courtyard, one of the 3 seated experts says the intruder's puppet method was carefully hidden and cut off fast enough that he could not trace the source. Another of the seated experts brushes the whole thing off, confident that a suspicious little rat cannot threaten their group in the lower realm. The remaining seated expert calmly reveals the bigger goal. If this mission succeeds, they will not only reap the world's luck but also seize a batch of lower realm geniuses as fresh blood for their sect. From the beam above, the 2 paper men relay everything to Lu Yuan, and he identifies the 3 seated experts as nascent soul cultivators from the 12 earthly branches. That revelation hits Lu Yuan hard, because cultivators above nascent souls should not even be active in the Full Moon Mountain range, which means this is no routine visit at all. Listening to their words, Lu Yuan pieces together that they are after the same kind of luck-rich dragon vein opportunities he has already been pursuing. He also realizes their talk of fresh blood almost certainly means the Immortal Ascension Assembly is being used to target the lower realm's most talented cultivators. With 3 nascent soul experts and 20 core formation elites hidden in one place, Lu Yuan feels the full pressure of it and understands that a storm is about to break over the lower realm. After his trap pays off far beyond expectations, Lu Yuan realizes the Xueyang sect cultivators have been replaced by unknown upper realm people, and that changes everything. If the enemy were only core formation cultivators, he might have tried to kill them first, but the news of 3 hidden nascent soul experts instantly kills that idea. So instead of gambling on a strike, Lu Yuan decides the real priority is figuring out what those upper realm cultivators actually want. To avoid alerting them, he orders his little paper men to keep watching from the shadows while he stays hidden in the city. He even decides to skip the path for Immortal Ascension altogether, lie low until the local restrictions lift, and run straight back to Qingyun sect. After getting dragged into one mess after another since coming down the mountain, Lu Yuan swears that once he is back in the sect, nobody is getting him out before Nascent Soul. 3 days pass in the packed Qingyun sect yard, and with a month still left before the path opens, the imperial capital looks calm on the surface. But Lu Yuan knows this piece is fake, because once the path begins, the real fighting will move inside it and turn brutal fast. Thinking back on what Han Yuanshan taught him, Lu Yuan reviews the path for Immortal Ascension as a 3-part test of cultivation, talent, and comprehension. The first hurdle is the Immortal Ladder, where each cultivator climbs under spiritual pressure matched to their own level, and almost nobody clears it on the first try. He remembers that even the legendary record holder, a monster who built 4 foundation establishments through way of the heaven's spiritual roots, still needed 10 full days to finish it. The reason is nasty. Every 10 steps marks a new pressure tier, and by the later checkpoints the ladder is crushing people under multiples of their own cultivation. That means raw realm alone does not help much here, and only people far stronger than their peers usually have a real shot. Still, the ladder has one famous loophole. It locks in its starting difficulty based on the cultivation you show the moment you first step onto it. So many sect elites deliberately hold back their breakthrough, register at a weaker level, and only push higher after entering to make the climb easier. Even with that trick, more than 80% still fail, because not everyone can force the next breakthrough within the path's 10-year limit. And passing the ladder is only the start, because the second stage turns into a talent check that is much harder to fake. For lower-level cultivators, talent means spiritual roots, and for core formation cultivators like Lu Yuan, it means the actual quality of their golden core. That instantly reminds Lu Yuan just how absurd his own foundation is, because his 9-patterned way of the heaven's golden core is something even the upper realm has probably never seen. He knows perfectly well that without the system's help, even he could never have guaranteed such a ridiculous perfect core. The second stage itself is the trial stone, a testing monument that only approves cultivators who meet strict minimum standards. For foundation establishment, the bar is already high, and for core formation the minimum is either a 2-patterned earth-grade core or a 1-patterned heaven-grade core. But the upper realm never leaves empty-handed, because even people who fail the trial stone can still pick an incomplete cultivation technique. Lu Yuan sees the real motive immediately. The upper realm uses those incomplete manuals to tie promising people down and make sure future talent eventually joins their sects. That is why so many lower realm sects treat the path as a treasure run, rewarding disciples for bringing back those borrowed techniques. After the trial stone comes the final stage, opening the heavenly gate, where every entrant has to fight a mirror version of themselves that is even stronger. The path gives each cultivator 3 divine abilities from the treasure pavilion for that fight, so the last test is really about comprehension and combat judgment under pressure. Worse, if someone fails and comes back later, the next mirror updates too, copying new techniques and any stronger cultivation they have gained since then. With a 10-year clock and a scaling enemy, the path weeds out almost everyone the outside world would already call a genius. At first all of this only confirms Lu Yuan's old instinct to stay away, because he never cared about reaching the upper realm in the first place. Then one detail hooks him hard: just entering the assessment can still earn upper realm techniques and divine abilities. That flips his thinking completely, and Lu Yuan starts wondering if he can enter more than once by posing as different cultivators. The only real obstacle is hiding his ridiculous golden core well enough to pass as someone else. Then he remembers Divine Soul Disguise, a skill that can alter how his divine soul and cultivation appear to others. In practice, that means he can mask his 9-patterned way of the heaven's core as a much weaker 1-patterned heaven-grade core and still meet the minimum requirement. That is enough for Lu Yuan to beat the second stage, grab divine abilities from the treasure pavilion, leave, and come back again under another disguise. With 9 spiritual roots behind his perfect core, Lu Yuan realizes he may be able to repeat this cycle up to 9 times and strip the path for rewards. The more he thinks about it, the better it sounds, because his current methods are already nearing their limit, and he needs stronger cultivation arts for the road ahead. What really seals it is nascent soul, because the lower realm simply does not have enough guidance for someone trying to break through that far. Even Han Yuanshan can only teach him so much, since his master himself stopped at core formation. So Lu Yuan decides to use upper realm methods in reverse, plunder their knowledge first, and deduce the path to his own way of the heaven's nascent soul. For a cautious man like him, that kind of preparation is impossible to refuse, so he finally commits to entering the path for immortal ascension after all. He even gives the whole operation a name with quiet satisfaction: Benefit Plunderer. Lu Yuan starts by fixing the biggest flaw in his scam. If too many entries look identical, even idiots will realize the same person is gaining the path for immortal ascension. His first adjustment is timing. Every disguised attempt has to take a different amount of time, so no two appearances land suspiciously close together. He also staggers how long each identity stays inside to cultivate, so the pattern stays messy instead of machine perfect. Then his superstition kicks in, and Lu Yuan firmly decides that noon is the lucky window for entering. Because he has survived on luck this far, he treats a lucky schedule like real protection, not a joke. Timing alone is not enough, so Lu Yuan decides each disguise also needs its own personality. He knows changing his face and golden core will not save him if every fake person still talks and acts like Lu Yuan. To push the lie further, he even considers having two of his own fake identities openly clash, because no one suspects enemies of being the same man. Once the disguise details are settled, Lu Yuan turns to the part he values most: building an alibi before anything goes wrong. In his worst-case scenario, the upper realm exposes him and tries to drag him away by force. He has no intention of ascending, and he knows that if the upper realm decides to punish him, his current strength will not carry him past nascent soul and apotheosis experts. So he settles on the cleanest defense possible. If trouble comes, he will insist he never entered the path at all. To make that lie hold, his real body needs to appear in public at the same time one of his disguised identities enters the path. He specifically wants a crowded cultivator location, because witnesses are much harder to argue with. But he does not stop there, because cultivators can use avatars, so witnesses alone are still not enough. The real proof has to come from divine soul fluctuations, and that is exactly where Lu Yuan has an advantage most core formation cultivators do not. With enough divine soul to fake what others cannot, he becomes confident he can build a nearly perfect alibi in plain sight. He even rehearses the next layer: how to argue back if the upper realm tries to seize him anyway, and how to escape if talking fails. After all that careful preparation, Lu Yuan still suspects the upper realm might quietly swallow the embarrassment rather than admit someone farmed their once every 300 years talent trial. Even so, he judges the danger as tiny, and his confidence rises further because his luck has carried him through worse odds before. For a moment he considers getting even greedier by stacking multiple heaven path patterns into higher pattern cores and plundering far more benefits. Then steady old Lu Yuan shuts that thought down, because doing the trick a few times is daring, but doing it dozens of times is asking to be caught. The deeper problem is simple: no matter how well he disguises himself, he still cannot fake dozens of heaven-grade golden core monsters appearing in the lower realm at once. If that many heaven-grade prodigies suddenly showed up, the upper realm would stop wondering and start investigating the entire lower realm for either a miracle or a conspiracy. That is why Lu Yuan draws a hard line and decides 9 entries are the limit, with anything beyond that crossing into real danger. With that settled, his thoughts swing back to the Xuyang sect's stronghold and the unfamiliar upper realm cultivators he found there. He is sure those people are plotting something, even if he still cannot pin down the full scheme. From what he overheard, Lu Yuan sees one likely goal already: they may be stealing the lower realm's luck for themselves. And if that is true, the upper realm will definitely send investigators down, which makes Lu Yuan even more careful about his own plundering plan. His real fear is getting lumped together with those outsiders, because nobody would believe a native lower realm cultivator built a 9-pattern heaven path golden core by pure luck. Even Lu Yuan admits that if he were the one judging, he would assume a terrifying hidden organization was backing a monster like him. So his alibi is doing double duty now. It must hide his fraud in the path and also keep clear distance between him and the Xuyang sect group. He has no heroic urge to sabotage 3 nascent soul cultivators himself, because from his perspective that would just be suicide dressed up as righteousness. Still, he cannot ignore them completely, because those people want both the lower realm's luck and its geniuses, which means someone like him could become a target. To deal with that, he starts building escape plans for any situation where he might end up sharing space with those 3 nascent soul experts. One rule is immediate and strict: he will never wander alone through unfamiliar areas if he can help it. Another rule is even simpler: if Xuyang sect cultivators show up nearby, Lu Yuan runs first and asks questions never. After stacking all those precautions, he tells himself the coming trip to the Full Moon Mountain range should be safe, but a thread of unease still refuses to leave. He knows why too. Every plan has variables, and one truly overwhelming powerhouse could crush all his careful preparation at once. For Lu Yuan, anyone at apotheosis stage or above counts as that kind of disaster, so his only real answer is to stay hidden and keep his profile low. Then the story shifts to the Immortal Ascension Assembly, where a huge heavenly gate appears silently above the palace. Its presence is so overwhelming that any cultivator would feel tiny beneath it, yet ordinary people in the capital cannot see it at all. At the palace gathering point, Shan Yao turns to Su Wana and asks the obvious question: is Sir really skipping the assembly and giving up a chance to reach the wider upper realm? Su Wana pauses, because once she thinks about Lu Yuan, what comes to mind is not ambition but the ridiculous way he always looks for the safest place to hide. In her eyes, if Lu Yuan did not have a human golden core, she might suspect he was a 1,000-year-old turtle in disguise from how shamelessly cautious he is. So Su Wana explains that Lu Yuan simply is not the kind of man who gets excited about roaming the world. She says Lu Yuan once described himself with one perfect word: a homebody. Shan Yao immediately latches onto the unfamiliar word and asks what a homebody even is. With a smile, Su Wana gives the simplest answer possible: a homebody is someone who just stays in the house all the time. After hearing Su Wana joke about homebodies, Shan Yao can only think of one person who fits perfectly: Lu Yuan. In Shan Yao's memory, Lu Yuan barely ever leaves his courtyard, and if she did not know he was human, she would suspect he was some old tree that took shape. With that in mind, Shan Yao gives up on expecting Lu Yuan to appear and forces her attention back to the path for immortal ascension overhead. She knows the heavenly gate has already formed, so the real assessment is about to begin. Far away in the sacred realm that hosts the trial, 3 upper realm cultivators sit around a pool and quietly discuss the assembly. The other 2 are surprised that the Spirit Sword sect sent an apotheosis stage elder like Jingming to oversee what should have been a routine selection. Jingming explains that part of this world's luck has vanished, and his sect suspects the thief slipped in and stole it. He has already inspected the place where the luck declined, but the Forbidden Areas array was never triggered, which makes the whole thing deeply suspicious. To Jingming, that means the culprit either had power beyond nascent soul or some shocking method of slipping past a nascent soul formation unseen. Instead of backing off, Yu Wenbai and the Yuanhao immediately start thinking this mysterious thief might be an excellent talent worth recruiting first. All 3 are sure the thief will eventually show up, because the heavenly gate is the only normal path from the lower realm to the upper realm. That is why Jingming came in person. If the target appears, absolute strength will let him stop and seize the suspect on the spot. The participants below have no idea their examiners are this dangerous, and that hidden pressure only matters for people entering with secret motives. One of those people with secret motives is Lu Yuan, who has already slipped into the crowd under a flawless Tianji sect disguise. He is not just wearing the right face and robes, he has also disguised his soul, golden core, and even his sect-style abilities so thoroughly that real Tianji sect cultivators should not catch him. Even so, Lu Yuan stays uneasy, because the one thing he could not learn in advance was who is invigilating this test and how strong they are. He trusts his disguise against nascent soul cultivators, but if an apotheosis stage expert is specifically watching for him, that is a different story. Still, Lu Yuan has prepared for even that possibility, so he steadies himself and waits for the test to begin. Then 3 heavy bell chimes roll out from the heavenly gate, and every cultivator immediately goes still. As the gate slowly opens, the waiting cultivators surge upward in a dense wave, all trying to enter at once. The commoners below cannot see the gate itself, but the sight of so many immortals flying overhead still leaves them stunned and envious. Lu Yuan deliberately keeps to the middle of the flying crowd, because the safest place for his plan is where no one bothers to look closely. A moment later, Lu Yuan passes through the heavenly gate with everyone else and enters the true trial space. Inside, everyone is met by a breathtaking sight, an enormous inverted mountain hanging above a sea of clouds, with the immortal ladder rising up its underside. The moment they arrive, the cultivators lose control of their flight and are forced down onto the cloud layer before the stairs. A few people try to rise again, but the no-fly restriction crushes that idea immediately. Since the rules are already obvious, the first truly bold group does not wait around and heads straight for the ladder. Lu Yuan spots several familiar faces in that first wave. Bai Dafei, Mu Qiqi, Shan Yao, and Su Wana are all among the earliest challengers. The first wave turns heads immediately, because nearly all 20 challengers are already at core formation, making the lineup feel elite from the start. Shan Yao and Su Wana are actually the weakest in cultivation among those 20, which only makes their confidence stand out more. Lu Yuan is not surprised to see that Bai Dafei and Mu Qiqi have both reached core formation by now. The 20 climbers begin together, and at first their pace stays almost perfectly even. Once they push past roughly the 30th step, the ladder's pressure starts separating the group for real. The shock comes immediately after that. The fastest climber is not the stronger prodigies, but Shan Yao. She charges uphill as if the pressure does not exist, turning herself into the first clear leader on the mountain. The spectators below start whispering at once, because no one recognizes the girl who just blasted past the famous sect talents. Some guess Shan Yao must be the hidden disciple of a secluded patriarch, because they cannot accept that a girl in unfamiliar clothes is beating their sect prodigies. That gossip then shifts to Fujio, when someone notices the Shurxian sect's most famous genius is missing from the assembly. Another cultivator bluntly says Fujio is already dead, with the rumor claiming he and a nascent soul bone demon killed each other in the forbidden area. The crowd cannot help admiring him anyway, because a core formation cultivator taking down a nascent soul opponent sounds like a legend cut short. Hearing that story, Lu Yuan quietly edges away from the conversation, because he knows both Fujio and the so-called Bone Demon actually died by his hand. He had arranged the aftermath to look like those two monsters killed each other, and now that lie is circulating exactly as planned. While the crowd is still talking below, the first batch keeps climbing, with Shan Yao still in front as the group nears the point where the immortal ladder will start showing its first passers. Shan Yao reaching the top first stuns the whole assembly, and envy turns the quiet crowd restless almost at once. One hot-blooded shout of charge breaks the tension, and a wave of cultivators surges toward the immortal ladder test. Lu Yuan slips into the rushing crowd without drawing attention and deliberately keeps himself in the middle, where he can react if anything goes wrong. The moment Lu Yuan steps onto the ladder, he realizes his divine soul disguise has fooled even the array itself. Instead of the pressure a 9-patterned heaven-grade golden core should face, Lu Yuan only feels what a 1-patterned cultivator would face, and his trap suddenly looks much safer. Even with the ladder barely affecting him, Lu Yuan puts on a convincing act and climbs like every step is hard-won. As the climb goes on, the packed crowd naturally splits into tiers, with the strongest talents furthest ahead. The first group is still led by monsters among their generation, and many of those heavenly prides are now stalled near the 90th step. Below them, the direct disciples form a solid second group, strong enough to climb well past the lower steps even if they cannot match the true prodigies. The third group is a rougher mix of ordinary disciples and even core formation elders, all forced to endure pressure matched to their own cultivation. Lu Yuan spots his master Han Yuanshan among the strugglers and immediately sees why an old alchemist has no special edge in this test. Han Yuanshan ends up climbing like a staggering old man, and Lu Yuan cannot help mocking him in his head for jumping into a young person's gamble this late in life. Even so, Lu Yuan keeps his distance, because helping or acknowledging Han Yuanshan now could expose him later. By climbing at just the right pace, Lu Yuan quietly leaves the weaker crowd behind and slips into the second group. The unfamiliar face draws a few quick looks, but no one in the second group bothers to dwell on him. Then Lu Yuan suddenly feels it, someone in this group is secretly watching him. He wants to find the watcher, but the safer move is obvious, so Lu Yuan keeps acting like an ordinary 1-patterned golden core cultivator and pushes forward. Far above the mortal assembly, the view shifts to a secluded sacred realm where 3 upper realm examiners watch the test through a spiritual water mirror. The water mirror is split into 3 regions for the 3 climbing groups, but Jing Ming ignores the obvious geniuses and keeps staring at the second group instead. When the others ask what he sees, Jing Ming calmly says he suspects the thief who stole their luck is hidden among those climbers. Yuan Bai and the Yuan Hao study the second group for themselves, but at first they cannot spot anything wrong. Pressed for his reasoning, Jing Ming starts with the first hard limit: the thief should not be above nascent soul and is most likely between core formation and nascent soul. His next clue is the thief's temperament, because whoever did it stayed calm enough to leave almost no trace in the forbidden area. Jing Ming says the only real trace he found was a cave likely left by a revived dragon bone, and even a space-time reversal art could not reveal the thief because luck their distorted divine abilities. What finally convinced him was the timing, because the luck vanished exactly when the myriad bone forest opened and a large batch of cultivators entered. Since the mountain's restrictions only allowed foundation establishment entrance, when that opening happened 25 years ago, Jing Ming argues the thief could only have risen as high as core formation, even with disguise involved. Yuan Bai questions why the culprit could not simply be a nascent soul cultivator, forcing Jing Ming to make the restriction argument even clearer. Jing Ming answers that a nascent soul expert simply could not have entered at that time without triggering the array, so the real suspect had to start as a lower stage outsider who later reached core formation. By the end of the explanation, all 3 agree the suspect pool can be narrowed to those who once entered the myriad bone forest, and the thief is probably still hiding behind strong camouflage. Jing Ming adds one last criterion to his hunt. He wants someone near core formation who disguises himself so well that even the Heavenly Gates array might be fooled. Looking back at the second group with that standard in mind, Jing Ming notices one especially inconspicuous climber whose exhausted act does not match his perfectly steady rhythm. That tiny mismatch is enough for Jing Ming, and he starts to smile as if he has finally found the little thief in the crowd. Back on the ladder, Lu Yuan suddenly feels the prying gaze sharpen, as if something powerful has taken a real interest in this area. Then Lu Yuan realizes the attention is not actually centered on him, but on the climber who has just drawn level at his side. Even though the man's face is unfamiliar, Lu Yuan senses something he recognizes, checks more carefully, and quietly discovers it is Zhuan Yangbing in disguise. At the same time, Jing Ming's suspicion fully locks onto Zhuan Yangbing, mistaking him for the disguised core formation thief he has been hunting. From Jing Ming's view in the sacred realm, Zhuan Yangbing suddenly looks like the perfect luck thief, disguised, hidden among outsiders, and strong enough to be dangerous. Zhuan Yangbing has no idea an apotheosis-level examiner may be watching him, and that ignorance turns his ordinary disguise into something much more suspicious. He only guessed upper realm supervisors might be around, and in his mind even that should stop at the nascent soul stage. That judgment comes from a hard truth he understands well. Upper realm cultivators crush the lower realm with better inheritances, stronger techniques, and far denser spiritual energy. He is sure even a few upper realm nascent soul cultivators could dominate the outside world, so he never imagined the assembly might hide someone even higher. His fear is not abstract either, because his blood-controlled mouse puppet already brushed against the Xiuyang sect infiltrators and proved they were far beyond normal lower realm cultivators. After that scare, Zhuan Yangbing decides Xiuyang's sect is no longer safe for him, so this assembly becomes his chance to disappear for good. He tells himself that once the early rounds thin the crowd, those hidden troublemakers will have fewer chances to drag him into their mess. So he stops holding back and starts climbing in earnest, overtaking people one after another in a quiet burst of urgency. 2 hours later, Zhuan Yangbing reaches the second stage, proving the long ladder could not really stop him once he got serious. Back in the sacred realm, Jing Ming's suspicion wavers for a moment because that sudden sprint feels a little too bold for a careful thief. Then Jing Ming reinterprets the move. If Zhuan Yangbing stole luck and expects a response from the upper realm, rushing into the heavenly gate would make perfect sense. Jing Ming even explains Zhuan Yangbing's earlier caution away, deciding the man was probably testing how strong the upper realm examiners really were before making his move. Since the examiners deliberately let their spiritual sense feel only nascent soul level, Jing Ming convinces himself Zhuan Yangbing must have taken the bait. By the time his reasoning settles, Jing Ming is about 80% sure he has found his target and starts watching Zhuan Yangbing almost exclusively. Meanwhile, after the first day ends, Lu Yuan quietly reaches the second stage with the main group but arrives wearing none of their relief. On the ladder, Lu Yuan felt 3 examiners scan him, and one spiritual sense was hidden so well that it immediately put him on edge. With his peak emptiness realm divine soul and 9-patterned golden core sharpening his senses, Lu Yuan can tell that one examiner's spiritual will is tougher than anything he has met before. He cannot prove whether that hidden watcher is just unusually strong or truly apotheosis stage, but Lu Yuan's habit is to plan for the worst. That possibility rattles him, because an apotheosis powerhouse was the one variable most likely to wreck his benefit plunderer scheme. For a moment, Lu Yuan seriously considers withdrawing, because fooling an apotheosis expert is a gamble he does not want to take lightly. But once he reaches the second stage, he notices the constant spiritual probing has eased, and that small opening changes everything again. So instead of abandoning the plan, Lu Yuan trims it down and decides 3 clean runs are enough, as long as he stays low profile. The second stage itself is straightforward. Each cultivator steps up to the trial stone, places a hand on it, and lets it judge their spiritual roots or golden core. When Lu Yuan reaches the front, he first studies the giant stone tablet and quickly reads part of its array structure instead of blindly trusting it. At a glance, he sorts the arrays into inspection, merit checking, spiritual energy storage, and material fixing functions, confirming the whole thing is basically a massive spiritual energy construct. Only after that does Lu Yuan place his hand on the stone and feel a strange power enter his body for analysis. Thanks to his divine soul disguise technique, Lu Yuan lets the inspection pass over a fake identity and answers the stone with the name Lu Jiu. The trial stone lights up in gold and publicly announces that Lu Jiu has a 1-pattern heaven-grade golden core, enough to pass. That result immediately earns Lu Yuan a wave of envy from the surrounding cultivators, because even 1 heaven-grade pattern is already exceptional here. Once he passes, an illusory corridor opens behind the trial stone and leads him into the sacred realm between the second and third stages. Inside, Lu Yuan arrives before a huge 9-story pagoda suspended in a cloud-wrapped void, with the route to the third stage stretching behind it. The place is busy with successful candidates circling the pagoda and defeated ones drifting back from the third stage after failing against their mirror selves. Instead of rushing upward, Lu Yuan slows down and carefully reads the new environment first. He quickly realizes the sacred realm is a carefully built heavenly grotto with spiritual energy so dense it leaves the Qingyun sect looking poor by comparison. That abundance makes the harsh third stage requirement suddenly look deliberate, because the real trap is to make lower realm cultivators rely on upper realm methods before they can advance. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the whole assembly is also recruitment bait. Let people taste better techniques and a richer world first, and most of them will choose the upper realm themselves. But Lu Yuan is not here to be dazzled, so after seeing through the setup, he heads straight for the pagoda to grab what he came for and move on quietly. Lu Yuan steps into the 9-story pagoda and immediately draws wary looks, but no one questions him because cultivators treat another person's cultivation as private territory. Once he sees that nobody plans to interfere, Lu Yuan ignores the crowd and keeps his real goal clear. He came for upper realm techniques, not just a ticket upward like everyone else. As he surveys the interior, Lu Yuan works out the pagoda's structure. Cultivation techniques on one side, divine abilities on the other, spread floor by floor from chi cultivation to foundation establishment, and finally core formation. The lower floors are crowded because failed or resting participants from the Immortal Ascension Assembly can only catch their breath there before trying again. Lu Yuan only gives the lower floors a brief glance before heading upward, because ordinary techniques are not enough for the bottleneck he has hit. On the middle floors, he spots familiar techniques like the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique and the green flame technique, which confirms that sects in the lower realm really did carry treasures out of this place before. That glimpse makes him even more eager for the top floors, because his 9-pattern heaven-grade golden core is being wasted without a core formation method that truly fits him. Lu Yuan grimly reflects that he reached core formation level 2 by forcing himself upward with pills, and without the right manual, further progress will become painfully hard. That is why he still came to this dangerous assembly even with an apotheosis expert lurking in the background. For lower realm cultivators, missing techniques can be a dead end. But when he reaches the top section, Lu Yuan is caught off guard by the layout. The 7th to 9th levels are not separate floors at all, but one sealed vertical chamber ringed with stacked bookshelves. The strange design makes the problem obvious at once. Nobody can properly read or compare the core formation manuals here, so choosing freely is almost impossible. Before he can puzzle it out further, a familiar stranger speaks from the side and casually guesses this must be Lu Yuan's first time seeing the place. Lu Yuan turns and realizes the speaker is Zhuan Yangbing in disguise again, which makes the whole meeting feel absurdly familiar. Lu Yuan decides not to expose him, because whatever Zhuan Yangbing is scheming, he can still use this conversation to learn how the upper floors really work. At the same time, Lu Yuan is already thinking bigger. If he can stir up enough trouble at the assembly, the hidden apotheosis cultivator might look away long enough for his own plundering plan to work. Zhuan Yangbing is just as pleased by the exchange, because he has been waiting for a chance to latch onto this supposed Tianji sect disciple and slowly work toward the favor he needs. Lu Yuan opens the door by asking if he knows this place well, and that simple question is all the invitation Zhuan Yangbing wanted. Zhuan Yangbing immediately starts performing, introducing himself as Yishan and claiming he arrived earlier and already picked his technique and divine ability. Lu Yuan plays along without blinking and answers with a fake identity of his own, introducing himself as Lu Jiu of the Tianji sect. That answer briefly throws Zhuan Yangbing off, but he quickly smooths it over and keeps acting respectful, unwilling to scare off the connection he finally made. Once the fake introductions are settled, Zhuan Yangbing gets to the real point and explains that the upper chamber is not meant for browsing techniques at all. He says core formation techniques are common in the upper realm but tightly blocked from the lower realm, so the pagoda avoids leakage by granting them through direct imparting instead of readable manuals. The catch is brutal. Once the array chooses for you, you may be stuck with a technique that is not truly your best fit, and there is no second try. That warning finally hooks Lu Yuan, because if there is any way to steer the choice himself, he wants it. Zhuan Yangbing leans in with his method. Before choosing, a cultivator should forcefully recall the thing they fear or obsess over most, especially their own history of cultivating techniques and divine abilities. According to his observation, the array judges both a cultivator's current cultivation traits and their deepest obsession, then matches a technique from that combination. He gives a simple example. If the array senses strong sword intent, it will treat that person as a sword cultivator, then use obsession to narrow down the final sword technique it hands over. Lu Yuan understands the flaw immediately. The array only sees what a cultivator looks like now, not whether they spent years on the wrong path before finding their real talent. That problem matters even more for Lu Yuan, because he has trained in too many fields for the array to read him cleanly if he leaves the choice to chance. Still, once he understands the rules, his uncertainty vanishes, because now he can deliberately feed the array the answer he wants. He reviews all the techniques that have defined him so far and sees the common thread clearly. Every one of them was chosen to keep him alive longer. The conclusion is almost embarrassingly simple. Lu Yuan is terrified of dying, so the technique he wants most is one that hardens his protective spiritual energy even further. Lu Yuan's cultivation path has always been brutally simple. Anything that helps him stay alive goes to the top of the list. To him, being steady is not just planning ahead or avoiding danger, but building enough defense to survive the disaster he never saw coming. That is why he keeps favoring defense and escape over flashy offense, with only one goal in mind from start to finish: staying alive. With that decision made, Lu Yuan heads straight for the center of the upper 3 levels to pick a new cultivation technique. As soon as he steps into the center, a scanning wave of spiritual energy washes over him like an emotionless machine checking his fit. Knowing how the place works, Lu Yuan deliberately activates the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique so the array will offer him something built for defense. The array reads his displayed Earth Attribute Golden Core and his obsession with staying alive, then offers him 2 Earth Attribute Core formation techniques. One option is the Earth Illusionary Manual, a technique focused on illusion arrays that can trap and confuse enemies. The other is the Mountain River Scripture, a body-focused earth technique that borrows the strength of mountains and rivers to form a mountain godlike physique. Lu Yuan barely even considers the illusion art, because tricks that bully weaker enemies mean very little when a stronger opponent can break through them. What he wants is something that still helps when the enemy is stronger than him, so the illusion manual is out. He reaches out without hesitation and chooses the Mountain River Scripture. The moment he touches the light, the cultivation method pours straight into his mind through forceful transmission. Then the system immediately detects strong compatibility between the new scripture and his old Black Tortoise and Mountain River arts. Lu Yuan does not waste a second and agrees to fuse all 3 techniques together. The fusion creates a brand new art, the Mountain River Mystical Black Tortoise Diagram, a defense-heavy technique tied to the 4 divine beasts. Even the system adds a rare comment, bluntly praising the mystical Black Tortoise as a beast you can trust, and that catches Lu Yuan off guard. He quietly grumbles that the system never bothered to evaluate his earlier techniques, as if none of them had been worthy of a comment. But the joke ends fast when he checks the new technique and sees how absurdly complete it is. The fused art boosts his black tortoise power, lets him form mountain river rays without external magic items, and doubles his spiritual recovery as long as he stays on the ground. To Lu Yuan, that means one thing: on solid ground, his defense and recovery are now terrifying even among people at his own level. He measures that against his 9-pattern heaven-grade golden core and coolly concludes that an ordinary 1-pattern earth-grade core cultivator would be crushed outright. Still, his idea of being strong is not showing off and tanking hits for fun. If a real threat appears, he plans to use his strongest move immediately. At that point, Zhuan Yangbing walks up and casually asks if Lu Yuan has already chosen his technique. Because the upper levels hide each person's actual reward, Zhuan Yangbing cannot see what Lu Yuan picked and makes it clear he is not here to pry. Lu Yuan immediately reads the situation and tells him to stop circling around it, and just say what favor he wants in return for the earlier help. Zhuan Yangbing laughs because dealing with a smart man is easy, then admits he needs to borrow the Tianji sect's divination power through Lu Yuan. He quickly adds that the job should be simple, and Lu Yuan agrees to hear the details as long as it really is not troublesome. Since the upper floor is not a safe place to talk, Zhuan Yangbing signals for privacy, and the two men head down to a secret room on the first floor. Once inside the private room, Zhuan Yangbing thinks they are alone, but Lu Yuan suddenly senses a hidden spiritual sense sweeping over them. His 9-pattern heaven-grade golden core makes his perception unusually sharp, so he catches what most core formation cultivators never would. Lu Yuan judges that the Watcher is an apotheosis stage expert, and the only reason he notices at all is because the observer never expected to be detected here. When he feels that most of the hidden attention is aimed at Zhuan Yangbing, Lu Yuan quietly relaxes and starts thinking much faster. He realizes the upper realm has probably already noticed the stolen luck problem, and right now they may suspect Zhuan Yangbing instead of him. That instantly gives Lu Yuan a new angle. If someone else draws more attention, he can slip his own danger even farther into the shadows. He remembers that the current Xiuyang sect entrants are no ordinary disciples but a suspicious outside organization whose goal includes stealing this world's luck. To Lu Yuan, that makes them perfect scapegoats, because even if they do not take all the blame, they can still drag the upper realm's eyes away from him. The more he turns it over, the more convinced he becomes that a truly steady person adapts to changing conditions instead of clinging to one fixed plan. If he can use Zhuan Yangbing to pull that apotheosis expert's focus away from the Immortal Ascension Assembly, Lu Yuan knows he will have far more room to maneuver later. So Lu Yuan takes the initiative and asks again what Zhuan Yangbing actually wants him to do. After a brief pause, Zhuan Yangbing finally reveals the favor. He wants Lu Yuan to divine the exact location of a remnant soul somewhere nearby. To prove it, Zhuan Yangbing takes out a magic instrument that contains one piece of a cultivator's soul. Lu Yuan takes the instrument, and quickly realizes the soul fragment inside belongs to Zhuan Yangbing himself. That tells him the missing soul Zhuan Yangbing wants found is almost certainly another lost part of his own soul, though Lu Yuan does not care why it was split. What Lu Yuan does care about is the opportunity, because he can simply point that search toward the Xiuyang sect group and turn this request into a trap for his enemies. If Zhuan Yangbing goes there and the hidden apotheosis expert follows, Lu Yuan is sure the upper realm will notice how strange those Xiuyang sect infiltrators really are. Pleased with how neatly the plan could solve his own problem, Lu Yuan hides his glee and assures Zhuan Yangbing that the matter is easy for him. With the hidden watcher still overhead and a scapegoat plan already forming, Lu Yuan tells Zhuan Yangbing to give him a moment to begin the divination. In the secret room, Lu Yuan calmly tells Zhuan Yangbing this favor is a small matter, while already planning to let the whole mess drift toward Zhuan Yangbing instead of himself. Lu Yuan takes the magic instrument holding Zhuan Yangbing's remnant soul and starts tracing the missing piece with his spiritual sense. The search comes back fast, and Lu Yuan realizes the hidden soul is actually inside the city base used by the so-called Xiuyang sect cultivators. That instantly tells Lu Yuan one thing: whatever Zhuan Yangbing is hiding, he is probably not on the same side as those Xiuyang sect people. Lu Yuan keeps his distance emotionally, deciding that Zhuan Yangbing's feud is none of his concern as long as his own hands stay clean. In Lu Yuan's eyes, he only fulfilled the request to locate the soul, and whatever bloodbath follows between Zhuan Yangbing, the 12 earthly branches, and even Jing Ming will not point back to him. It is the kind of clean setup a Tianji sect cultivator would admire, because Lu Yuan can wash off the suspicion around stolen luck without lifting more than a finger. So Lu Yuan gives the result plainly, telling Zhuan Yangbing that his remnant soul is attached to a tree inside the Xiuyang sect compound and the rest is up to him. After delivering the answer, Lu Yuan leaves decisively, and Zhuan Yangbing does not try to stop him. Left behind in silence, Zhuan Yangbing is not surprised, because he already knew his missing soul was tied to that earlier infiltration. In his memory, Zhuan Yangbing had sent part of his divine soul into a little mouse puppet when he snuck into the enemy hideout. He expected the trick to be safe, but the people posing as Xiuyang sect were far stronger than expected, with 3 nascent soul experts, and the rest at core formation. The moment Zhuan Yangbing sensed that danger, he cut off the link to his hidden soul instead of recalling it and risking exposure on the spot. He even made that fragment hide nearby, which is why everyone else believed he had only been scouting with puppets all along. That quiet escape shows how dangerous Zhuan Yangbing really is, because hiding a soul fragment under nascent soul noses is not something an ordinary core formation cultivator could pull off. Even so, Zhuan Yangbing still needed Lu Yuan, because once he severed the connection, he no longer knew exactly where that soul fragment had ended up. He also dared not search for it himself too early, because if the 12 earthly branches had already found that fragment, trying to retrieve it would expose him immediately. Now that Lu Yuan has confirmed the exact location, Zhuan Yangbing finally has enough information to start planning a proper recovery. He cannot afford to leave that soul behind, because a missing piece of divine soul could cripple his future breakthrough and ruin any hope of ascending later. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan puts that matter aside and heads back to the last 3 levels of the 9-story pagoda to collect the 3 divine abilities he still has waiting. As he goes, Lu Yuan sees the upper realm reward for what it really is, not charity, but bait designed to make gifted lower realm cultivators willingly tie themselves to stronger sects. He knows most geniuses would never refuse resources, power, and a wider world once they had seen what the upper realm could offer. That blind spot helps Lu Yuan, because the upper realm would never expect someone to keep repeating the trial for rewards while quietly refusing to ascend. When the array offers his options, Lu Yuan carefully picks 3 survival-focused divine abilities: Great Void Sword Control Technique, Eclipse Green Flame, and Glazed Golden Body. His logic is simple and very Lu Yuan. 1 skill helps him run faster, 1 boosts lifespan, and 1 keeps him alive even if his spiritual defense fails. He also picked them for compatibility, hoping the new rewards can merge cleanly with the techniques he already uses. The first match appears immediately as Great Void Sword Control Technique resonates with his 1 Chi Sword Control Technique strongly enough to fuse. Lu Yuan accepts without hesitation, and the 2 sword arts combine into the Great Void 1 Chi Sword Technique. The new sword art keeps the attack loss manageable but doubles down on speed, exactly the kind of improvement Lu Yuan wants most. To Lu Yuan, that is perfect, because if he can run fast enough, even death has a hard time catching him. The second resonance comes when Eclipse Green Flame links up with Baifeng Green Flame and offers another fusion. He merges those as well, creating the Baifeng Fire Controlling Technique. The change is subtler this time, but Lu Yuan can feel the new technique pulling him closer to Baifeng's true destructive nature. He cannot measure it fully yet, but the power feels dangerous enough to turn him into a walking drought and disaster once mastered. The third fusion opens when Glazed Golden Body matches his earth ability Gilded Sand. That combination becomes the Glazed Indestructible Golden Body, a sturdier form that boosts both defense and raw physical strength. Looking over the results, Lu Yuan sees that his realm has not changed, but his overall combat power has clearly jumped again. He knows he cannot bring out the full force of these new abilities yet, but with his system he expects to polish them to great success within about 10 years. By then, Lu Yuan thinks he may even be able to fight across realms against a nascent soul cultivator, a feat reserved for monsters among monsters. Even knowing his talent could make upper realm sects fight to claim him, Lu Yuan wants none of that spotlight. He would rather stay hidden and keep cultivating safely, because talent means nothing if a reckless fight gets you killed first. With his future path settled in his mind, Lu Yuan leaves the 2nd stage pagoda and heads toward the 3rd stage instead of the route to ascension. He is not going there to enter the upper realm, but because the 3rd stage's mirror opponent gives him a rare chance to test himself honestly. Since the mirror can replicate his current strength and techniques, Lu Yuan decides to use it as a clean way to expose whatever weaknesses he still has. The 3rd stage is built around a brutal idea. Each cultivator must fight a mirror self that copies their power, except the copy is boosted to 1.5 times their cultivation. Lu Yuan quickly realizes this battlefield is a private trial space, with only the assessors outside able to watch what happens inside. Outside the arena, Jingming, Yuanbai, and Li Yuanhao watch the current batch of 5 trial takers through projected imagery and judge their worth. 2 of the visible contenders are Henglo of the Huanxi sect and Yang Xiujia of the Xiuyang sect, while the Shixian sect's disciple Fu Jiu is already out of the picture after crossing Lu Yuan earlier. The upper realm assessors pay special attention to Hengli because his peaceful bearing and relic aura make him look every bit like a true Buddha child. They suspect Hengli's relic may be on the level of a 4-pattern heaven-grade golden core, which would make him valuable even if he cannot join their own sects. Shan Yao also grabs their attention, because this young girl fights like a monster, throwing punches and kicks with mountain-breaking force. Because the Xianyang sect values body cultivators, Shan Yao's raw physical talent immediately makes her look like a prize prospect. Su Wana looks far less flashy at first glance, but the assessors catch the sharp sword intent and strange agility around her blood sword flight. Jing Ning stares at Su Wana and feels an unsettling familiarity, as if this lower realm girl might somehow be tied to his own bloodline. The more Jing Ming looks, the more his expression turns unexpectedly gentle, like he is already treating Su Wana as a favored junior. Then the assessors turn to Lu Yuan, and Yu Wenbai is immediately thrown off when this supposed TNG sect cultivator's mirror image looks like a full-on body cultivator. That surprise matters because a mirror image only reflects the trial taker's real path, which means Lu Yuan has somehow mixed TNG sect methods with true body cultivation. Inside the arena, Lu Yuan stays calm because he already chose what the mirror would copy, his mountain river mystical black tortoise diagram. Even if that choice makes him look unusual, Lu Yuan is sure this path still fits the abilities a TNG sect cultivator should be able to show. The mirror image stretches once, lifts its head, and stares at Lu Yuan with the dead calm of a machine built only to fight. When the mirror takes one step, a huge geomancy array blooms from its feet and instantly claims the best terrain in the arena. Yu Wenbai and the Yuanhao are impressed on the spot, because this is advanced geomancy cast instantly without any supporting tool. Jingming says nothing, but his focused stare makes it clear Lu Yuan has fully earned his attention too. Lu Yuan answers by stepping forward himself and laying down an identical geomancy divination array right in front of the mirror. With the arena divided between two matching arrays, both sides pause for a tense heartbeat and weigh what the other can really do. Lu Yuan knows he only let the mirror copy a one-pattern heaven-grade core, but he could not hide his real body, so the copy also inherited a true martial physique. That mix makes the mirror dangerous, because an array master with body cultivator stats is far more troublesome than a normal spell user. The mirror breaks the stalemate first by driving power into its array and dragging a mass of vines out of the earth toward Lu Yuan. A heartbeat later, green flames race over those vines, turning the whole charge into a rolling wood and fire sea. The assessors light up at the sight, because one clean combo tells them Lu Yuan's array mastery is the real thing. Since the mirror only uses techniques copied from the challenger, they immediately realize Lu Yuan himself can cast the same terrifying sequence. Lu Yuan does not panic in front of the firestorm and instead starts his own layered counter-array with a small, confident smile. Earth energy erupts first, piling up into the shape of a huge dragon rising from the arena floor. Then water joins the formation, turning the earth dragon into a muddy rushing beast that barrels straight into the mirror's sea of fire. The two arrays crash together in a violent explosion, and Lu Yuan only manages a draw because his elemental counter is right, but his displayed cultivation is still lower than the mirror's. Before the smoke even clears, the mirror image bursts out of it and closes the distance with frightening speed. As it rushes in, a huge bronze sword appears in the mirror's hands, proving this fight was never going to stay at long range. The mirror slashes down, but Lu Yuan slips away by diving into the earth with an earth attribute movement technique. For one sharp moment, it looks like Lu Yuan escaped cleanly by tunneling to a new position underground. But the mirror reads him almost like a prophet, appearing exactly where Lu Yuan is about to surface. The copy stomps down hard, smashing the ground open and blasting Lu Yuan out before he can recover his footing. Lu Yuan tumbles across the arena and finally stops with dust all over him and a clear footprint stamped into his chest. Instead of pressing immediately, the mirror image pauses and coldly leaves Lu Yuan a moment to stand again. Watching this, the assessors are genuinely shaken, because Lu Yuan is not just an array talent with a tough body, he can also fight up close like a real martial cultivator. Yu Wenbai bluntly admits that a TNG sect cultivator this healthy, this sturdy, and this dangerous in melee completely breaks their stereotype of the sect. Then, as Lu Yuan steadies himself and starts to launch his counterattack, all three assessors snap their full attention back onto him. When Lu Yuan sees his mirror self abandon arrays and charge straight in, he instantly realizes this copy is treating the fight like a brawl. That surprise only lasts a beat, because if the mirror wants close combat, Lu Yuan is more than willing to answer it head-on. Lu Yuan casts a spell and pulls water vapor around himself into a ring of blurry shadow clones to scramble the enemy's senses. Using the clones as cover, Lu Yuan rushes in himself, but the mirror instantly picks out the real body anyway. The duel crashes into brutal hand-to-hand combat, and what should have been a battle of formations turns into two monsters trading body blows. Outside the arena, Jingming, Yu Wenbai, and Li Yuanhao can only watch with bitter amusement at the absurd sight. Yu Wenbai blurts out what they are all thinking. Lu Jiao is a bizarre array master who somehow trained both formations and a terrifying physique. Li Yuanhao agrees and reasons that if Lu Yuan can train this body without neglecting array arts, his talent must be far above normal cultivators. The two examiners grow visibly happier, because a strange talent like Lu Jiao could still become a valuable disciple pick for one of the upper realm sects. They remind themselves that even Jingming cannot simply snatch whoever he wants, because the three upper sects still have to choose disciples by shared rules. Since nobody here looks like a once-in-a-lifetime monster, they assume this year's best candidates are all still within reach of normal competition. Back in the arena, Lu Yuan quietly sets his trap by exposing a flaw on purpose. The mirror's punch sends Lu Yuan flying, and he sells the loss perfectly by collapsing and staying down. He even fakes drained spiritual energy, and the act fools both the watching examiners and the trial array itself. With the mirror gone, Lu Yuan rises, puts on a lonely face, and walks out as if he really just failed. Watching him go, Yu Wenbai sighs that Lu Jiao's strongest edge became his worst weakness against a copy that never tires and feels no pain. Li Yuanhao agrees that unless Lu Yuan somehow gains a huge boost in formations or new abilities, clearing the third stage should be almost impossible for him. To the examiners, Lu Jiu is now just an interesting failure, but Lu Yuan himself is perfectly satisfied because failing was his real goal from the start. Lu Yuan leaves the pagoda's sacred realm under the excuse of getting some air, planning to slip away from the Immortal Ascension Assembly entirely. His caution eases when he notices plenty of other cultivators leaving too, so his own departure does not stand out at all. Some are early failures, and others head out to cultivate the upper realm techniques they just won in places with the right herbs or terrain. That makes Lu Yuan's exit look completely normal, so he returns straight to the Qinyan sect stronghold in the imperial capital. After checking that the compound is mostly deserted, he slips back into his small courtyard and finally drops the Lu Jiu disguise. He also recalls the clone he left outside, the one he had planted in the city's busiest brothel as a loud, visible alibi. For extra safety, that clone had even displayed only a one-pattern heaven-grade golden core, hiding Lu Yuan's true core formation strength from outsiders. As far as he knows, only Bai Dufei and Su Wan'er even have fragments of the truth about his cultivation, which is exactly why his cover identity works so well. All this caution came from one fear: if an apotheosis stage powerhouse appeared, Lu Yuan needed to look so ordinary that nobody powerful would bother with him. But even after all his preparations, an ugly sense of danger keeps nagging at him, and he cannot figure out where it is coming from. Once he knows apotheosis stage experts are already present, Lu Yuan stops gambling on luck and decides he has to leave the capital now. His destination is Neo Family Village, because if a top expert in the city develops bad intentions, staying nearby would be suicide. He coldly reworks his whole plan around the worst case. If his disguise fails even 1% of the time, that 1% is already too deadly. So instead of squeezing out a few more free rewards, Lu Yuan chooses the safest answer he knows: run first and live. Before leaving, he writes a brief note in the courtyard saying he gained some insight and has gone out to cultivate for a while. He leaves it behind for Su Wan'er and Bai Dufei, making sure the two people closest to him will not think he vanished without a word. Back in the sacred realm, Yu Wenbai and Li Yuanhao are startled when Jing Ning suddenly rises and says he has something to confirm. The other two politely let him go, guessing this is private business and not something they should ask about. In a flash, Jing Ning appears inside another trial field, and the cultivator he has come to see is Su Wan'er. The moment he sees her, Jing Ning confirms the truth he sensed before: Su Wan'er is one of his direct descendants. As he watches Su Wan'er fight, Jing Ning's expression softens with old memories, and guilt rises plainly in his eyes. Su Wan'er still had no idea an apotheosis stage expert was quietly standing beside her, and a gap that huge meant he could crush her as easily as an ant. Instead of revealing himself right away, Jing Ning stayed still and let old memories pull him back to the upper realm. Back then, Jing Ning was really Su Jingning, a branch disciple from the upper realm's first-rate Su family, and in his own clan he was barely anyone important. His fate only started to change after he entered the Spirit Sword sect, where his talent in swordsmanship finally found the right place to explode. While he was still climbing, Jing Ning fell in love with a fellow cultivator who had only average talent, but their bond was real because they had stayed together for years. Then Jing Ning broke into nascent soul before he was 100, and that one breakthrough instantly made both his sect and the Su family start treating him like a future pillar. Once his value shot up, the Su family immediately tried to match him with daughters from stronger aristocratic houses and started looking down on the woman he already loved. His partner could only reach core formation even with his help, so in everyone else's eyes her short lifespan and ordinary talent made her unworthy of him. Matters got worse when Jing Ning once saved a young lady from a super first-rate family, and she ended up pushing for a marriage alliance herself. Because that noble girl was a direct descendant, both families made the same demand: if Jing Ning wanted that alliance, his original partner had to disappear. The Su family did not dare confront Jing Ning directly, so while he was in seclusion they went behind his back and pressured his partner to leave on her own. When Jing Ning finally came out of seclusion, the woman he loved was already gone without a trace. He searched like a madman after that, but no matter where he looked, he could not find even a useful clue. Broken and exhausted, he returned to the Su family, only to run into the other family sending someone over to finalize the marriage alliance. With no sign of the woman he had lost, Jing Ning finally gave in and agreed to the marriage. But just before the wedding, an old fellow disciple arrived and shattered that arrangement with one brutal truth. He told Jing Ning that his partner had never chosen to leave at all, and worse, she had been pregnant when the Su family forced her away. That news drove Jing Ning straight into a rage, and he demanded to know where she had gone. The only answer he got was that she had fled down to the lower realm, and even the friend did not know which small world had taken her in. The friend had chosen that exact moment to speak because he could no longer stand seeing Jing Ming mistaken for the kind of man who abandoned his wife to climb higher. Jing Ming did not argue back. He turned on the Su family instead and forced the truth out of them. The family still insisted they had done it for Jing Ming's future, claiming a superfamily marriage could push him toward nascent fusion and even higher. Instead of accepting that excuse, Jing Ming severed ties with the Su family on the spot, and the noble girl tied to the marriage alliance was left as another victim of the farce. After that, He threw himself into sword cultivation with nothing left but guilt and emptiness, using the blade to bury everything else. That obsession paid off in raw power, and over the next 1,000 years Jingming rose to apotheosis and became both an outer sect elder and an inner sect true disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. Then, after all those years, he realized this small world was likely the same place his lost partner had once escaped to. His former partner had almost certainly died long ago, but when he looked at Su Wanner, he saw her bloodline and the shadow of that woman still living on. That was why Su Wanner had always seemed strangely familiar to him from the start. Her face looked about 40% like the woman he never stopped regretting. From that angle, Su Wanner's outrageous luck made a lot more sense, because an apotheosis stage ancestor quietly feeling guilty for her could flatten almost anything in the lower realm. And if anyone wanted to keep Su Wanner close, Jingming was exactly the kind of ancestor who would look at a lower realm prodigy and still think, not good enough. That attitude came from experience, because the upper realm produced huge waves of talent every cycle, enough that lower realm prodigies stopped looking so special there. In the Spirit Sword sect, a 1-pattern heaven-grade golden core was just the minimum, and only disciples with 5 patterns or more truly drew attention. Even so, Jingming himself had only formed a 3-pattern golden core, and what truly made him terrifying was his sword talent, not the raw grade of his core. When Su Wanner finished her round, Jingming finally chose that moment to step out and appear beside her in person. His sudden appearance startled Su Wanner so badly that she instantly demanded to know who he was. She did not wait for an explanation either, quietly pulling several sword orbs from her storage bag the instant she sensed trouble. That hard reflex only made Jingming look at her more gently, because to him it was proof the girl had survived by staying wary. Su Wanner felt that strange kindness too, and for a second his gaze even seemed weirdly familiar. Still on guard, she pressed him again, asking exactly who he was. Jingming answered her plainly at last. He said he was her ancestor. He expected confusion or maybe a stunned family reunion, but Su Wanner's face turned dark the moment the words left his mouth. To Su Wanner, that line sounded completely shameless, so she decided this stranger was either a liar or a lunatic and attacked without hesitation. 3 crimson flying swords shot toward Jingming's face from nasty angles, and Su Wanner aimed every one of them to kill. But the swords stopped cold right in front of him, as if an invisible wall had frozen the whole attack in midair. A heartbeat later, Su Wanner realized she could not move either, because Jingming had already locked down her entire body. Jingming only smiled and told her she had the wrong idea, because he was not teasing her at all, he really was her blood-related ancestor. Su Wanner sees Jingming block her attack with absurd ease and instantly realizes the man in front of her is far stronger than she is. When Jingming claims he is her ancestor, Su Wanner does not buy it for a second and files him with the other shameless men who tried strange tricks on her before. She remembers Lu Yuan's old teasing and, unlike that harmless nonsense, decides this stranger is someone she has to handle carefully. Because Lu Yuan drilled survival sense into her, Su Wanner calmly sorts her options: run if possible, fake weakness if not, and only fight as the last choice. Since Jingming's strange technique has locked her body in place, Su Wanner drops the idea of escaping for now and switches to stalling him instead. She questions his claim and asks for proof, outwardly calm while secretly waiting for any chance to slip back to the safety of the pagoda. Jingming senses the hostility she is hiding, but instead of getting angry, he is impressed that this beautiful young cultivator is so hard to fool. The more he watches her, the more Jingming admires both her temperament and the mysterious master who taught her to survive like this. His thoughts drift to old regrets and the woman from his past, and that moment of silence only makes Su Wanner more convinced that he is lying. Su Wanner quietly makes up her mind that if this man tries anything, she would rather die than let him have his way. Jingming finally tells her to stop plotting self-destruction and lifts the restriction as a show of goodwill. The second she can move again, Su Wanner bolts for the exit without listening to another word. Her choice is exactly the right move against most enemies, but against an apotheosis cultivator it fails immediately. Jingming teleports in front of her, gives up on talking first, and decides to prove their bloodline directly. With a touch to her forehead, Jingming uses a soul technique and drags Su Wanner into a chain of inherited memories. Inside the inherited memories, Su Wanner sees her own childhood self fleeing the great Xia kingdom with her family. The memory trail pushes farther back through her family line until she sees her grandmother's past and Jingming standing inside it. Now certain she is his descendant from the lower realm, Jingming asks if she finally believes him. Instead, Su Wanner coldly points out that memories can be tampered with too, and Jingming is left completely speechless. He had imagined a touching reunion, but what he gets is his own descendant tearing every piece of evidence apart. Then Su Wanner suddenly says she does believe him, at least for now, and catches Jingming off guard again. Su Wanner explains that she trusts actions more than words, and Jingming had countless chances to hurt or exploit her but never did. Repeating Lu Yuan's lessons, she says deception through kindness usually only happens when the target has leverage, and she simply does not have that kind of value over an apotheosis expert. So by process of elimination, Su Wanner says the most likely answer is that Jingming really is her ancestor. Even so, when Jingming asks if she trusts him completely, Su Wanner flatly says no. She says Lu Yuan taught her to keep one last doubt alive no matter how absurd it seems, because some mistakes only happen once. Then she names the remaining possibility herself. Maybe Jingming wants to use her as bait to draw someone else out. That final layer of caution leaves Jingming honestly shaken, because this junior sees farther than many cultivators who have lived for centuries. Jingming finally admits that the mysterious young master behind Su Wan'er must be an extraordinary person, and now he badly wants to know who taught her all this. Back in Yo family village, Lu Yuan suddenly sneezes the moment he returns and is baffled that a true martial body could still feel like it caught a cold. After rubbing his nose and thinking it over, Lu Yuan lands on the only explanation he likes: someone must be missing him. Back in Yo family village, Lu Yuan suddenly sneezes once, and that tiny slip instantly puts him on edge. He knows his cultivation should make even a cold impossible, so Lu Yuan treats the sneeze like a warning instead of an accident. Because he always survives by obsessing over small risks, Lu Yuan immediately starts tracing who might come after him. His suspicion lands on the people from Yo family village who also attended the Immortal Ascension Assembly: Su Wan'er, Bai Dufei, and Shan Yao. If those three found the letter he left behind, Lu Yuan figures they could easily guess he came back here even if no one else could. That means trouble might not be aimed at him directly yet, but it could still be dragged straight to his hiding place. Lu Yuan first considers leaving Yo family village and hiding somewhere even more remote, but he quickly rejects that plan, because the Full Moon Mountain range is full of hidden currents, and he could blunder into something far worse outside. The Xiuyang sect's strange upper realm cultivators feel like a buried time bomb to him, so roaming blindly sounds like asking for disaster. He also keeps the Heavenly Devil Palace in mind, because Qingyan and Wen Yu are still alive and could come back with help. So instead of gambling on the wild unknown, Lu Yuan decides staying in Yo family village is still the safer choice. He trusts Su Wan'er and the others enough to believe they would not betray him, even if they did end up finding him. And even in the worst case, Yo family village already has 3 core formation experts, so Lu Yuan feels the village can still shield him from most outside pressure. What he really prepares for now is the extreme scenario where his old acquaintances unknowingly lead upper realm attention straight to him. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the biggest risk is that Su Wan'er and the others may have spoken about his past feats, and exposed how abnormal his talent is. He concludes that an upper realm cultivator will most likely come not to kill him, but to recruit him. So Lu Yuan quietly builds 2 sets of responses in advance, one for a weaker visitor, and another for someone stronger than him. What looked like overthinking is actually his survival method, and Lu Yuan finishes his preparations for a threat that barely even exists yet. Then the story shifts back to the Immortal Ascension Assembly, where Lu Yuan's 1% precaution is about to matter for real. There, Jingming uses his bloodline technique again and fully confirms that Su Wan'er is truly his descendant. Su Wan'er is awkward about suddenly gaining an ancestor who looks far too young for the title. But Jingming's obvious warmth softens her guard, and for the first time in a long while Su Wan'er feels like she has found family. Once they start talking more freely, Su Wan'er learns that Jingming and her grandmother were torn apart by a misunderstanding. That story makes Su Wan'er remember her father hinting that their family once had an extraordinary past, even if she never really believed him. As their talk continues, Jingming asks who taught her, and Su Wan'er proudly names Lu Yuan as the young master who guided her path. She explains that Lu Yuan was more than a teacher, because he saved her life, freed her from the Buddha statue's parasite, and changed her future. Hearing the Huanxi sect touched his own bloodline, Jingming's calm surface turns cold and murderous. He knows the upper realm lets the lower realm's righteous and devil paths stay balanced on purpose. But this time Jingming has no intention of letting the Huanxi sect slide. He silently decides that once the assembly ends, at least 3 generations of Huanxi sect cultivators will pay for what they did. And since the Huanxi sect's Buddha child Heng Lu is already right under his nose, Jingming sees one ready target immediately. After settling that in his heart, Jingming turns the conversation back to Lu Yuan and asks why he never came to the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Feeling safe beside him, Su Wan'er answers almost innocently that Lu Yuan simply has no interest in going to the upper realm. When Jingming asks why, Su Wan'er says Lu Yuan thinks the upper realm is too dangerous and would only bring him more trouble. She even adds that Lu Yuan has always been like that, so cautious that he avoided trouble whenever he possibly could. Those few comments immediately sour Jingming's impression, because to him Lu Yuan now sounds less steady than cowardly. As a sword cultivator, Jingming believes caution is fine, but a man who hides in the lower realm instead of advancing has no real ambition at all. He might have ignored Lu Yuan otherwise, but Jingming can clearly see that Su Wan'er's feelings for him are no longer ordinary. The moment he notices that, Jingming starts thinking exactly like the overprotective elders he used to dislike. As Su Wan'er's only powerful elder and sole backing, he decides Lu Yuan is not a suitable match for her current status. By the end of the talk, Jingming is already considering how to cut off the bond between Su Wan'er and Lu Yuan, realizing with dry irony that he has become the kind of person he once hated most. Jingming's thinking turns simple and stubborn. He believes Su Wan'er deserves a far better future than staying beside Lu Yuan. In his eyes, the Su family once used him for their own gain, but he tells himself his motives are cleaner because he wants nothing from Su Wan'er. What pushes him most is the gap he sees ahead. If Su Waner enters the upper realm and Lu Yuan refuses, the two of them will be separated by distance, status, and eventually lifespan. Jing Ming judges Lu Yuan harshly, deciding that a lower realm cultivator stuck around foundation establishment, and maybe core formation is nowhere near enough for Su Waner. The more he studies Su Waner, the more convinced he becomes that her potential is extraordinary. He starts with her ultimate water spiritual root, a rare gift whose terrifying value lies not in raw storage but in pure, perfectly clean cultivation. Jing Ming recalls that ultimate spiritual roots are famously suited for higher realms, and many who possess them can reach apotheosis. He runs through the path of cultivation in his head, from merging spiritual roots at core formation to forming a primordial spirit at nascent soul and finally fusing soul and golden core at apotheosis. To him, apotheosis is the true great barrier, the point where a cultivator's soul transforms and their lifespan leaps to 5,000 years. Then he factors in Su Waner's Buddhist nature and realizes her fused past with the Jile Buddha child never ruined her root at all. Jing Ming sees Buddhist cultivation as training the heart and soul early, slow and difficult, but terrifyingly strong once it succeeds. That makes Su Waner even more valuable to him, because her steady temperament might let sword cultivation and Buddhism support each other instead of clashing. He even starts planning ahead, thinking he can use spirit sword sect ties to the small Thunderclap monastery to find Buddhist methods for her in the upper realm. By now he is convinced Su Waner's ceiling may rise beyond apotheosis itself, and that only makes Lu Yuan look more unacceptable. To Jing Ming, Lu Yuan is not just unworthy but lazy, spiritless, and the kind of man who would drag Su Waner down. He tells himself only some shocking talent, like a heaven-defying golden core or special bloodline, could possibly make Lu Yuan worth another look. So before anything else, Jing Ming decides the real priority is cutting off the feelings growing between Su Waner and Lu Yuan. Even he would have to admit it looks a lot like the old Su family trick of breaking up a pair, but Jing Ming pushes ahead anyway. His bad impression gets even worse after hearing why Lu Yuan skipped the Immortal Ascension Assembly, because to Jing Ming it sounds less steady and more cowardly. He sees straight through what he thinks is Lu Yuan's core, not calm wisdom, just fear of death dressed up as caution. Unlike Su Waner, who naturally softens everything about Lu Yuan, Jing Ming looks at him with the merciless gaze of a future father-in-law. In his mind, they are already headed toward two separate fates, and he even doubts Lu Yuan will live half as long as Su Waner. That thought hardens into a final decision. Jing Ming will split this pair apart himself. To do it cleanly, he decides to investigate Lu Yuan's daily life and find some pressure point that can force him to back away. In the Sacred Realm residence, Jing Ming summons two Spirit Sword sect disciples from the upper realm and has them stand before him to report. The two core formation outer sect elites stand stiffly in front of him, still nervous because Jing Ming is one of the Spirit Sword sect outer sect's 3 real power figures. Without wasting words, Jing Ming asks whether they investigated Lu Yuan thoroughly. The disciples answer by bowing and placing their gathered reports in front of Jing Ming. The first half of the file only deepens his frown, because Lu Yuan's history in Full Moon Mountain Range makes it sound like he rose by leaning on an intersect senior sister. Then the report says Lu Yuan wandered around Great Xia's pleasure districts for years, and Jing Ming instantly takes it as proof that the man had rotten intentions from the start. But one detail makes him pause. Su Waner stayed beside Lu Yuan for a long time, and the file gives no sign he ever crossed a line with her. That small restraint improves Lu Yuan's image for a moment, because Jing Ming grudgingly admits the man seems to have at least one boundary. Then he immediately undercuts that thought himself, because if Lu Yuan really had standards, how did he get involved with that intersex senior sister in the first place? In the end he settles on a sour answer of his own. Lu Yuan probably just likes older women, not a young girl like Su Waner. That sour guess leads him to Meng Rian, and Jing Ming has to admit the demoness is beautiful enough to make the comparison sting. When he reads deeper into Meng Rian's background, his surprise grows, because her identity seems tied to the demon clan of the upper realm. He does not overreact to that link by itself, but it makes one thing impossible to ignore. Lu Yuan keeps ending up connected to people from the upper realm. The file even reaches into Neo family village, revealing that Guxiao and the others there are genuine upper realm cultivators too. By the time he counts Su Waner, Meng Rian, Guxiao, and the others, Jing Ming can only stare at the report and think the same thing. This Lu Yuan is connected to far too many upper realm people. As Jing Ming studies Lu Yuan's file, the first thing that bothers him is how many upper realm cultivators already treat this supposedly ordinary man like a friend. The records make Lu Yuan look like a jack of all trades who learned alchemy, swordsmanship, arrays, and body refinement, which should have left him mediocre rather than mysterious. But the real problem is his survival record, because a cultivator with that much luck should have faced far more life and death disasters by now. To Jing Ming, Lu Yuan has only gone through one barely convincing crisis, and that does not match the kind of person who keeps crossing paths with upper realm figures. His investigation also hits a wall at the gates of hell, because that upper realm checkpoint only opens during a limited early period and they never dug deeper into what Lu Yuan did there. He could reopen the place if he insisted, but Jing Ming decides that would be far too much trouble for one quiet core formation cultivator. So for now, Jing Ming sums Lu Yuan up as steady, afraid of death, and almost aggressively ordinary, yet that neat explanation still feels wrong. When he reviews Lu Yuan's relationships one more time, names like Meng Rian, Su Waner, and Du Xiu suddenly make the whole picture look even stranger. He mutters that something is wrong with Lu Yuan, because a man this plain should not be casually drawing in people that exceptional, especially a demonist tied to the upper realm. That suspicion pushes Jing Ming to ask where Lu Yuan is right now. When his men answer that Lu Yuan is in Yo family village, Jing Ming's interest finally turns into a plan. By then he is no longer dismissing Lu Yuan as a background figure, and he wants to see this suspiciously ordinary cultivator for himself. Jing Ming's instinct comes from his apotheosis cultivation, because at that level he can already sense the merit-like luck clinging to other cultivators. To him, one lucky break can be chance, but repeated lucky encounters, especially with rare upper realm visitors, mean real merit is at work. That is why Lu Yuan's ordinary-looking life feels fake to him the moment he examines it closely. He becomes even more wary when he remembers that Lu Yuan's very first out partner was a real demoness with upper realm ties. From there, Jing Ming starts considering a darker possibility. Lu Yuan may be hiding his strength and deliberately refusing to rise to the upper realm. That thought gives Jing Ming a bad feeling, because people like that usually either have an unusual path or they are something far more dangerous. The worst possibility is that Lu Yuan could be a lord, a world-chosen figure who carries the great luck of an entire small world. Jing Ming knows a lord is good news for a rising world, but terrible news for the upper realm that wants to keep that world under control. If a lord grows strong enough, the upper realm usually has to crush that person's faction by force, and both sides pay heavily for it. Because of that risk, Jing Ming drops the idea of visiting later and decides he needs to meet Lu Yuan immediately. He also admits that if Lu Yuan really is a lord, finding out now would be valuable, because lords rank among the most gifted talents a lower realm can produce. Even so, he talks himself back from the edge, because true lords usually stir up major events and become natural leaders, and Lu Yuan has shown none of that so far. In Jing Ming's current reading, Lu Yuan still looks more like a laid-back man protecting his peaceful life than someone carrying the fate of a world. The scene shifts to Neo family village, where Lu Yuan is calmly teaching children in the village school as if he has nothing to hide at all. At the school entrance, Jing Ming arrives in silence and watches Lu Yuan from the doorway without anyone else noticing him. He keeps studying Lu Yuan's fair and scholarly appearance, trying to match this gentle teacher with the contradictions in his file. As the sun lowers, Lu Yuan ends the lesson with an easy smile and tells the children they can go home. The children burst out of the school in a happy rush, leaving the quiet teacher behind. Once the school is empty, Lu Yuan gathers his things and heads back through the village to his own courtyard. Jing Ming follows him all the way home and finds a courtyard that looks plain, sparse, and almost disappointingly ordinary. Then one detail catches his eye at once. The courtyard's hidden arrays are strong enough that even core formation cultivators would need to be careful. The second thing he notices is the willow tree, because it has been fed by spiritual energy for so long that it has already begun growing intelligence. Hidden in Lu Yuan's courtyard, Jing Ming quietly sizes him up and finds two things immediately suspicious: a righteous willow demon with pure essence, and a whole yard of rare medicinal herbs grown to perfection. Lu Yuan acts like he never noticed the intruder and casually talks to himself about using his new core formation technique and these herbs to grind his way toward nascent soul over the next few hundred years. He follows that up by casting cloud and rain on the plants, and Jing Ming is startled by how absurdly precise Lu Yuan's control is for a lower realm core formation cultivator. As Lu Yuan openly shows his cultivation, Jing Ming judges him to be core formation level 2 with a Heaven Path 3 pattern golden core, talented enough to count as a genius even in the upper realm. That judgment calms him down. Lu Yuan is clearly gifted, but not monstrous enough to be the lord of this world or a real threat to the upper realm. Even so, Jing Ming notes how careful Lu Yuan is, because the plain little courtyard is actually packed with hidden arrays that would shred ordinary core formation intruders before they ever reached him. Jing Ming finally decides to stop hiding and speak plainly, since in his eyes Lu Yuan is only a capable lower realm junior, not someone worth fearing. The moment Jing Ming appears, Lu Yuan reacts like a startled host, and the entire courtyard snaps awake with sword chi from the walls and green flames from the ground. Jing Ming doesn't even flinch and calmly introduces himself as a spirit sword sect cultivator who came only because he has something to discuss. When Lu Yuan senses that the man's aura is actually at the apotheosis stage, he immediately drops any thought of resisting and switches to respectful caution. Lu Yuan respectfully identifies himself as a Qingyan sect disciple, and Jing Ming's attitude softens when the younger man shows proper manners. Jing Ming gets to the point and tells him this visit is about Su Waner, the woman Lu Yuan saved years ago. He explains that Su Waner carries a bloodline he left behind in the lower realm, and now he intends to take her back to the upper realm with him. Jing Ming says he already knows Lu Yuan and Su Waner were close, and because Lu Yuan plans to stay behind, he wants a letter that will persuade her to leave willingly. To make the deal easier, he promises not to force Lu Yuan and offers an apotheosis stage cultivation technique as payment if the letter gets the job done. Lu Yuan immediately acts conflicted and says Su Wana is like family to him now, so he cannot simply decide her future for her. Jing Ming hears the evasion for what it is and grows visibly colder, because he knows Lu Yuan's choice could be the real reason Su Wana refuses to ascend. When Jing Ming bluntly asks if he is refusing, Lu Yuan suddenly laughs and drops the act. The problem isn't principle, it's the price. Jing Ming is momentarily speechless that a core formation junior dares haggle with an apotheosis sword cultivator, but Lu Yuan pushes on without blinking. Lu Yuan names his real demand next. Besides the cultivation method, he also wants a technique for refining magic items, and in return he'll do his best to persuade Su Wana. Instead of arguing, Jing Ming accepts on the spot and tosses over 2 jade slips, making it clear he expects the letter quickly. Lu Yuan grabs the jade slips and swears like a flawless businessman that he always keeps his word, while inwardly admitting he never had the nerve to defy Jing Ming anyway. With the transaction finished, Jing Ming vanishes from the courtyard as suddenly as he came. Only after confirming the apotheosis aura is truly gone does Lu Yuan break into cold sweat, because he was terrified from the second Jing Ming entered the academy. Staring at the jade slips in his hand, Lu Yuan apologizes to Su Wana in his heart and tells himself he had no choice against someone that powerful. Not long later, Lu Yuan really does write the letter urging Su Wana to go to the upper realm, because this part at least matches what he already believed. In Lu Yuan's view, staying in the lower realm only works for him because his skill interface lets him grow through proficiency instead of relying on richer upper realm spiritual energy. He also knows he can make up the difference with arrays and pills, so unlike Su Wana, he doesn't actually need to leave this world to keep advancing. More importantly, Lu Yuan already has a long game in mind, and he believes the real period of explosive growth will start after the Immortal Ascension Assembly ends. For now, he is satisfied that this dangerous trip still paid off. He reached core formation, collected several techniques, and now even holds an apotheosis stage method from Jing Ming. He sends the finished letter away on a teleportation flying sword, making sure the message to Su Wana is on its way before he turns to the real prize. Back in his room, Lu Yuan opens the first jade slip and finds the Purple Chi Mystical Heaven Record, a 5-volume apotheosis stage technique that condenses purple chi and works with almost anything. At first glance, Lu Yuan likes it a lot, because a broad, compatible technique is exactly what suits a cultivator who stacks many methods together. Then he reads the catch. It can only be cultivated from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., and its progress depends on the user's luck. That is when Lu Yuan's mood turns complicated, because he instantly suspects Jing Ming handed over this perfect-looking gift to measure how much luck he is hiding. In his mind, the logic is obvious. Apotheosis cultivators can read luck only roughly, so this technique would let Jing Ming probe whether Lu Yuan's fortune is ordinary or dangerously exceptional. Lu Yuan decides the sugary reward is really a trap under the surface, and as usual he refuses to believe anyone gives out a free lunch. So he comes up with a counterplan. He will cultivate the Purple Chi Mystical Heaven Record for real, but only show a controlled amount of luck while the upper realm people are still watching. Specifically, he plans to cap the technique at around 2,500 luck points in the Full Moon Mountain range, enough to look talented without looking terrifying. Once the Immortal Ascension Assembly ends and Jing Ming returns to the upper realm, Lu Yuan intends to stop holding back and use his real luck to cultivate this method properly. By the end of that thought, Lu Yuan is almost pleased with himself, convinced that fate just handed him the exact apotheosis stage technique he needed most. He turns to the second jade slip next and finds Breakdown of 100 Armaments, a nascent soul stage manual focused entirely on how to refine 100 different magic items and instruments. What he gets is not a combat technique at all, but a practical refining handbook, packed with methods even if it does not teach the divine abilities behind them. After studying Jing Ming's gift, Lu Yuan realizes the Breakdown of 100 Armaments is still a treasure for him, because his clones and skill interface let him learn the extra divine abilities other people would avoid. He puts the manuals away and turns to the window, already arranging his next move in the city. Lu Yuan thinks his setup should soon flush out the 12 earthly branches who slipped into the lower realm to stir up trouble. What really changes the game is Jing Ming, because a single apotheosis sword cultivator can crush the core formation and nascent soul enemies Lu Yuan was worried about. Lu Yuan can only sigh at the missed profit, since exposing too much to Jing Ming would have been dangerous even if there were plenty of leftovers to pick from. Back at the Immortal Ascension Assembly, Jing Ming reflects that giving Lu Yuan the Purple Chi Mystical Heaven Record was a test to see whether this young cultivator was really as simple as he looked. In Jing Ming's eyes, talent and cultivation can be faked, but no one would deliberately slow their progress in private, so Lu Yuan's cultivation speed should reveal the truth. He also never suspects Lu Yuan noticed his hidden presence, because Jing Ming believes only someone with a real realm divine soul, or a rare soul method could sense him at all. The irony is that Lu Yuan did sense him and simply acted ignorant, taking advantage of Jing Ming's habit of underestimating a core formation junior. Jing Ming soon drops the probe and focuses on what really matters to him now, Su Wana and the thief who stole her luck. He has already locked on to Zhuang Yangbing as a likely suspect, but since the man has not made a reckless move yet, Jing Ming decides not to alert him. So the moment he returns, Jing Ming heads straight to Su Wana's room. Inside, Su-wana is cultivating in peace, and with Jingming backing her now, the assembly's assessment results hardly matter to her anymore. She opens her eyes as soon as she senses him and still greets this 1,000-year-old patriarch with careful respect, even though his face looks more like her father's generation. Jingming gently asks whether she has run into any cultivation problems, clearly trying to act like a caring elder. Su-wana almost answers honestly that everything is going well, but she suddenly remembers Lu Yuan's warning that even kindness has to be managed if she wants a relationship to last. Remembering Lu Yuan's lesson about repaying goodwill instead of draining it dry, Su-wana decides to handle this conversation very carefully. She politely says her cultivation is fine and thanks him for the concern, which is true but also leaves Jingming's opening hanging in the air. That answer disappoints Jingming a little, because he had wanted to use cultivation guidance as an excuse to get closer to his only descendant. He fumbles for another topic, but as a sword cultivator who is bad at this kind of family conversation, he can only stiffly tell her to rest. Just before he leaves, Su-wana stops him and asks about his past with her grandmother instead. The question instantly lifts Jingming's mood, and a rare smile finally appears on his face. Su-wana invites him to sit, and Jingming settles in to tell the story at length. As Jingming speaks about Su-wana's grandmother, his tone turns unexpectedly soft, and those old memories only make him cherish Wana more. Watching him open up, Su-wana realizes Lu Yuan's little social trick worked exactly as intended. By first declining his help and then offering a better topic herself, she quietly takes control of the mood and deepens his attachment. Jingming has no idea he is being guided, and Su-wana's real reason for keeping him close is that a strong bond with him could become another way to help Lu Yuan later. If Jingming ever learned that this precious descendant ranked him far below Lu Yuan, and saw him as future support for her lover, he would probably go kill Lu Yuan on the spot. The story then shifts to the Xiuyang sect stronghold in the imperial capital, where Horse questions his subordinate about the intelligence gathered from the Immortal Ascension Assembly. The returning subordinate spreads out a ranked target list from this year's Immortal Ascension Assembly, with Shan Yao at the top and Hung Lu right behind her. The list also names familiar talents like Bai Defei and Su-wana, showing the enemy has been tracking the assembly closely. One absence stands out too, because Meng Rian entered the Full Moon Mountain range with Lu Yuan and then vanished from the enemy's sight. Even stranger, the list uses Lu Yuan's real name instead of Lu Jiu, but ranks him dead last among the 100 targets. Horse immediately questions that entry, because the file on Lu Yuan is thin and full of guesses instead of hard facts. He presses harder when he sees even Lu Yuan's cultivation and aptitude are only estimated, with nothing more certain than a suspected core formation realm and a heaven-formed golden core. Horse warns the room they have little time, because if the upper realm sects discover them and send apotheosis experts, everyone here will die. The subordinate explains he added Lu Yuan after hearing from a Qingyan sect cultivator that Lu Yuan was the most gifted pill refiner among his peers. That answer immediately catches another demon's interest, because pharmacists are rare enough that Lu Yuan becomes a target worth cultivating. With the list settled, Horse cuts the talk short and orders the operation to begin. He lays out the first step clearly. They will capture the talented cultivators who leave the Immortal Ascension Assembly early. After that, another team will raid the 3 sealed places and steal this world's luck itself. Horse expects the upper realm cultivators in this world to rush out and stop the luck theft, creating the distraction the rest of them need. While the strongest outsiders are pulled away, the remaining infiltrators will slip into the Immortal Ascension Assembly and snatch the people on the list. The core formation subordinates answer without hesitation, fully confident they can carry the plan through. The truth behind the meeting is worse than it looks, because the people in this room are actually upper realm demons wearing human form. That confidence comes from raw strength, since upper realm demons can usually overpower same-level cultivators and even fight several human experts at once. As the demons prepare to move, another player quietly reaches the area outside the stronghold, Zhuan Yangbing. Zhuan Yangbing knows powerful outsiders are inside, so he has no intention of charging in and starts by waiting for the safest opening instead. After a long period of observation, he discovers the best infiltration window comes at the end of every month. For some unknown reason, the stronghold grows noticeably emptier at that time, and even the 3 nascent soul leaders leave for a while. That gap is exactly what Zhuan Yangbing needs, because once he learned his remnant soul was attached to a plant inside the compound, speed and familiarity became his whole plan. He never intended to fight these people head-on at all, because even going all out would only let him barely contend with a core formation level 8 opponent. With a nascent soul enemy far beyond him, Lu Yuan sticks to the only sensible plan for now: avoid a direct fight and work through safer moves before the month ends. A few days before month end, Su-wana arrives at Jingming's residence inside the Immortal Ascension Assembly and politely asks to see him about something important. Jingming lets her in, curious why his great-granddaughter would come to him so solemnly. Su-wana explains that her sharp sense for karma picked up too many unfamiliar cultivators at the scripture pagoda, and all of them carried unusually heavy karma. Her warning lands immediately, and Jingming closes his eyes to verify it for himself. When Jingming opens his eyes again, he confirms the threat at once. Demons from the 1,000 Demon Kingdom have slipped into the territory of the 3 sects. He tells Su Waner she has made a major contribution and orders her not to worry, because he will handle the infiltrators himself. Satisfied that she has done her part, Su Waner quietly withdraws from Jingming's residence. Back in her room, Su Waner finds the mood completely different as two tiny paper men are fooling around on her desk. She tells them to stop playing, and both obedient little spirits freeze in place at once. Su Waner orders Fly to return and tell Lu Yuan that she already passed his warning on to Jingming. Hyde points at itself for instructions too, and Su Waner decides to send both of them back in case Lu Yuan has more orders for her. Fly clearly thinks it can handle the mission alone, but Hyde is thrilled, so the two set off together anyway. Urged on by Hyde, Fly shoots out of the Immortal Ascension Assembly at high speed while Hyde conceals them both on the way. After they leave, Su Waner looks down at another letter in her hand and her mood turns heavy. The letter is from Lu Yuan, urging her to follow Jingming to the upper realm because staying in the lower realm with him would only hold back her growth. She hates the idea of leaving him, but the logic is too solid to deny. To Su Waner, Lu Yuan has always felt deeper and more capable than he lets on, the kind of man who makes every impossible problem look easy. That thought hardens into resolve, and Su Waner admits she is still too weak to stand beside him the way she wants. If she keeps relying on Lu Yuan to save every situation, she knows she will never become the partner she wants to be and may only drag him down. Her thoughts slide from weakness to rivalry, and the first woman she marks as a real threat is Meng Rian, the senior sister who once forced her to hide. She vows that someday she will be strong enough to appear beside Lu Yuan in the open and make Meng Rian leave on her own. She also starts seeing Shan Yao as a problem, because the little girl she once knew has grown into a graceful young woman with enough charm to feel dangerous. Her answer is ruthless in its own way. If possible, she wants to take Shan Yao with her to the upper realm and keep that threat away from Lu Yuan. Even while calling Shan Yao a sister in her heart, Su Waner decides there are some things she will never yield, especially her place beside Lu Yuan. By the end of it, Su Waner's whole presence has shifted into something much sharper, and she accepts that change without apology. Back in Yo Family Village, Lu Yuan has no idea Su Waner has turned so competitive, because his attention is fixed on surviving real dangers, not guessing a girl's love-driven scheming. After steering Jingming toward the 12 earthly branches threat, Lu Yuan throws himself into the bigger project on his hands, a fully automated cultivation plan. The whole idea grows out of his paperman experiments, because the more he masters the divine soul paper binding technique, the more hidden potential he keeps uncovering. He realizes these paper bodies can hold more than movement and commands, because he can now imprint Taoist rhythms into them like tiny laws. His new test is simple but bold. Each paper man gets a single written character and becomes an independent little word spirit. Because those spirits are still pieces of his own soul, Lu Yuan starts wondering if they can cultivate in his place and pass their insights back to him. He practically brainwashes them with shameless enthusiasm, telling his cultivation techniques to grow up and train themselves. This idea did not come out of nowhere, because Lu Yuan had already been trying to train papermen for specialized jobs long before this breakthrough. Originally, he only wanted a better way to manage them, because too many identical numbered papermen had become a nuisance to track. That problem became obvious after he scattered many of them through the imperial capital as hidden watchers to keep tabs on the city. Those city scouts helped him notice suspicious strangers in the capital, but managing a swarm of look-alike numbered dolls was still clumsy and inefficient. So Lu Yuan switches from numbers to words, planning to name each paperman with a character and send out combinations that match the mission itself. What he did not expect was the transformation that followed, because the moment a paperman gained a true character name, it changed. Each named spirit begins developing abilities and even a personality that matches its word, turning simple puppets into distinct little beings. Once he keeps watching, Lu Yuan sees another surprise. The named spirits work together far better than before. The combination of fire and wind proves it outright, because the two words naturally amplify one another into a stronger blaze. That synergy starts looking less like a trick and more like an instinctive array, as if the words themselves know how to arrange into power. Lu Yuan can only chalk it up to two things: his upgraded divine soul paper binding technique, and the faint power of heaven inside his 9-patterned golden core. Because named word spirits consume much more soul than ordinary paper dolls, Lu Yuan finds his current hard limit at around 300 of them. Even so, those 300 are already enough for the real test, having them cultivate the core formation chapter of the Mountain River mystical black tortoise diagram for him. He breaks that fuse technique into its 3 layers first: array formation, spiritual energy cultivation, and body tempering. As the simulation begins, Lu Yuan discovers another useful rule. One paperman can stand in for multiple repeating words inside the technique instead of requiring a separate spirit for every single character. The whole formation suddenly comes alive as the papermen turn ethereal and their bodies transform into floating golden characters in the courtyard air. Those golden words assemble themselves into the core formation chapter of the Mountain River mystical black tortoise diagram, hanging in the air like a living scripture. Then the text starts fading and condensing, as if all that cultivation meaning is gathering into one final shape. When the light clears, a little golden tortoise appears in front of Lu Yuan, and the result leaves him staring in open shock. Just as Lu Yuan tries to test his new characterized mystical black tortoise, the fused paper creature suddenly starts talking from the inside. The complaints get worse fast, with each paper spirit arguing over its role instead of working together. The fusion only lasts a few seconds before the whole golden tortoise breaks apart and drops back into hundreds of tiny paper men. Instead of calming down, the paper men immediately start brawling over who should be in charge next time. Looking at the chaotic courtyard, Lu Yuan realizes these little spirits all have their own personalities, and that is exactly what makes the fusion unstable. He quickly pinpoints the fix. The paper men need a clear leader and stricter discipline if he wants them to stay fused. Lu Yuan decides he will train them later and selectively raise a few leaders, because right now every paper man treats the others as an equal. Once Lu Yuan finally speaks up and orders them to be quiet, the entire courtyard falls silent at once. He orders them to reform exactly as before, and the little golden mystical black tortoise appears again in front of him. This time Lu Yuan sets hard rules: cultivate in the courtyard for a day, do not move without orders, and let heart speak for everyone. With a leader and clear orders in place, the fused tortoise finally stays together and starts cultivating quietly. Because the paper men are fragments of his divine soul, Lu Yuan can share their cultivation gains as if he were training alongside them. The system confirmation hits Lu Yuan like a windfall, because his automated cultivation idea really worked. Between his clone and these new paper men, Lu Yuan realizes he now has several bodies effectively cultivating for him at once. His mind immediately jumps beyond training, and he starts imagining the characterized paper men forming sword arrays to fight for him too. But the more he thinks about it, the clearer it becomes that almost nobody else could copy this trick. The real reason is brutal. These paper men were made with a huge amount of power of the heavens, something cultivators normally only get once at major breakthroughs. Even with his heaven-defying 9-patterned golden core, the 300 paper men had already consumed almost all of Lu Yuan's current heavenly power. After confirming the golden tortoise is cultivating properly, Lu Yuan turns to the other treasure Jingming gave him, the refining manual breakdown of 100 armaments. Among the many magic instruments in the manual, 2 catch his eye right away: the photographic stone and the enlightenment jade plate. He understands the photographic stone first. It can record and replay scenes, basically acting like a camera in this world. Then he studies the enlightenment jade plate and realizes it can transmit writing and voice, and even images if paired with the stone. That combination sparks a wild thought in Lu Yuan's head: this is basically the beginning of a mobile phone. His idea immediately grows bigger, and he starts imagining a giant relay network that could send information across the cultivation world. He knows there are still plenty of technical problems, but in a cultivation world, unusual methods can solve unusual problems. The more he thinks about it, the more it feels like he is standing at the edge of a completely new era. By now Lu Yuan's cultivation path is stable, and with the Immortal Ascension Assembly ending soon, he expects the lower realm to enter a rare 300 years of peace. That coming peace means long-term cultivation, and long-term cultivation means he will need a mountain of resources. He could make money with alchemy, but that path is too exhausting and far too likely to expose just how monstrous his pill talent really is. He does not want fame, danger, or constant trouble chasing him just because people learn he can refine core formation or even nascent soul pills. So after weighing everything, Lu Yuan lands on the safest answer. If he wants resources without exposing himself, he needs to start a business. To him, that plan is perfect: stay hidden, avoid danger, and still pull in massive cultivation resources. Lu Yuan even gives the strategy a grand name in his head: the cultural invasion of the celestial cultivation world. He starts dreaming even bigger, thinking that if the business grows enough, he might one day sell into the upper realm without ever leaving the lower realm himself. By the end of it, Lu Yuan sums up his entire goal with shameless honesty. He just wants money, or more precisely, spiritual stones. Lu Yuan keeps his head down because right now making money matters less than staying strong enough to avoid being snatched away by Jingming. He reassures himself that exposing the 12 earthly branches should keep Jingming busy, so suspicion is less likely to land on him. Lu Yuan figures the stolen luck case still lacks hard evidence, and compared with hidden demons, he looks like just another passerby from the myriad bone forest. So he decides to wait it out until the full moon mountain mess ends, and he can leave with a clear sky over his head. That same night in the imperial capital, several suspicious Shuiyang sect cultivators quietly slip out of the city instead of heading for the Immortal Ascension Assembly. The group thinks they found a loophole, because anyone who skips the assembly should be beneath the upper realm's notice. Their real mission is much darker: steal this world's luck, buy time with support from the Thousand Demon Kingdom, and harvest the realm's rising talents. Just after leaving the capital, Ugly Bull, Horse, and Dog stop cold when they find Jingming already waiting in a quiet pavilion. Su Wana stands beside him pouring wine, and the calm, almost domestic scene only makes the ambush feel more terrifying. Facing an apotheosis sword cultivator at point-blank range, the 3 nascent soul demons instantly drop any hope of escaping. Jingming casually invites the 3 juniors from the Thousand Demon Kingdom to drink, and they step in because none of them dare refuse. Up close, Ugly Bull can only curse his luck and wonder why a tiny lower realm drew someone as dangerous as Jingming in person. Then Jingming drops the courtesy and asks the real question: what exactly are they doing in the lower realm? One of the demons steps forward and tries a weak lie, claiming they only came to study how the lower realm is managed. Jingming says nothing, but the silver sword at his waist starts trembling, making it obvious the lie did not fool him at all. Seeing Jingming's patience run out, the demon who lied realizes one sword strike would erase him, so his composure finally breaks. The demons finally confess their real mission, and when Jingming hears they have not yet stolen the lower realm's luck, his attention shifts in a colder direction. Jingming presses them again with a loaded question, asking if they are absolutely sure none of them secretly stole the lower realm's luck. The demon is thrown off by the question, because he cannot tell that Jingming is already looking for a convenient scapegoat. By now Jingming has already ruled out Chuan Yangbing, because a core formation cultivator was simply too weak to steal luck under so many arrays without being noticed. Even if these demons did not commit that exact crime, Jingming decides they are useful scapegoats and a believable way to restore the realm's missing luck. He does not explain any of that, and simply sweeps the 3 demons into his sacred realm bag on the spot. With the main trio sealed away, Jingming orders the rest of the 1,000 Demon Kingdom infiltrators hunted down so their luck can also be taken to fill the gap. Once he has a culprit and a way to patch the missing luck, Jingming considers his lower realm mission complete and no longer needs to stay. Because of Jingming's status, Suwana no longer has to keep taking the assembly tests and can head straight to the upper realm with him. She hates leaving the lower realm behind, but Suwana forces herself to accept it because staying would only let the gap between her and Lu Yuan grow wider. After Jingming leaves, the Spirit Sword Sect sends a new host, and the Immortal Ascension Assembly finally settles back into order. When Lu Yuan hears the news, he secretly lets out a long breath because all the extra precautions he prepared for the stolen luck case end up unused. He had even been ready to frame Zhuan Yangbing if necessary, but with Ugly Bull's group taking the fall, Lu Yuan no longer has anything to fear. From Lu Yuan's view, nearly everyone got what they wanted this time, except the 1,000 Demon Kingdom members unlucky enough to run into Jingming. With Bai Fang and Hook Snake dead, the remaining hidden players like Wen Yu and Xin Yan keep their heads down and stop drawing attention. Wen Yu gives up on the trial completely and returns to the upper realm. Xin Yan keeps hiding behind his new identity, joins the assembly normally, and slips into the upper realm that way. Lu Yuan does not chase either of them, because his whole style is to avoid extra trouble whenever he can. On the day the assembly officially ends, Lu Yuan meets Han Yuanshan outside Full Moon Mountain and tries to cheer him up in the worst possible way. That clumsy comfort lands like a direct hit, and Han Yuanshan hears it as Lu Yuan saying the disciple succeeded while the master failed. In the end, Han Yuanshan just snorts and walks off, too annoyed to keep talking. Watching him leave, Lu Yuan quietly enjoys the moment because after waiting so many years, the Immortal Ascension Assembly is finally over. He also knows the trip paid off, because now his jump into core formation will not look abrupt to the outside world. To keep that cover clean, Lu Yuan decides to publicly reveal only 7 acquired spiritual roots, all framed as low-grade human way cultivation. Even that modest version is enough to justify a 7-pattern human way golden core, which already puts him in elder territory inside Qinyan sect. When Qinyan sect learns Lu Yuan has reached core formation and is returning, Mu Qin sends congratulations and promotes him from direct disciple to elder. From this point on, people can even call Lu Yuan a sect master level elder, with the right to take disciples if he wants. But Lu Yuan has no interest in teaching anyone, because his eyes are already on something far harder, preparing for a heavenly way nascent soul. He knows the real obstacle is no longer talent but resources, because reaching that level in the lower realm will take far more than ability alone. 10 years after the last Immortal Ascension Assembly, the lower realm has gone strangely quiet, because both the righteous and devilish sects know the next real upheaval will wait for the next assembly. But right before that peace settled in, the Huanxi sect was nearly wiped out by an unknown sword cultivator who killed its nascent soul patriarch in one brutal strike. The attacker left behind only one chilling clue: he said he was helping his descendants, which meant Huanxi sect had offended someone they never should have touched. The righteous sects were ready to take advantage of Huanxi sect's weakness, but that plan died almost immediately when one of Huanxi sect's eminent monks broke through to nascent soul. So the lower realm entered a rare lull, and the story shifts to Qinyan sect, where a brand new 10th peak now belongs to its youngest core formation elder, Lu Yuan. Mu Qin wanted Lu Yuan to grow into the sect's future leader, but Lu Yuan flatly refused and asked for something much simpler: a mountain to cultivate on in peace. Mu Qin gave in, granted Lu Yuan the 10th peak and the right to take disciples, but 10 years later Lu Yuan still hasn't accepted even one student or shown his face. Many newer intersect disciples barely even know someone lives there, which makes Lu Yuan's peak feel more like a rumor than a residence. At the summit, Lu Yuan suddenly breaks his long seclusion with an excited shout, because his latest project has finally worked. What has him so happy is not some legendary treasure, but a palm-sized brick of a magic tool with only weak spiritual fluctuations. Next to it sit 2 more finished versions in black and pink, making it obvious Lu Yuan has been refining this thing for a long time. To Lu Yuan, the design is immediately familiar, because after all his tinkering he has finally rebuilt a version of the object he knew best in his previous life, a smartphone. His spiritual energy phone is simpler than a real modern phone, but its core still mirrors one, a rechargeable spirit battery, a photographic stone for the screen, and an enlightenment jade for transmission. Even that so-called simple structure is wildly advanced for the lower realm, and Lu Yuan only pulled it off by combining his many skills into one dense array design. Because this world has no patents, Lu Yuan built in a vicious anti-theft trap. If anyone tries to pry the phone open, it explodes on the spot. He also hides the real workings under absurd complexity, stuffing each phone with around 10,000 arrays even though only a tiny fraction of them actually matters. Most of those arrays are decoys that cancel each other out, which makes copying the device a nightmare and destroys almost all of its battery efficiency. The result is hilariously wasteful on purpose. A full charge should last far longer. But with Lu Yuan's anti-copy tricks running, the phone only stays active for 1 day. Lu Yuan does not care about that weakness at all, because protecting his monopoly matters more than making the first generation perfect. Once the anti-theft problem is settled, Lu Yuan turns to the feature he really cares about most, the network. At the top of the 10th peak, he has already installed a giant enlightenment jade plate big enough to cover all of Qinyan's sect like a spiritual communication base station. That giant hub can handle millions of devices, so for Lu Yuan's first stage of expansion, the infrastructure is already more than enough. But Lu Yuan never planned to get rich from selling phones alone, because the real profit is in the so-called free services that come after people are already hooked. So he loads the spiritual energy phones with modified games and social tools, recreating the familiar trap of modern platforms inside a cultivation world. Since mobile payment does not exist yet, he settles on an older and safer workaround, recharge point cards. Those cards will keep the phones running and also let users spend points inside the games, neatly tying communication and entertainment into one money loop. For now he only has one point card sales spot at the foot of his peak, so the business is still tiny, but Lu Yuan is already thinking far past that limit. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the lower realm is not poor so much as scattered, and if he can quietly gather its resources through business, he could outstrip many upper realm geniuses. He knows brute force unification would only provoke the upper realm into crushing him, so he chooses a softer path that looks harmless on the surface. By letting other people help sell the phones and share the profits, Lu Yuan can bind the lower realm together with interests instead of domination, while keeping himself less obvious as the one in control. He is also a lot less nervous about future backlash now, because Su Wanner has an apotheosis stage patriarch behind her, and Lu Yuan fully intends to lean on that protection if he has to. With the product, infrastructure, and protection all lined up, Lu Yuan finally gives his whole scheme a name: Capital Invasion of the World of Cultivators. His first practical target is Qinyan sect itself, because if the sect's top figures start using the phones, the rest of the disciples and even the mortal world around them will follow. And Lu Yuan is thinking even bigger than that, because beyond the righteous and devilish sects, he wants to crack open a market no one else is treating like business at all, the netherworld. The plan gets weirdly bold fast, because Lu Yuan is not just thinking about selling to the dead. He wants business routes that reach straight into the underworld itself. Still, he stays realistic, because he does not yet know whether his phone network can cross the boundary between life and death, or if the netherworld would need a completely separate system. Even so, the future possibilities amuse him enough to start imagining cross-realm services like ghost ride-hailing and ghost hunting platforms. Then he reins himself back in, because all of that is still a distant dream and the only step that matters right now is getting Qinyan's sect to bite first. That is when Lu Yuan fixes on the perfect opening, the sect competition happening in 1 month, where the sect leader, elders, and nearly every disciple will all gather in one place. As the youngest core formation elder, Lu Yuan can enter as a referee, which means he will have the perfect excuse to put his phones into the hands of star disciples and top leadership alike. With the whole launch path finally clear in his head, Lu Yuan can almost see the spiritual stones pouring in, and his eyes light up with pure profit-driven excitement. As a newly established core formation elder, Lu Yuan realizes the sect meeting is the perfect place to launch his new spiritual energy phone straight to Qinyan sect's top brass. He has already mapped out the business plan in his head, win over the core formation elders first, then spread the phones through the whole sect. Inside the main peak hall, sect leader Mu Qing turns the plain-looking phone over in his hand and openly doubts that such a weak-looking artifact can really contact people from thousands of miles away. Lu Yuan answers without hesitation and promises the phone is even more useful than it looks, as long as the elders let him demonstrate it on the spot. The moment they agree, Lu Yuan shamelessly turns the whole hall into a stage by darkening the room and stepping into a dramatic spotlight from a tiny paperman. Han Yuanshan looks thoroughly unimpressed by the theatrics, but Lu Yuan is delighted because this overproduced entrance finally feels like the kind of launch event he wants. With full presenter energy, Lu Yuan formally unveils the Saturn Peach Phone 1.0, only to be met by a room full of elders staring at him like he has lost his mind. Lu Yuan ignores the awkward silence and shifts into the real pitch, explaining that the phone is meant to protect Qi cultivation and foundation establishment disciples who normally have no easy way to call for help. He drives the point home by naming the price. Just 3 mid-grade spirit stones for 1,000 mile communication, cheap enough that even the elders instinctively admit it sounds worth buying. Once he sees them wavering, Lu Yuan calls Han Yuanshan up beside him and places a pink satin peach phone in his master's hand for the live test. Lu Yuan teaches him the basic motion to answer a call, and the phone in Han Yuanshan's hand immediately rings just as promised. To prove the range is real, Lu Yuan sends Han Yuanshan flying far away from the hall while keeping the call connected for everyone to hear. From 1,000 miles out, Han Yuanshan's uncertain voice comes through the phone clearly enough that the whole hall can hear him answer Lu Yuan in real time. Lu Yuan keeps pushing the test and calmly explains the real limit. The signal stays strong for several thousand miles, weakens after that, and dies beyond 10,000. Even with that cap, the elders can already tell the phone is absurdly cost-effective, while Lu Yuan quietly keeps to himself that he actually nerfed the range on purpose for future upgrades. As soon as Han Yuanshan returns, the elders crowd around him to verify the test, and his confirmation finally wipes away their last doubts. With the call function proven, Mu Qin immediately asks what else the little phone can do. Lu Yuan reveals the next feature, a chat program called White Pigeon, and starts walking Han Yuanshan through it step by step. He sends Han Yuanshan a written message, proving the phone is not just for live calls anymore. Then Lu Yuan takes a photo and even a short video of the elders in the hall and sends both over, which instantly blows the room open with fresh excitement. These old core formation elders stop acting like dignified sect leaders and start learning White Pigeon at top speed, from adding friends to posting moments. By the end of the demo, the hall is full of 200-year-old elders happily fiddling with their Saturn Peach phones like children who just discovered a new toy. While everyone studies the Saturn Peach phone, Mu Qin spots a row of strange extra icons and immediately asks Lu Yuan what else he hid inside it. Lu Yuan answers with a sly smile that the hidden functions are exactly what he promised before, little tools that can help disciples temper their mental state. He directs everyone to try 2 mini-games, Pigeon and Flying Pigeon, presenting them like harmless practice when they are anything but. At first the games look simple, one a matching challenge and the other a reflex-heavy runner, so the elders assume their cultivation should make this easy.